rough start. See, the thing is this is what a lot of people don't see, because we exist in a relatively typical chambers on the internet where you maybe get cooking videos, political videos, breaking news. But there are thousands and thousands of people out there, including many, many people in this stream and spamming in this chat, that they want to grape women and grape children. Hello, Hunter. Do you support Trump?
Partially.
Are you driving?
Yeah.
Okay, can't be driving on TikTok Live. Only op inside of the queue. If you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Hello, do you support Trump Destroyer?
Yeah, I support Trump.
How old are you?
I'm 37, Lincoln, Nebraska.
What year were you born in?
Pardon?
What year were you born in?
78.
78, 37. Okay, and you're telling the truth?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay. Well, you said that you're 37?
Or 27.
You did your math wrong, because if you're born in 78, you'd be 47.
So I don't have my high school GED.
Chat. I don't know. I'm not going to trust it. I think that was a troll. We're going to move on to the next guest, guys. Only up inside of the queue. If you support Donald J. Trump as president, please. I'd really appreciate that. At the end there, when he said GED, he like legitimately sounded like an older guy. So he might have been telling the truth. But let's go to move on to the next guest, guys. Only up inside of the queue. If you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. Fuck, guys. Yo, Rip, thank you for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. Appreciate you for that love. Rip with the $20 says, Merry Christmas. My smart grandma told me to follow you, so I did it. I'm so glad. Well, shout out to you. Shout out to your grandma. Thank you for the very first donation of the day with the $20 on Super Chat. Let's get 200 Rip W's. That is RIP. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Hi there.
Hi. Are you MAGA?
I am.
Okay, boy. Well, we'll definitely have a good conversation about you and your political beliefs. Before we hop into the debate, I just want to thank a couple people here because we have some incredibly kind donors, but only a few. Mila, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. Says expose them. Disgusting. So fucking disgusting, dude. My mood's already killed and we're only 14 minutes into the stream. Thank you for the love, Mila. Then Angela, thank you for the 50 cents over on Venmo. Katie, thank you for the $11, who says, I was just watching a TikTok live of MAGA men arguing that 18-year-old girls and 50-year-old men are totally fine. Yeah, they all think that it's, well, a lot of them. I won't say they all. A lot of them think that it's okay. And that's what we're seeing. Every guest is like, yeah, it's okay to be attracted to kids. Thank you for the $11, Katie. Show some love to Katie in that chat. And then, yo, Ali, thank you for the $50 over on Venmo. Holy shit, Ali. That is so very kind of you. Show some love to Ali down below in that chat for the big 50 who says, about to go to dinner, but I just wanted to wish you all happy holidays. Well, Ali, happy holidays to yourself. Thanks for the $50. And oh my God. Over on TikTok, we just got Queen Cat popping in the building, dropping a goddamn lion. What is going on? We're only 7 minutes into the stream on TikTok. Sorry, on YouTube. We haven't even done much today, and y'all are going crazy. Show some love to Queen Cat in both of the live chats for the lion gift over on TikTok, the second biggest gift on the platform, and Ali for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you both so very much. That is so kind of you. While we're showing some love to the donors in the chat, I'm going to go to pass the mic to the guests so they could tell us why they still support this terrible, tyrannical president, Mr. Trump, who, as we speak, is freaking out, having a meltdown, disobeying federal law, defying Congress, not releasing the Epstein files, then deleting the files that were released that he forgot to redact that included pictures of him and women with bikinis on. The mic is yours, so is the floor. Take it away. Why do you support Trump?
Okay, first of all, I do want to let you know that my husband is a supporter too, but he's a big supporter of you. He respects you. He talks about you and says that you treat people fairly. Even if he disagrees with what you say, so that's why I found you. And I just popped on and I went, oh, I'm hearing the fellow supporters of Trump and not giving us a very good name. I am not in agreement with what they think, how they feel. I don't always believe in what's Trump, his actions, his latest with his comments about the death of the, what am I thinking of?
You're thinking of Rob Rayner.
Yeah, completely, it's embarrassing. There's things that he does. So to be a Trump supporter doesn't always mean to support all the actions of everybody, what they do. I will say, as far as what he's done for the country past, and he's kind of stepping on his toes a little bit right now. So I really just want to say that there's bad apples everywhere and there's good apples and some, and so to be able to represent and say, hey, we're not always happy with what he's doing. We're not always accepting of what he's doing. We don't accept everything that Biden did. We also can see some things that Biden, there's just extremists everywhere. So I'm just trying to give us a good name. It's like, we're not all pedophiles and we're not all like thinking that way.
Yeah, yeah. Listen,
Yeah.
I earlier, I think I started to say that all Trump supporters are P3dos. That's not true. Okay, I'd be calling my own fucking mom and dad P3dos if that were true. So I cut myself
Yeah.
off midway through the sentence because that's false. But what I
Yeah.
did say is that a lot are, dude. I mean that like, oh my god, like I'm a little bit shell shocked from like the beginning of this stream. Like
Yeah.
what first person comes up, men could grape their wives. Second person comes up, you are mentally ill if you're not attracted to 15-year-old girls. Spam one in the chat if you agree. We're still having one spammed in the
Yeah.
chat by Trump supporters that think you're ill if you're not a pedophile. So, I mean, oh God, real shell
You should
shock
be,
from what
and
we're
I am.
saying.
I mean,
Like look at the
like,
chat. These
yeah.
are your
Mhm.
people. Our chat
Yeah.
is being flooded with ones right now from people
Mhm.
labeling themselves as MAGA predators. They're proud
Yeah.
about it. They're look at our chat is full of Trump supporters on your side of the aisle that are legitimately proud that they're pedophiles.
Well, and I mean, I can look at it with some of the discernment and say some could be trolls and saying, and I'm not saying that they're not. I can say I believe that there are because I am addicted to watching the Predator shows and just going, I just don't understand the logic. I don't understand how they, because I've got two daughters and like it's disgusting, and so I don't get the logic in that at all. So to be a Trump supporter, you don't have to be a pedophile,
I
and you
listen.
don't,
I agree.
yeah,
I agree.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
I completely
yeah,
agree. Right.
yeah.
Like I said,
There's more
if I were
twos
to say
out
that
there
all
than
Trump
there are,
supporters were P3dos, I'd be
yeah,
calling my own parents P3dos because they're Trump supporters. That's not true. But
yeah,
I think what I think is true is the reason why we see this proclivity from so many people watching this stream, and then the last two guests that came up on this stream to
yeah.
come into this space and proudly espouse the fact that they're attracted to children or that they like to grape women is because Donald Trump has done those things himself, and now he's president, and I think that normalizes it.
Mm, I- but I think you can say that about everyone if whatever, because there's a lot of role models out there that do wrong things and people follow them, right? And so to say it normalizes them, they think it's okay. Not everybody says they agree with it. I will never get there. Like there were people that will never get there.
Well, I think that if we genuinely want to progress our society in such a way which reduces sexual violence and prevents, women and girls from being turned into victims and survivors, right? Then I think that we need to just reject predators full stop from being in positions of power. Because, I
Mhm.
don't think that predators should hold a position of power over their prey. Right. And I mean, I think that there's a lot of things that Donald Trump has done in his life to make it clear that he's one of those people, like boasting about sexually exploiting the women and girls that were competed at Miss USA and Miss Teen USA in the 90s and early 2000s, to being held civilly liable for raping E. Jean Carroll in 1995 and 2023. So I think that, maybe this is, just the place where our conversation is naturally going to start just because of, the observations of myself in the stream for the last 30 minutes. So what are your thoughts on still supporting Trump as president, even though he's crossed what should be a fair red line when determining if any person should hold such a high position of power?
Well, I think it's fair to say that I can say that I've been on both sides. I can say that I've supported presidents that if they weren't in the sexual conduct, they were in questionable behavior in other ways, and you still support what is what's beneficial for the country and that. So I get that this is the sexual discussion, but not everything that Biden did was okay. Not everything that he did was not okay. So I can say I don't like Trump's behavior in his realm of how he thinks about women. Should he be in an example of how he treats women? No, no. I think that how he treats the military and does the right for America, that's what I support. I don't support the negative behavior. And unfortunately, it comes in pairs, right? It like comes good with the bad. It's like nobody's perfect out there. Should he, it's hard because it's just like if we can legitimately say, dude, what are you doing? You're making us and everybody else that supports you look like we're okay with that behavior. And I can say that there's more Trump supporters that say that's not okay. We don't know what to do with it, but we also aren't on the other side. So we're kind of stuck too. There's more people that get stuck in the middle and go, what do you do?
Okay.
Yeah.
So the first thing that you did there is you brought up Biden. You said that Biden has done bad things too. So first and foremost, I don't think that Biden has done the same types of bad things that Trump has.
Correct.
I don't think that
Correct.
Biden's a rapist. I think that Trump is. Biden's not boasted
Hmm.
about sexual exploitation. Meanwhile, Trump has. But what I will say
Right.
is let's just assume that Biden has done all the same things that Trump has done. Okay?
Uh-huh.
Pointing that out doesn't justify your support for Trump. A rational mind would take away the conclusion that therefore you shouldn't support either of them. You shouldn't support
Hmm.
Trump or Biden because Biden's done the same. Not that you should support Trump because Biden's done the same. And then your last
No,
point there is that
I
good
won't
comes
say
with a bad.
right,
Okay.
right.
All right. And then you brought up that no one's perfect. I agree no one's perfect, but I feel like it's a suggestion of a false dichotomy that you're making here that you're either perfect or, a terrible and heinous sexual abuser, right? Like, I'm not perfect, but I'm not a sexual abuser. I'm not perfect, but I haven't sexually exploited women and girls. I'm not perfect, but I haven't raped a woman. So I feel like there's
Hmm.
a good in between. Maybe that a good in between was who's running against not Biden, Trump in the last election, Kamala Harris. But I want to
Hmm.
hear from you now because you've been up here for a while and we just still haven't really gotten into the nitty gritty of
Yes,
how
sir.
the hell you still support Trump as president after everything he's done. And obviously, you've heard quite a bit from me about all the bad things he's done. The mic is yours to tell us the good things that he's done, to explain and justify your support for him as president.
I, like I said, I see his respect for the military, which is a big thing for mine. My husband's a veteran. I think there's good that has been done there. I think that he has the demeanor as far as, I mean, he has horrible social demeanor. Please don't get me wrong. The demeanor of what he's done for sticking up for us as a country. Um, like there are strengths, but there are huge weaknesses. That's what's
Well,
hard.
remember,
Is
I just
like,
want you to focus on the
yeah,
strengths, right? It's like
yes,
it's
yeah.
like crazy that I got to tell you, like okay, you're a Trump supporter. Explain your support for Trump, and it's like I have to like influence you to not talk about the terrible things that he's done. Like I feel like maybe this is telling me subconsciously, you shouldn't support him, but I thought
No,
this would go
and I
without saying,
said that I am
like let's
agreeing
focus on the
that
good reasons why you do support him as president.
and I said that I like what he's done for our military. He's always been respectful for our military. Has he had shady comments? Yes. I think that that's a really big one for me. And I know that their comments are going to be like, you should have this list of all this stuff. And it's like, um, I can have my opinions and my thoughts and my votes and whatnot. Does it make me hate the other side? No. It just is like I see what he's done for even in his first reign. He did a lot of positive things as far as getting the economy back. A lot of people fight that as well too. Can I ask just because I'm not familiar with this when I'm looking at the comments when I see W guest, L guest, and stuff like what does that mean?
Well, we have a lot of people in here, 11.5 thousand people on TikTok. So,
Okay.
typically with an open chat, they'll just kind of express their thoughts on the current conversation.
Okay.
The people spamming W guests are saying that they like you, they agree with what you're saying. And then the
Oh,
people spamming L guests are like, well, I don't really agree with what she's saying. I think that she's wrong. So,
okay.
but just by the way, this is obviously a
Yeah.
liberal stream, so expect more L guests and W
Yeah.
guests just because of the
And
nature of what
you
we
know
do
what?
here. But do you mind if I
Yeah.
respond to the points that you've brought
Yes.
up so far?
Yes.
Okay, so your big point, you exclaimed this yourself, your big point is that he has a lot of respect for the military. I could not agree with you less. I think that the military has the most reason out of any demographic of individuals in this country to loathe Trump. Because unlike private citizens like you or me, they actually took an oath in defining their job role and title to hate people like him. They said, when joining the military, that they would defend the Constitution from enemies overseas and domestic, and that they would only follow orders in which are lawful, and if they conflict with the law, they will not follow them. Donald Trump is a domestic threat to the Constitution. He is fighting against everything veterans like your husband fought for, died for, or were losing or willing to lose their lives for. Okay, take Executive Order number 14160, for instance. This is one that he signed in his very first day in office, January 20th of this year. It attacked the 14th Amendment and tried to redefine the Constitution as we know it by suggesting that the children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil do not have birthright citizenship, even though that right's been guaranteed to them since 1868 with the ratification of the 14th. That's an attack on the Constitution. Okay, and he's also made it more explicitly clear that he's not a friend of the Constitution. On his 100th day in office, he did a sit-down interview with ABC. ABC was blunt with him. They said, "Hey, Trump, do you have to follow the Constitution? Are you following the Constitution?" In response, he said, "I don't know if I have to follow the Constitution." And it gets worse than that. December of 2022, he was so mad after losing the 2020 election. He went on Truth Social and he said, "Because I lost the 2020 election and I think I rightfully won it, this would allow for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found within the Constitution." He called for the termination of the document that your husband fought and was willing to die to defend. And the disrespect to the military, goes farther than this. Let's take what he did less than 3 days ago, for instance. The $1,776 check sent to every member of our armed forces that Donald Trump explained was a part of the revenue that he's been able to generate off of the tariffs in the last 10 months. As it turns out, he lied to you, he lied to your husband, and he lied to every single other service member. That money was not from tariff revenue, but rather a reallocation of funding that had already been compartmentalized towards housing subsidies for members of our military. So in other words, he defunded their housing subsidies. He took money from the military just to give it back to them through a one-time, nearly $2,000 check.
Sorry, and I know you probably want to get going. I just wanted to say it's interesting when I'm looking at the comments, and here I am not saying anything, and I'm getting people saying your guest sucks, she's lost and stuff, and I'm trying to be as respectful as I can to you, and you are being respectful to me. I think that it's a by guess. It's why can't people just come together? And I think that I'm listening to you respectfully. If people think that I'm not answering the question, that's totally fine. I'm not deflecting. Okay, so she needs to go.
I could explain.
So
I could explain that to you. I
respectable.
could explain why this reaction is something that maybe some people in the chat are giving. First and foremost, the internet is the modern Coliseum. Okay, people don't come on the internet to be nice all the time, and I wish I was different. I wish that we could all be a little bit more respectful on the internet. 110%. But second of all, I'm going to give you an analogy. Imagine that you're in school, high school, and there's a school bully that is terrorizing everyone. Okay, a real asshole, beating people up, stealing their lunch money, being a real POS. Okay, and maybe you're a victim of the bullying from this bully. You felt the harm, the tyranny, and then the best friend of this bully comes up to you, and they say, "Hey, I want to be respectful to you." They try their best. They genuinely sound like they're trying to be respectful too. They don't yell, they don't scream, they don't cuss, they don't slur, and they're like, "Hey, here are my legitimate reasons why I think there's maybe some reasons to support this bully and to not think that they're a bad person." Obviously, when you say that to the face of somebody that's been personally harmed by them to such an extreme extent, even though you're purporting this information in a respectful way to the best of your ability, there's going to be still some lingering sense of resentment or disdain that that victim of the bully may hold towards you. So very similarly, you're a Trump supporter, you support Trump, and there's been a lot of really bad things that Trump has done to hurt a lot of people. He took healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans when we already have 40,000 through 60,000 Americans that die per year via lack of access to healthcare. He overturned Roe v. Wade, and now because of that, 66 million American women and girls don't have access to elective abortions in their states, and 60 pregnant rape victims per day are denied access to those life-saving abortions in 10 of our states every 24 hours. Okay? He has disparaged immigrants in this country, labeled undocumented immigrants as violent vermin, poisoning the blood of this country, that escaped prisons and mental institutions, and now is raining terror on them by breaking the law, infringing on the Constitution, and attacking their human rights by deporting them without due process and putting them in centers for terrorists where they're tortured and beaten and starved like Abrigo Garcia. And then he backs up and he defends it by saying that he's never coming home, even when the Supreme Court rules he has to bring him home because he doesn't care about law and order. He cares about identifying an enemy as a unifying cause for his base. Right? Like, that is what is then going to lead to a certain level of disdain or resentment that maybe some of the people in the chat are holding towards you and voicing that in the chat, even though you are, in all reality, I'll give it to you, acting quite respectful towards me in this conversation. But see, my goal in this conversation ultimately isn't to try to belittle you or demean you, but it's to try to change your mind. It's to try to get you to recognize that the Trump administration is the worst of your lifetime, mine as well. And the Trump administration has crossed many red lines, normalizing the insane, and serves to the very worst interests of this country.
Okay. And so I want you to know, and them, I am listening just because I'm not like fighting back and saying, oh, I'm a changed person right now, because I wouldn't expect you to think that I would be, or that, or anybody to be. Like I said, my husband listens to you and is very like taken with your casts or your lives and whatnot. So I will go to him and talk with him, because I always share with him, hey, I heard this about him, and he's like, dude.
Here's what I'll say. Here's what I'll
that?
say. It's probably just best to focus on me and ignore the comments.
Yeah, yeah. I know. Okay, but I'm hoping that I try to show that I am openness, I am being open-minded, and I'm not rebuttaling everything that you're saying. I hear everything you're saying, and I will take into account and do my research. I'm not saying that's not what happened. I'll be like, okay, that's what your take is. I will listen to it and go with it. I'm not.
But do you want me to give you like? So when I come across guests that are truly open-minded, it's usually a very quick discussion, because I have a really great argument to get open-minded Trump supporters to stop supporting Trump. Can I run those on you?
Sure.
Would you still support Trump as president if he called for the execution via the means of hanging of his political opponents with no reason whatsoever?
No, I would want to see the factual of it, but no, if that were the case, no.
He did this 4 weeks ago on Truth Social. He quote tweeted a post from this other account titled Washington Examiner that posted an article titled 7 Democratic lawmakers in Congress urge the military to refuse to follow unspecified unlawful orders. And they were referencing a video put out by multiple members of our Congress just saying, if Trump gives you an illegal order, you don't have to follow it, which is true. And that's actually what the UCMJ tells you to. If your husband's a veteran, you probably know what the UCMJ is. And in response, Donald Trump called them traitors, and they said what they did was sedition. And then he said that this sedition is punishable by death, and then reposted a comment that said, hang them, George Washington would. That was an example of Donald Trump calling for the execution via the means of hanging of his political opponents. So if you're truly open-minded and a principled individual and wants to stand by your own word in accordance with your word, you should no longer be a Trump supporter.
Right, those are scary words. Very much so. Very much so. But
you said I wouldn't support Trump anymore if you did this?
And I'm saying, like, this is where it's hard, because being true open-minded is like, you have to see all the facts of everything, right?
You need to see it? I can do that for you.
Okay, and I'm not saying that you're not. We could like sit here for hours and you could give me all those facts, and man, but in 20 minutes, like,
we don't even need to sit here for hours.
Oh yeah, I'm changed like that.
We don't even need to sit here for hours.
The president of the United States of America.
I didn't mean to cut you off there with the audio. I was just going to say that we don't need to sit here for hours. I could show you the tweets right now in 3 seconds.
I am open-minded.
Okay, take a look at this. Take a look at this.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. It's a video of me. Only thing that's relevant is what I show on the screen. Here we go.
Donald Trump posted this on Truth Social. He responded to a post published by the Washington Examiner titled, Democratic Veterans in Congress Urge Service Members to Refuse Unspecified Unlawful Orders, by saying that this is really bad and dangerous to our country, and that their words cannot be allowed to stand. He then followed that up with a second post that reads, this is seditious behavior, punishable by death, And then he reposted a comment that reads, quote unquote, hang them, George Washington would. This is the most dystopian thing.
You got all the facts. You seen them on your phone screen.
Right. It's disturbing. It very much is. It is very much. And again, it doesn't make me say that I can still support the actions that he does. It doesn't make me say like at this moment. That's what I'm saying. Is like it makes people want to say, oh, okay, well then you're not quickly to turn. It's like I can say, man, that's wow, wow, and wow, and wow, and like that gives me the right to look into the facts and go, what else am I thinking? What am I reading? What else am I hearing to believe it? There should be like, I guess, an acceptance of like she is like willing to listen to that and go, okay, I'm going to look at my facts. I'm not saying,
but
what
like
you're saying is
what other fact?
Yeah.
Because what other facts do you need? Because I could give them to you right now. This was not complicated, very small, very very instantaneous. Not too many exigent facts. I could give you any and all facts that you think you might need to justify and explain how Donald Trump was calling for the execution of his political opponents without any good reason. Like, what more do you know? What more do you need to know? I could give it to you right now.
Oh, no, I'm not asking for him. I completely believe you. I do. And what I'm saying, yeah.
You completely believe me. Listen to yourself 3 minutes ago. That was an example of Donald Trump calling for the execution via the means of hanging of this other account titled Washington.
Saying that's not what happened. I'll be like, okay, that's what your take is. I will listen to it and go with it. I'm not.
Do you want me to give you like? So when I come across guests that are truly open-minded, it's usually a very quick discussion because I have a really great argument to get open-minded Trump supporters to stop supporting Trump. Can I run those on you?
Sure.
Would you still support Trump as president if he called for the execution via the means of hanging of his political opponents with no reason whatsoever?
No, I would want to see the factual of it, but no, if that were the case, no.
He did this 4 weeks ago. So you said no, if that was the case, if it was true that Donald Trump has called for the execution of his political opponents, you would no longer support him as president. And then less than 30 seconds ago, you told me that you completely believe me based upon the facts that I've showed you to demonstrate that that is the case and that is something that he's done. So in accordance with your own word, you should no longer be a Trump supporter today.
And I guess when you get to the point with hearing things that didn't line with what you're thinking, and this is where the transition is, I think there is a lost feeling of like, okay, if people feel they've been one way and they're like, I've been lied to and my moral values are in question and all of this stuff, it's kind of, they are lost of like, I don't know where to go. If I don't want to go to the other side, if I don't want to stick to where I'm at, where I didn't get
you could be a Republican and not support Trump.
Absolutely.
So why aren't you?
I think it's been I think it was from the last reign that he was in, I guess, and then just our selection. I think you will talk to a lot of people who are like,
but you just said if he called for the execution of his political opponents, you'd stop supporting him. So do you stop supporting it? Just with a simple yes or no. Do you stop supporting him?
I can't support that. No, absolutely.
But do you support him as a whole?
I would say not as a person. It's hard because this is where it's hard. Like, I don't, but I can't have anybody like forcing the decision like right now. If you were to say, hey, Shauna, how well did I do as far as convincing? I'd be like, you did a pretty good job as far as opening my eyes to listen and look and understand, which I would think is.
I'm going to do one more. I'm going to give you one more of these like hard red line arguments. And then if this doesn't do it, I'm going to move on to the next guest.
I'm not saying you're not doing it.
Would you stop supporting him as president if he sexually exploited naked women or girls?
Yes. I'm a female and I have 2 daughters.
That would include unconsensually looking at them while they're naked, right?
Mm-hmm.
Here's Donald Trump admitting to doing exactly that at the beauty pageants that he owned in the 90s and early 2000s. This is him speaking to Howard Stern on Howard Stern's radio show in 2005.
Well, you could also say as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now, tell me
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like
everything
a
is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Okay, my initial thing was, what the fuck is that? Like, that is true. Like, there should be no reason that he needs to be behind the doors and whatnot. So that does play into who he is and his character and that. So let me say this. If I say, okay, we got all this, then I would ask people to respect parties that enough that are kind of like, now what do I do? That they're saying, I listen to you, you're valid, I've got it, I can't go in the way of supporting Trump anymore, to embrace it rather than call the people names and call them that they're lost and all that stuff. And that's just me, like, as a social thing. And I know that you're saying, oh my gosh, don't listen to the chat. And it's like, but that's why people fight and argue and can't get anywhere anymore. Because they're like,
I'm confused.
That's all.
I'm confused. Just after hearing that clip, I mean, does that push you off the fence? Are you still a Trump supporter?
I don't think that I can try. I can't. And it's hard. It's a hard admittance. And so I know that you guys nope, can't do it. I'm like, but me saying, I don't think I can do that is a big step of,
yeah, I think
in the
what,
right direction.
I think what
You
you're
know what I mean?
describing is cognitive dissonance. And I'm not attacking you for having cognitive dissonance. It's something we all kind of experience. Like, for instance, I experienced a lot of cognitive dissonance with leaving the Catholic faith. For years, I was given very compelling arguments insofar as why Catholicism was false. And Catholicism, I don't think that's the right pronunciation, why the Catholic Church was false. And, innately and deeply, I kind of believed it was false too. But it took me a while, a long time to just truly accept that. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Even though I knew it was true, I had to get rid of the dissonance between me knowing it's true and accepting that it's true. Right? That Catholicism was false. Now, maybe you're experiencing something very similar as it would relate to your support for Trump. You know that based upon your own values, principles, and norms, this isn't somebody that you should support as president. And you could even accept that on the surface level, but then when you're describing, well, it just, it's kind of hard, so on and so forth, I think that you're just explaining cognitive dissonance.
Mm-hmm. It's fair. Because if you have your thoughts and beliefs of one way for years, and then you're confronted with, hey, there's this, this, and this, you're like, okay, wow.
Yeah. And I think the only way to fight through that cognitive dissonance, right, because it's not going to be immediate, is just to first be conscious of it.
Right. And let people have that time, like, let them have that time and be like, I could come back in 10 days and go, man, you did you did it. You know what I mean? And then I'm not lost and I'm not a hated guest anymore. It's just like, give the people the respect of listening and what their open-mindedness is, because I have listened to you and I will have a discussion with my husband and whatnot. And maybe he'll come back and talk with you because he's talked with you before and be like, hey, we're buds. And I don't know. But I don't want to keep you this has been so long and I know, but I appreciate your respect and not treating me with any other, and the people that have been respectful, even the ones that aren't. Because I have listened and I've tried.
For what it's worth, you're significantly more open-minded than most of the guests that we have on here. So I really hope that you do consider these things, and I could hear back from you in 10 days that, maybe you're on the other side of the aisle.
Okay.
But you have a good rest of your day.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yep, have a good one. Hello, Redneck Pastor. Do you support Trump?
I do, yes.
Wow. In your bio says South Baptist minister, happily married, God first, proud white boy.
Mm-hmm.
And then your profile picture is the Confederate flag. And then over the Confederate flag, it says Dixie, Merry Christmas.
Dane.
The rebel flag,
Dane.
sorry. I'll be more specific.
Dane, yes, rebel flag, yes.
Is that what you're going to correct me on?
I'm sorry?
Is that why you're saying, like, hold on, Dean, because it's not the Confederate flag, it's the rebel flag?
Well, yeah, because it's not the Confederate flag.
Well, I corrected myself. Look at that. We could get down to the specifics. We could be technical.
Well, congratulations. Let's get
Thank
on with
you.
it.
Yeah, let's get on with it. Wow, I think that you're a very interesting guest. So you're seriously a Baptist minister from the South?
Yes, I am.
Would you ever spread the word of God to a black person?
I'll spread the word of God to anybody. I don't care who they are
Oh,
or
you're-
what race they are.
You're leaving your phone. Can you get a little bit closer to it?
I've got a Bluetooth in. I haven't left my phone.
Okay. Well, I think that maybe it's still picking up off the mic on your phone. Like you could hear me through the Bluetooth headphones, but the audio is coming from your phone microphone. But anyways, okay. Next question. What was Jesus's race? Just to get the record straight.
So the Bible doesn't actually clarify his race, actually. So we don't know what his actual race was.
Well, considering the fact that he was born in the Levant region of the Middle East, we could definitely assume that he wasn't white.
Yes, and you realize that not everybody from the Middle East was black. There's been a lot of so you ever watched The Chosen?
I have watched The Chosen, and in The Chosen,
Okay, so-
Jesus
hold on,
certainly
hold on,
wasn't
hold on.
white, nor was anyone
Hang on,
where
hang
he
on,
lived,
hang
nor
on.
was any of
Oh,
his followers,
Dean,
disciples,
Dean,
etc., so on and
Dean.
so forth.
Dean. So you know who the actor is, right? That plays Jesus.
I think I've heard his name before. He's a good actor.
Jonathan Rumi, yes.
Okay.
So you know what his actual heritage is?
No, I don't know what the Jesus actor from a TV show's heritage is.
His heritage is exactly where Jesus is from.
Okay.
He's Egyptian.
All right.
And guess what? He's light-skinned.
Did you say light-skinned?
Yeah, Jonathan Rumi is light-skinned. He's not black.
That's improper rhetoric. So first, we need to correct it.
That's not.
It wouldn't be.
No, that's not improper rhetoric. Actually,
It wouldn't be light-skinned. It would be light-skinned.
whatever. Why does it matter how I say it?
Well, I mean, just to help you out. Well, why does it matter that I called the rebel flag the Confederate flag? It seems like we both have
Because
different.
it's not because that is technically not what it is. It's
Okay.
a rebel
Well, technically,
flag.
it's not
Confederate flag
light-skinned.
is
It's
completely
light-skinned.
different.
Okay, and then let me go on and respond to this argument. So, wow,
Okay.
I gotta say, I've never heard this argument before. So you're trying to justify that Jesus didn't have darker skin because an
I
actor
never said that.
an actor that played
Never
Jesus in a
said
TV
that.
show.
No. You're trying to twist my words up, and I'm not going to allow you to do that. I've seen a lot of your debates and Parker's debates. I know how you guys are. I know you guys are very manipulative when it comes to Trump supporters.
Ooh, I'm gonna manipulate
I know
you.
how. No, you're not going to manipulate me because I'm not the type of person that can be manipulated.
Oh, really?
Just like you tried to do with the last guest.
Light-skinned. Yeah, go ahead.
So, what's your question?
Okay, yeah. First, my question is why the fuck are you flying the Confederate flag in your profile picture, then claiming to be a proud Baptist Southern minister following the Church of Jesus Christ in your bio?
So listen to me. And instead of rambling on.
That was like 5
So
words.
for one, again, it's not a Confederate flag. It is a rebel
It is the
flag
rebel
representing the southern states.
No, it actually represents a rebellion against the Union.
So do you know anything about history?
Yeah, I know enough about history to know that the reason why that flag was created was to fly
Okay,
in
so
war.
let me-
Well, just let me speak. Let me speak.
so-
To know that flag was created
Okay.
to fly in wartime to represent the rebellion against the Union of the southern states that attempted to secede from the Union, so they could continue to possess the right to attempt to own people as property. Yeah.
No, that's not what it was actually.
What
So
was
you
it?
realize that the majority of the South didn't even own slaves?
Well, actually, so that's not necessarily true at all points in history, and I can
That
break
is
it.
absolutely
I
true.
can break it
Well-
down. I can break it down for you. I can break it down. So I know what. So I've heard this a lot. So I'm pretty sure what the common sided statistic is that in like 1840, that only 10% of people in America own slaves. First and foremost, this accounted for the northern population where slavery was already illegal, and it also included
So,
individuals
we're
that
talking-
couldn't own
we're talk-
slaves, like the
So we're
slaves
talk-
themselves. right now, I will also clarify here. Then
There you go.
then when we
Being
specifically
manipulative
look, when we
and rambling.
specifically look at populations of only white men in the southern states, excluding the Union, right? The proportion of individuals that were slave owners was significantly higher, and according to like the research I did a couple months ago, actually closer to that 50 to 60% mark. And then the reason why the other 40% of the people in the South didn't own slaves at that point in time isn't because they didn't want to, but is because they couldn't afford them. Owning a slave, right, in the South was like driving a car today. It's something that everybody wanted to do because it maximized the profit production, because you had enslaved and forceful labor of other individuals that you deemed as property to do the work for you, right? Instead of like paying employees or doing the work yourself. So if you don't own a car today, it's not because you don't want a car, right? In most scenarios, it's because you can't afford one in most scenarios.
Yeah, so talking fast and thinking that you're actually making a point doesn't work on me. I've seen your debates. You're not very smart.
Rich coming from
You're
you.
very manipulative. Hold on. Don't try to manipulate me, because guess what? I'm a lot smarter than you probably think you are.
How many continents are there?
It's just a waste of your time.
It doesn't matter how many continents there are.
How many branches of government are there?
Conversation.
How many branches of government are there?
Let me ask you a question. You said a lot of things that are actually false, especially towards Trump and towards the military, which I am actually a veteran. So, you want to try again?
Sure. Light-skinned.
Yeah, if you keep talking about light-skinned, then you just don't have an argument.
Okay, all right. What do you want to debate about?
Ask me the same damn questions you've been asking everybody else.
You want me to ask you the same questions I asked the last guest?
I mean, you try to manipulate people into changing their minds about Trump. Why aren't you doing it on me?
Well, I guess the reason why I'd be scared to ask you the same questions that I asked the last guest is because I'm kind of scared of what your response would be. Like, for instance, the last thing that I went over, I'll tell you, MJ, thank you for the galaxy. So the last thing that I went over with the last guest that was on this stream was how Donald Trump had boasted about looking at the naked bodies of beauty pageant contestants at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA.
Yeah, he complimented them.
And the thing is I'm scared of what your response would be to him unconsensually looking at their bodies, because knowing Mr. Light-skinned Southern Baptist minister, proud white boy, I think that you'd probably be okay with it.
This is the reason why you're a joke. This is the reason why you're a joke, Dean.
Hey, can I get through?
So what are your thoughts, and what is your response to Donald Trump admitting to unconsensually looking at their naked bodies? Can we agree it's wrong to unconsensually look at the naked bodies of other women?
So, hold on. Let me ask you a question. So, they go to the beach, okay? You see all these women out here in bathing suits and everything. Do you have to have consent to look at them?
Actually, yeah. And in that consent,
No, you don't.
I can tell you.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
I can explain it. You actually do.
You don't. Listen. No, you don't. Because you can't. Because it is public space. You do not have to have consent to actually look at somebody.
I could square this away. I could square this away for you. I can.
Listen to me. Listen to me.
I swear.
No, you can't. Because you do not have to have consent to look at somebody. That's like videotaping somebody in public.
That would mean that anybody on TikTok.
So that would literally mean that you have to have consent to even look at your wife or anybody else.
I will explain it to you.
Is he Gen Z or something?
Yes. So, anyways.
I'm assuming he supports trans rights.
Probably.
Because he's dating Parker.
Go on. I'm waiting to hear your
touch on
explanation for this
ridiculous. When people go to the beach, okay, the reason why is that you do need consent to look at them, right? But it's okay to, look at anybody on the beach, is because that consent is self-implied by being in that public space.
He's a lost cause.
So it's still not really consent. They are literally out in public.
It is.
So
it's implicit consent.
Listen to me.
It's called implicit consent.
Let me ask you a question. If you go out in public,
implied
you
consent.
expect somebody to act. Listen to me, Dean.
Yeah.
Stop talking and listen to me.
All right. By the way, who's that in the background? Sister, wife, cousin, or all three?
Yeah, if you say something like that, then I'm just going to block you from the entire account, because I'm not going to allow you to disrespect my wife like that.
Okay, sorry, sir. We'll say it again.
What am I doing?
Nothing. Sorry, ma'am. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would suggest you don't, because that will highly piss me off.
My apologies, sir.
The little fuckboy with blonde hair, a little toot.
Honey.
My apologies, man.
Honey. Yeah, you. Thank you for.
Kamala Harris loving.
Honey, I'm trying to have a debate here.
I don't care. I didn't do shit. He asked for it.
My apologies, man.
Yeah, he did ask. Okay, so next time, try to be a little more respectful towards women when you want to talk about Trump being disrespectful towards women. You're no better.
Well, that was supposed to be disrespect directed towards you. But I mean, maybe some of that would rub off on her.
Listen to me. Respect is earned, not given. And I'm going to tell you one other thing, too. I've earned the respect of people because I serve my country. Unlike some people like you who get paid by the Democratic Party to spew rhetoric about Trump that, for whatever reason, just because you don't fucking like him or whatever.
I'm paid by the Democratic Party?
Yes, you are. You and Parker are both paid by the Democratic Party. Don't sit there and deny it. That's why you get all hyper and everything when you get donations and everything.
well,
come on, Gene. Let's get real.
Okay, let's get real.
You're not even having a debate. All you're doing is just being manipulative and insulting me.
Okay.
Just like a liberal.
Okay, just like a liberal. Listen, you just insulted me, sir.
Interrupt people, not let anybody talk.
That's what you guys are doing right now. You said that I'm paid by the Democratic Party. So it's worth clarifying. No, I'm not paid by the DNC. I do this. Listen, I'm doing this for the love of the game, sir. And the payments that I do receive are from. Listen, in the payment. Come on, just give me a shot. Let me talk. Let me get it out. Let me get that demon out of me. I want it. Let me get that demon out of me, sir. I'm paid by people that watch the stream and enjoy the broadcast.
Yeah, you get paid by them too. And
I just get paid by the people that watch the stream and enjoy the broadcast, sir.
Yeah, that's what you keep telling people.
Well, actually, my DNC handler is in the queue. Let me get my DNC handler up here. And I got to thank a lot of the DNC payments. The Full Brand, thank you for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you.
Your butt buddy.
Yeah, my butt buddy. You like imagining that.
Yeah, you gotta button up Parker.
Yeah, you like imagining us touching butts late at night when you're laying in bed, yeah?
So later. Yeah, so.
He said yes!
Your butt buddy. You're gonna bring up your butt buddy up here because your butt buddy's no better than you are.
He said yes.
Yo, I'm actually his DNC handler, and I heard from the DNC that they needed me to come back up here just to clarify a few things here real quick, sir. He does get paid by the DNC directly from George Soros.
Yep. Amen. Hey.
You are right about that. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that, sir?
You too. We just got some payments in. Amen. We just got some payments in. I need to thank my payments. Thank you so much, Fool, for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you for the $20 towards the DNC payments. Amen. Then Nicholas, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. He says payment from the Democratic Party of America. Thank you for the love from the DNC. Georgia with the $4, and thank you for all that you do, and I love you. I love you too, Georgia. Thank you for the $4 from the DNC. Jose, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal from the DNC. And Courtney, thank you for the $15 on PayPal from the DNC. Molly with the $10 from the DNC. Thank you guys so much for all the love from the DNC. Over on Venmo, Ivy, thank you so much for the $25 from the DNC. Show some love to Ivy down below in that chat. We're making big money today. Thank you so much. He says, please end my suffering of listening to this guy. I'm sorry, Ivy. Colin, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo from the DNC. Kelly with the $5 for the DNC butt buddy payment. Even, thank you for the $10 who says, oops, I dropped a donation from the DNC fund. Even, thank you for the $10. Emily Ann, thank you for the $10 for as a DNC payment. Jesse with the $2 and Jessica with the $20 who says, hell yeah, my favorite shows on Love You, Dean. I love you too, Jessica. Thank you for the $20 from the DNC. Laura with the $10 from the DNC. Nicholas with the $20 from the DNC. Amanda with the $15 from the DNC. Deuce with the $10. Saying a quote-unquote veteran flying the enemy flag is fucking crazy. Olivia with the $2. Shelly with the $10 from the DNC over on Venmo.
And Parker's in there too.
Wait, I have more. Gladys with a $10 over on PayPal as a DNC payment. Thank you so much, Gladys. And Destiny with a $20 from the DNC. Let's get 200 Destiny W's.
Because the topic is actually how do you still support Trump? Yet he has not even gone into a debate about
Oh,
Trump
honey,
yet.
I feel you. I'm ready for all this holiday this time of year to be over with.
Shelly, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo, asking to turn his camera on. Show some love to Shelly with the $10 from the DNC. Ryan with the $6 and the 60 cents for the DNC. Amanda with the $20 from the DNC. Show some love to Amanda for the $20 for the DNC. Taylor with the $25 for the DNC. Thank you so much for the love, Taylor. Show some love to Taylor for the $25 for the DNC. Bernard with the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat saying the DNC payment, bro. Thank you so much for the love, Bernard. Thank you. I appreciate that so much for the
I need
love.
to stop you right there, sir. You need to say thank you directly to DNC right now.
Thank you, DNC.
Directly to the DNC right now.
Thank you,
These
DNC.
offshore payments aren't going to be coming anymore if you don't be saying thank you directly to the DNC on the live stream.
Amen. Hey, Redneck, can you thank the DNC for all the love?
So we're gonna actually have a debate, or are you just gonna keep hollering?
After you thank Coral for the $20 we just received over on YouTube Super Chat from the DNC. Thank you, Coral. Say thank you, Coral.
His trolls out of my life.
Huh?
His trolls are in my live stream downgrading me right now.
Of course.
Was she's live streaming?
Fucking dick suckers out of my life.
Yeah, she's live streaming too. I'm just waiting.
Wait.
Live stream myself.
Wait, Redneck Pastor. So you just Redneck. So you just got a flag on your account. I have to remove you from the live. Can you come back on your wife's account?
Is that okay?
No, I can't because she's on hers.
Can she end it then come over here?
He's 42, right?
I didn't say nothing to get a flag. You're the one over here yelling and screaming at her.
Oh, I know, but the TikTok gave it to you. Like, can she end her live and then use her live to join my live? Because I have to remove you.
Well, why can't you just invite me back up?
Well, because you'll still have the flag on your account. Just like tell her. So what's her at? We're gonna have her account up. What's her handle?
Don't worry about her. Don't worry about her app because she's not part of this.
Okay.
Can you please tell him to get his people out for my thing? I'm not doing anything but cleaning and talking to my people.
Well then.
You're over here downgrading.
Well then our conversation's gonna have to end here, sir, because unfortunately, got to disconnect you.
So all your people are downgrading my wife now because of your dumbass.
Whoa.
Like, tell him.
Yeah.
He needs to tell
Don't whoa me.
Unfortunately, I gotta kick you. I'm sorry. I really tried to work it out. If you want to come back on your wife's account, feel free. We'll happily, have you guys back up. So, let me know. I'm sure I'll be able to easily identify, the cousin wife's at. So, yeah.
Wait, here's my question. How did they find the other account? How did people find that other person's account? I didn't even know they were live. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, literally no clue.
I'll be back up here in a bit. I just had to join up because I saw that for a second.
Thank you, my DNC handler. Thank you, my DNC handler.
Of course. I have to come up every single time the DNC tells me to.
Thank you.
I'll be right back.
Thank you. We're gonna move on to the next guest request. Get that next Trump supporter loaded up in the box. I really wish that we could have talked to him. Like, I wanted to have a more fleshed out conversation with him surrounding his support of the Confederacy, but I had to kick him. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I sure do.
All right, Daniel. I want to thank one person here. Thank you so much, Malachi, for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat, who says this is for the light-skinned fun. Thank you for the $20, Malachi. Yeah, light-skinned. And he's more intelligent than me. Very, very nice. Thank you for the $20. Let's get 200 Malachi W's down below in that comment section. Hello, Daniel. Why do you support Trump? Mike is yours.
He's a great president. The best president we've ever had. He's done so many changes.
Daniel, you make me want to violently bash my head into this table, suggesting that the adjudicated rapist, 34-count felon, that's been defunding essential social safety nets like Medicaid and food stamps, then refusing to feed 16 million starving children, even after a court ordered him to do so, that as we speak is breaking federal law and defying Congress by not releasing the Epstein files, then deleting some of the ones that are already released, is the best president that we've ever had. That's insane.
Kamala would have been so much more better, wouldn't have she?
Carmela would have been so much more better, wouldn't have she? God, is light-skinned?
No, she's a piece of shit. She's the worst vice president we ever had, too.
Okay, all right. Well, let's before we talk about Kamala Harris, let's start with your first claim that Donald Trump's the best president that we've ever had. What has Donald Trump done that makes him better than the guy that freed the slaves?
Well, he built a wall for one.
So he built 30 miles of a wall with misappropriated funds from the DOD that didn't stop any border entries because that wall was present under the Biden-Harris administration, which you call a crisis because of the border entry. He left. Brother, who are we talking to today? Oh my goodness gracious. The crazies are out. Let's go to move on to the next guest at this point in time. Only up and say that, Q, if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, the crazies are out
Hello.
and about. What is up? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
39.
Okay. Welcome in, Sue. Welcome in, Sue. I'm not gonna lie.
Yes, hello.
Your account looks like it's like a troll account, but like
Okay.
I think that you're telling the truth. What year were you born in?
What?
What year were you born in?
1986.
Ooh. All right. Well, you're a 39-year-old. You didn't say like 20 or anything, so it will be really easy to verify your age. How many hours do you have to work in a week, roughly, to be considered a full-time employee?
Shoot. So I actually don't know because my
Yeah.
oh my.
Yeah. Any 39-year-old American would know that. We're going to go ahead and move on to the next guest, guys. The only instead of the Q if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. Any 39-year-old American would know that. And yo, your body! Thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, your body. Let's get 500 your body W's down below in that comment section while we're looking for the next guest. That is YOBANI, who says, here's your DNC allotment. Bro, the DNC is coming in clutch today. Shout out to Yabani. Shout out to the DNC. While we're getting the next Trump supporter up in here, show some love to them down below, as well as Kathy. Thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo, who says, happy holidays. Get rid of the quote-unquote white proud boy. Oh, yeah, we got rid of him. Thank you. Thank you for the $50, Kathy and Yabani. Show some love to Kathy and Yabani, the two goats, down below in that comment section. Alongside Brittany, thank you for the $5 on PayPal from the DNC, and Jesse with a $1 on Venmo saying, quote-unquote, more better, which is what the last guest said. Thank you so much for the love. Welcome in. Daddy King, do you support Trump?
I do.
All right. I'm not going to call you Daddy King.
Okay.
Brother, what the fuck are your posts?
What about him?
Excuse me? They're gonna end up beating the shit out of each other, and I ain't doing it. Can you put this up there, please?
Hello? What are you doing? What is it? He left. We're gonna go on and move on to the next guest. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. What is going on today, dude? What are these guests, man? I'm losing my mind. Brother. Moving on to the next guest. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Holy shit, dude. Hi. Do you support Trump?
Sure. Yes, I do. How are you, Dean?
I am doing quite fantastic, Bobby Hill.
You don't look it. You don't look it.
I don't look it? Why is that?
No, you look like you're going through it right now.
Well, I am a little bit. We've had some pretty wild guests. You know, definitely an interesting experience,
You look
Bobby Hill.
distraught right now. You look absolutely distraught.
I'm a little bit distraught. Are you kidding me?
No, I'm being dead serious.
I am distraught. Have you heard the last couple guests? Did you
Yeah,
see
you look-
his naked pull-ups?
Listen, bro. I might not agree with half the shit you say, but I don't even know what the fuck that was.
Okay.
I don't even know what the fuck that was, dude.
Okay.
Was that leopard print boxers?
Yeah, leopard print boxers, 50 Shades of Grey
Was
music.
he about to do Wait,
yes.
hold on. Was he about to do pull-ups?
Yes.
In leopard print boxer briefs?
With the 50 Shades of Grey music, yes.
Oh my fucking god.
Yeah, yeah.
Did
yeah.
we just become best friends?
No. No. Very far away from it. Out with the grandparents. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do. Oh,
I
you
wasn't
talking to
to
me?
you. No. The other guy.
Yeah.
How old are you?
18.
Don't believe it for a second. Bobby Hill, why the hell do you support the worst president of your life, Mr. Donald J. Trump?
Because you hate him.
So if I stopped hating Trump, you no longer support him as president?
Yeah, I just like him because you hate him.
Okay. So who did you support as president before I hated him?
Listen, I want you to change my mind
Okay.
right now.
Well, you sound like a very
Without
unreasonable person.
No, without using any of the talking points that you use on a daily basis. You can't use none of them.
So you need me to come up with a brand new argument?
I want you to change my mind.
Okay. Change your mind without talking about something that I talk about a lot?
Go. Ready, set, go.
Okay, we only started talking about this one yesterday, so this isn't a talking point we use on a daily basis. You should stop supporting Trump as president because right now he's actively breaking federal law and defying every member of Congress by not releasing all of the Epstein files. And he is going through a total extreme meltdown because some of the released Epstein files included pictures of him with young women wearing bikinis in Epstein's desk that he forgot to redact like 90% of the files. So then he literally deleted it off of the public registry, even though he has a legal obligation and an imperative to leave that up. That's a really good reason to stop supporting Trump as president. Hey guys, I'm not a predator. So let's look at the predator files, and I'm going to give you the predator files, but when I give you the predator files to prove I'm not a predator, they're all going to be black. Actually, close your eyes real quick.
I don't know about that, Dean.
No. Just close your eyes real quick. Trust me,
I don't
baby.
know you like that. I don't know you like that.
No. Close your eyes.
Say please.
Shut up. Just look away from your phone screen. Look away from your phone screen for a moment.
Okay, I am.
Yeah, give me a second. You can look back at your phone screen now.
Okay, I never looked away.
Do you know what you're looking at right now?
Dude, if you're about to say blacked out pages from the Epstein files, please miss me with all of that shit.
Yeah, how did you know? You're looking at the Epstein files. I'm not even trolling.
Because you're super predictable.
I'm not even... Well, no, because you just told me that you didn't look away from the phone screen. Yeah, this is the Epstein files.
What?
This is the Epstein files. Yeah, so this is the document that Donald Trump gave us to prove that he's not a predator in the predator files. This one right here.
Yeah, I get it, man. Sure. But what about all the other pictures that came out with Bill Clinton and
Fuck
shit?
'em.
What about them? Why
Fuck
are we
'em.
talking about that?
Fuck him.
Fuck them. That's
Fuck
right.
'em.
Yeah, damn right. Fuck them.
Yeah.
But listen, here's the thing. I saw all those pictures that you're speaking of, and here's the thing. Those women look of age. They definitely look of age. They don't look like minors to me.
So what matters?
Second of
So
all-
specifically in the claim that I made, I said young women. Do we know the age of the people in that photo? No, we don't know the age of the people in that photo.
No.
Do we have a lot of inductive reason to potentially determine that they're underage? Yeah. Why?
You do know this.
Because that was a photo possessed by Jeffrey Epstein in Jeffrey Epstein's desk. Right? Like, I'm not going to sit here and deny reality by saying that we don't have really strong reason to believe that they're underage, because we do. It was a picture
Can I
of Donald
debunk
Trump
you?
in them off of Epstein's camera in a photo in Epstein's desk,
base
knowing that
you?
Epstein was, a child sex trafficker. Now, something else I want to say here is today, Donald Trump's a deputy a general from the Department of Justice came out, and he said that he took that image off of the website. He deleted it because of the identities of the other people in the photo. But see, the thing is that the bill passed by Congress only gave the right to the Department of Justice to redact the names or photos of victims or minors. So in other words, in accordance with that legislation and the prerogative of the DOJ, they should have only removed that image, right, if those were victims of Epstein or minors.
Are you done monologuing now? Can I speak?
It wasn't a monologue. That was like 30 seconds top. Sorry that your brain's too small to compute. I could do crayon on paper next time.
Your perception of time is completely fucking jacked.
I mean, your perception of politics is completely fucking jacked. You support a rapist in the Oval Office, sir. Judge, she looked
I haven't
18,
even
head
said
ass. Get out of here. Go ahead.
I haven't even said anything yet. All right, so Can we agree if they were minors, their faces would be blacked out?
Well,
so
actually, that was the last argument that I made. Why are you going? What are you doing that for? What is this? Why are you doing
that?
It's
probably a glitch. I don't know. I don't know, dude.
Oh, your bio says.
Let's keep talking.
Your bio says that you're on the M drug.
What? That I'm always messing around? Like what? I like messing around.
Okay, and we got to kick him for even saying that name. We're gonna go and move on to the next guest. Okay, all right. So I thought that maybe we could just get somebody up here who would tell us that they support Trump without just being absolutely an absolute lunatic. Turns out, I was debating somebody on the M drug. So for the person in the YouTube chat who says, Go-Go's Girl 93 asks, is he okay? The answer was no. He was HIGH as shit on the M drug. So we're going to move on to the next guest, guys. Only hop inside of that queue if you support Trump. Mikey, I see that you're back in the queue because you did say the name of that drug. I have to sit you on a 10-minute timeout for TikTok, else risk my own life. But 10 minutes from now, right now it's 2:49, so that'll be 2:59. I can bring you back up in accordance with TikTok TOS. Welcome in, Mikey. Do you support Trump?
My cock is fucking huge.
Okay, buddy. This is not Tinder or, whatever your preference is.
Wait, can I show you something?
No, because I'm going to kick you.
Please?
Nope. Moving on to the next guest. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please. I'd really appreciate that. We got that next guest, Earthling, loading up into the box, quite frankly. Everyone, just give us a minute to get Earthling loaded in. Hello? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, no, I'm just vegan. Stop eating animals, Dean. Stop being a hypocrite. Stop talking about ethics and eating animals, you fucking hypocrite.
So you think that meat eaters shouldn't talk about ethics?
Stop being a hypocrite talking about ethics and eating animals.
So would you argue...
Paying for people to kill sentient beings.
Would you argue...
You're a hypocrite.
Would you argue that Americans who will talk about ethics, saying that Trump shouldn't be president because he's a rapist, should stop talking about Trump saying that he's a rapist?
I agree with all that. That's fine. But get your ethics together, mate.
No, but I asked you a fair question.
You can't be talking about ethics and judging other people while paying for sentient beings to be killed.
Okay, so given that I and many other individuals are going to continue to pay for sentient beings to be killed and eat a ribeye every so often. By the way, I'm very sympathetic to vegan ethics. Very sympathetic to vegan ethics. I just want you to, hear my question out here. Given that I and many others,
why don't you do it?
Why are you steamrolling?
You talked about cognitive dissonance
Why are you steamrolling?
You have it.
I'm trying to ask you a question. It's not an issue of cognitive dissonance. It's that I'm not fully convinced. When I say that I'm sympathetic to vegan ethics, it means that I understand the cause and that there's just some smaller, more logical issues that I find within the imperative moral positions. Now, that wouldn't be an expression of cognitive dissonance, just a slight disagreement on the nuances of the positions to entail that conclusion that it's wrong to eat meat. But that aside, I was trying to ask you a question. You very rudely interrupted me and you started steamrolling. So I'm trying to ask you a question in return. The question that I want to ask you in return here is, you said, and I quote, stop talking about all these other ethical issues if you're going to continue to eat meat. So, I mean, it's a descriptive fact that many people will continue to eat meat. Do you think those people should be able to criticize Trump for being a rapist? Because in accordance with the argument that you've given us so far, they shouldn't, because according to you, they should stop talking about those ethical concerns of Trump if they continue to eat meat. That's just the question that I'm asking you that I'd like a direct response to. I don't think you're going to give it to me, but we'll give it a shot. Go ahead.
You can talk about it, but that's hypocrisy. Go for it.
You literally said stop talking about it.
You're going to play the victim, are you, while paying for animals to be killed? You're going to play the victim.
So you could repeat that, but you did say stop talking about it.
Bye, Dean.
Bye? You could leave if you want, but you did say stop talking about it, right? So you've now changed your argument. Did I get you to concede? I guess not. I think, you went bye-bye. You left. By the way, just to put it out there, you'll be able to convince significantly more people to be vegan if you just stop being genuinely so fucking annoying. Vegan ethics are really easy to argue. Vegan ethics are very, very appealing. Okay? But when you present that information with the most condescending, pompous, and royal annoying attitude, no one is ever going to be convinced to join your cause by you when you act like that. Dude, you're such a fucking hypocrite. You can't criticize grape. You need to stop. Yeah, because of all the meat. Like, brother, maybe if you came up in here and you were like, Dean, I'd love to go over like the vegan position with you. We could talk about it. And I'll be like, hey, Earthling, I'm actually very sympathetic to the vegan position. I got a couple more, like miscellaneous, more nuanced points that maybe would lend a disagreeing hand to why I would disagree with like becoming vegan this moment. And we could like converge, our positions, have a conversation about it. You might be able to convince me. But then when you act like that, oh my God, you're not going to convince anyone. Welcome in, Wyatt. Do you support Trump?
Well, I'm the king of Australia. You're not allowed to talk about anything unless you're vegan, you wee little twat.
Moving on to the next guest. Was that the same guest? He came back on his second account. Okay. Moving on to the next guest. Moving on to the next guest. What's up? Do you support Trump? That is a very small child. Only accepting American adults, guys. Hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American. You happen to be an American adult that supports Donald Trump as president. Here we go. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go. All right, guys. All right. We're going to move on to the next guest right now. Only up inside of the queue if you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. I'd really appreciate it if you guys could try your best to follow our rules here because, we do have rules. You just have to be 18 plus American and MAGA to join the live stream. Welcome in, Jack. Do you support Trump? Nope, Jack is gone too. Dude! Oh my goodness. Oh wait, no, he's back.
Dean, I'm here.
Hi, Jack. Do you support Trump?
Hold up. My Spotify.
Turn off the music, Jack.
My Spotify's playing and I don't know how to turn it off. Hold up, wait. I'll be right back.
Go to the Spotify app and pause the fucking... Okay. Pause the music.
I did it. My bad.
How old are you?
I'm 19. I am from Washington State.
Yeah, what year were you born in?
What?
Ew. Moving on to the next guest. Ew. Hey, over on PayPal, Sophia, thank you so much for the 15 euros. Who says, sending you love from the UK. Thank you for all that you do. Well, thank you, Sophia. Show some love to Sophia down below in that chat for the 15 euros. Appreciate you guys so much. If you're watching and you want to help pay for my fucking therapy, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, in the link tree in my bio on TikTok. Pin message on that YouTube stream is actually not even over on the YouTube stream. I'm going to put it there now. And I appreciate everyone so much for all the love today, all right? We're definitely going to have a big old therapy bill after this to, decompress and talk to somebody about the day. And I feel like it's only going to get more crazy because these people are insane. Welcome in, Brianna. Do you support Trump?
I do not anymore. I kept hearing you say, I'm sorry to come up only if you're op, but I don't anymore, so.
Awesome! That's awesome, Brianna. I'm proud of you. Good shit. What's up, Greg? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Greg, how old are you?
I'm 21.
And what time is it?
It is 5 o'clock.
What state?
I am in California.
Banned. It's 2 o'clock in California. Moving on to the next guest, guys. Only join in that queue if you're here to debate. Holy shit, chat. Follow the rules, please. Thank you so much. Okay. We're going to go to put the rules on the screen because obviously y'all need them. Just, dude, look at the phone screen. Ebony, do you support Trump? Ebony, quite frankly.
No.
Banned. Moving on. Okay. Mods, pull up their house. I'm just kidding. That was a joke. Don't ban me, TikTok. It was a joke. We could do that here. We could have a little bit of fun, TikTok. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Trump is a pervert.
God, I agree with you, but dude, we're looking for debates, brother. Moving on to the next guest. Jacob, feel free to hop back in that queue. I wanted to have you up here, but I accidentally kicked you, so. Hello, do you support Trump?
Yes, King.
Jesus Christ, dude. What is going on? This is so annoying, man. Moving on to the next guest. Only hop inside of that queue if you support Trump. My God. Hello, rookie. Do you support Trump?
Hello?
Child. Secret. Do you support Trump?
Hello?
That is the child. Jacob, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
What are your pronouns?
What?
Pronouns?
I don't use pronouns.
would be, I would assume him. Banned. Moving on to the next guest. Everyone just give us a minute. By the way, Jacob, you're like 14, but maybe you haven't hit this lesson yet. I could still help you, get this very important education. But I is a pronoun. So you said I pronoun, don't use pronouns. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yep.
Age, please.
33.
All right, my friend. Well, before we hop into our conversation of the day, I'm going to go ahead and just thank a couple people here. Then we'll hop into the debate. Thank you so much for the $20, Sarah. Dropping 20 over on the PayPal. That's so kind of you. Show some love to Sarah. Thank you for your support, for your seed investment. Sarah with the $20 says, just finished watching every single one of your YouTube lives. Took a while. Grateful to have you back in 2x speed. Bring back Brock and Gage. Oh my God. You watched every single one? Dude, that is crazy. Show some love to Sarah for quite the accomplishment down below in that comment section. And Brooke, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal. Over on Venmo, Ivy, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. She says, here's something to help you get through these trolls. Spend it on something to make you happy. I'm going to spend that on my girlfriend for Christmas. Thank you. Thank you so much for the $25, Ivy. Show some love to Ivy and Sarah down below in that comment section, as well as Nicola for the $10 over on Super Chat. That's really cool, and I'm happy that you enjoy the streams, Nicola. Thank you for your message. Now, Jimmy, go ahead and take it away. Tell us how the hell you still support the worst president of your life, even after he broke federal law and defied every member of Congress by refusing to release the Epstein files by the legal deadline to do so.
Yeah, so I just think he's the better of two evils here. I think what he's trying to do is what's best for the American people. I think...
So breaking the law and defying Congress is what's best for American people, because he's definitely trying to do that.
That's not obviously what's best for American people, but certain things
so what he's trying to do isn't always best for the American people.
I think there's more the pros that way the cons.
Well, let's see what those pros are. Pros? Sorry, pros. So, what are the pros?
Pros be his closed border policy, trying to have an American first policy. I think what you need to do is as a country is have some sort of, culture that brings everyone together. And I think he is the one for that.
Okay. All right. You support his closed border policy. You think it's America first because it protects America culture. Second point. What's the second pro?
Second pro, let's go with, I'm blanking right now. Let's go with the first one. What do you think about him? He's letting less illegal immigrants into the country. What's wrong with that?
Yeah, crazy. So first and foremost, you argue that the pros outweigh the cons. And see, I could list off the cons for hours, okay? Right? We talked about the Epstein files, the rape, the felonies, the sexual exploitation, the defunding Medicaid, defunding food stamps, reducing the purchasing power of half of this country, okay, defunding clean energy production credits, isolating us from all of our allies on the global stage, imposing tariffs on all of them, which then in turn cause inflation for the American consumer. GDP growth is down this year. Unemployment is the highest it's been in years. We have literally 1.2 million layoffs so far recorded. And then the fact that inflation is also going down as employment's going down and GDP growth is going down is indicative of a recession to come. And not to mention is other social policy like banning abortion, infringing on human rights, preventing rape victims from accessing abortion.
Do you not agree that illegal immigrants are a bad thing for the country?
Just one second. Right? That's just kind of like a, preview of all of the cons of the Trump administration. So if you're going to sit here and argue that the pros outweigh the cons, but then you could only identify what you think is one pro from your perspective in lieu of all these cons, I think that your argument's dead from the get-go. But, specifically, we will respond to your point about, the border policy, American first, and how we need to protect American culture. So what is American culture? Let's start there. He left. Yeah, because guess what? The only way to define American culture would be the combination of cultures from all around this world, because this country was built on immigration. Thank you. Moving on to the next guest. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be a Trump supporter. We actually have Bobby L joining us back. He, had his 10-minute time out there for saying the name of a DRUG, but we got you back now. Hello.
Hey, Dean, let me just it's a joke, dude. It refers to messing around. It doesn't mean I really do it.
Regardless if it's a joke or not, you still can't say it on TikTok. It's just TikTok TOS, man. Not
relax. Me. I say it all the time. They don't do anything to me, dude.
Well, they do it. They do it to the guests on this live.
It's the context.
Relax. In the lives where you say it, do you typically have like close to 14,000 live viewers?
Dude, I promise you nothing would happen.
Dude, I promise
anyway,
you
it's
it
not-
would happen because we see it happen all the time.
Listen. Like we were talking about, the page is being blacked out and everything, and if they were minors, their face would be blacked out as well, right?
Well, couldn't a potential reason why they removed it from the public registry be because they forgot to black it out?
No, because they're not minors. Clearly, they're not minors, but they have other minors blacked out. They have other faces blacked out, but they don't have other women's faces blacked out. But you want to say,
think about
oh,
this.
they
Think about this. Imagine. No, I'm saying, couldn't that be a possible reason, right? You know, like imagine if they didn't black out. Listen to what I'm saying here. Imagine if they didn't like black out and redact the face of like one of the minors in the other photos. What would we expect them to do? We'd expect them to remove it from the registry, redact it, then maybe post it again in the future. Maybe. That's a strong maybe. So you're trying to argue that because their faces weren't blacked out in this photo, that this would refute the idea that they're minors. Well, I would argue that your point is null considering the fact that they removed it from the registry, which reintroduces the potentiality that maybe the reason why they removed it is because they were minors and they forgot to blur their faces.
Listen, what you say is what you say, Dean. It's always the truth, you know? It's always right.
Well, thank you for admitting that I'm always right. Good boy. Good boy.
Fuck out of here. Anyway, what else? What else you got? Change my mind.
Why do you support Trump?
You need to change my mind.
Yeah, that first requires me knowing why you support him.
Because of everything he's doing.
Like what?
Everything.
Give me one example.
Name it. Okay, the deportation. He's doing a wonderful job shutting it down and getting all the people that Biden let in.
Okay. Why should we deport undocumented immigrants?
Because they didn't come here the right way.
So they broke the law? We should punish people that break the law?
Yeah, and I don't want to hear it's civil. So what? Donald Trump's case was civil. You know what I mean? Who cares?
Okay. Well, I'm going to try to respond to that. So first and foremost,
it's still
the typical response.
It's still against the law.
Okay,
it's still against the law.
So you said, well, if their case was civil, and that's why you don't care about it, right? Well, Donald Trump's case was civil as well, so therefore you shouldn't care about it either.
Yeah, he got in trouble, right?
I typically don't dispute it on the base.
He got in trouble, right?
I typically don't dispute it on the base of it being charged civilly. Maybe that's an argument that you've heard from somebody else, but not from me. I dispute not really caring about undocumented entry on the base that I believe our government has caused it, and because it's a victimless crime and they only help this country once in the country. Now, what I would like to say here is if a crime... One moment. Yeah, which is a big reason why I don't mention the felonies every single day on live. Have you ever noticed that? Have you noticed that like the felonies aren't like a very typical talking point for me?
Check your donations.
Check them?
Yeah, you might have some. Get it out the way real quick.
So you want me to redirect my attention from you to thanking the donors because you're getting fried?
Yeah, because you're going to interrupt me anyway. So get it out the way.
Well, so now you're trying to punish me for something I haven't done yet? That's very
no,
that's
because you're about to
poor
do
of
it.
you.
As soon as I start talking, you're going to do it. So just get it out the way.
This is what we call a self-realizing prophecy. The moment when the guests start talking about the donations, demonstrating that they're jealous over them, I then just get more donations.
Pick me up when you're done.
You make me more money by talking about the donations. You are digging your own fucking grave. You are just ensuring that you will become a more jealous and more angry man because the moment viewers hear you say, oh, dude, take the donations, I know you're going to interrupt me. Okay, well then they fucking send the donations in to interrupt me. Maybe you never said anything in the first place. They won't even thought about it or been incentivized to support me over the Venmo and PayPal, which you can find in the link tree in my bio on TikTok, handle at the top of the phone screen or pin message on YouTube. Now, anyways, to continue to refute your argument here, the meat on the bone is very simple.
You're going to make the money anyway.
I'd argue that this is a point of hypocrisy because you wanted to remove people from this country for a federal misdemeanor, but then you actively still support Donald Trump as president, even though he's breaking law as we speak, sir.
I'm listening.
No, go ahead and respond.
Repeat yourself.
Control! Thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, Control. He says, hey, I love your show. Thank you. And we're going to debate more people than just Trump supporters come midterms in the next general. Thank you for the $20, Control. Let's get 200 Control W's down below in that comment section. Oh, then we actually have two others. Lindsay, thank you so much. Sorry, not Lindsay. Linda, thank you for the $25 on PayPal. He says, for fighting the good fight. The trolls are crazy from the DNC. Thank you for the $25 from the DNC, Linda. Show some love to Linda down below in that comment section, folks. As well as let's get 200 Josie W's. Shut up, for the $20 on PayPal, who says, I hope that you have an amazing Christmas and New Year's. Same to yourself, Josie. Thank you for the $20. Let's show some love to Linda for the 25, Josie for the 20, and Control with the 20. Then, of course, Gladys, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. Thank you so much for your kindness. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And then Lane with the $2 on Venmo, Jillian with the $1 on Venmo, Brian with the $5 over on Venmo. Thank you for the love, Brian. And we're all caught up.
Nice. That was nice. Perfectly executed, Dean.
Thank you.
Well, I called it. So you're going to make that money regardless.
No, you make me more money when you complain about them. Just saying.
Whether I'm up here or not, you're still going to thank your donator.
Well, the thing is, if you weren't up here, then we wouldn't have somebody complaining about the donations on the live. Thereby, many individuals in which are donating to me right now wouldn't have the incentive to do so. Like, for instance, Marco just donated $20 over on YouTube Super Chat, who says, happy interruption. Literally just sent that because you're complaining about the donos. Thank you for the love, Marco. Show some love to Marco down below in that comment section. And thank you for the $20. Go ahead.
You're just very
New Blue Eyes, thank you for the $100. Oh my God, over on YouTube Super Chat. What the fuck? Thank you for the $100. Who says, here's a big donation so you could interrupt him again. New Blue Eyes, that is seriously so incredibly kind of you. That is so much fucking money. I do not deserve a penny of that. Please, guys, show some love to New Blue Eyes down below in that chat. Thank you so fucking much for your kindness, New Blue Eyes. I want to see 1,000 New Blue Eyes W's. And then Danny, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo, who says, fuck this guy. Poker, appreciate you for the $20 on PayPal. He says, Merry Christmas, Dean. Appreciate you and everything that you preach. Thank you for the love, Poker. Show some love to Poker. Then, of course, a non-free and a win FRE. Thank you for the $10 on PayPal. He says, Bobby, cry harder. Thank you guys so much for the love. Show some love to all of our donors down below in that chat. Now back to you, Bobby. Let's just go ahead and hop back into the substance of this debate. I would like you to respond to the point of hypocrisy that I was able to point out, because you want to destroy this country, reduce our GDP by 1.1 through $1.7 trillion per year, reduce our government revenue by over $100 billion per year, increase crime rates, and destabilize our industries to punish immigrants for committing one simple federal misdemeanor that has no victim. But then when Donald Trump rapes a woman, you say make him president, don't punish him. When Donald Trump sexually exploits women and girls, you say make him president, don't punish him. When he commits 34 felonies, make him president, don't punish him. When he lies about the valuation of his properties to a civil court in New York, breaks the law, you say make him president, don't punish him. When he intentionally conceals classified documents at his estate in Mar-a-Lago, you say make him president, don't punish him. And when he tries to coup this country and rig the outcome of a federal election like he did with J6 in 2021, you say make him president, don't punish him. When he infringes on the Constitution 4 times in 10 months, 1st, 2nd, 10th, 14th, and 22nd, I guess that's 5, not 4, you say make him president, don't punish him. And when he's actively infringing and breaking the law at the federal level and defying every member of Congress by not releasing the Epstein files by yesterday's deadline, once again, you say make him president, don't punish him. You seem very selective with who you want to punish for breaking the law. And earlier when you said it's a crime nonetheless, you don't treat crimes all the same, because when that law is broken, many times in violent ways, by a billionaire white man from New York, you make him the leader of the country. But then when it's broken in one way, in many circumstances, by unaccompanied minors just coming into this country for a better life, like many DACA recipients are today, you say, let's punish them so badly, we strip them their human dignity, call them violent, infringe on their constitutional rights, and send them to a center for terrorists where they will be tortured in El Salvador. Do you understand how that's very hypocritical, sir?
Which point would you like me to respond to, Dean? Because you almost changed my mind.
The overwhelming point of
I'm
hypocrisy.
almost there. I'm almost there. Keep going. You almost changed my mind. There's the chamomile and lavender. The chamomile. The chamomile.
It's caramel. But anyways, I'd like you to respond to the overarching point of hypocrisy.
Which point would you like me to respond to, though, Dean?
It's like hypocritical to like really care so much about this victimless misdemeanor committed by undocumented immigrants, but then care not at all about all of the crimes Donald Trump has committed from the 90s until now.
Well, he got punished, right?
No,
he got punished
for many
them,
of them. For many of them, no.
Yeah. The 34 victimless crimes, he got punished for them.
No, he didn't.
The civil lawsuit, he got punished for that.
He actually hasn't paid it yet.
Well, he still has to. There's no time limit. He's still got to pay it regardless.
What was his punishment for the 34 felonies?
Whatever they gave him.
What was the sentence?
Whatever he has to do.
Do you know?
Well, even if me and you committed a crime like that, we would not see a jail cell. You know that, right?
So what was his sentence?
You're not going to go to jail for something like that.
Okay, so then what was his sentence?
He's got to probably pay the money back somehow.
Actually, no. His sentence was nothing. The judge gave him a sentence of nothing because by the time sentencing came around, he was already president because and the judge didn't want to like send a sitting president to jail. Just saying.
Hey, I'm just saying it's a victimless crime. That's why he didn't get in trouble.
Okay, so people shouldn't get in trouble for victimless crimes. Undocumented entry is a victimless crime. Therefore, you don't think that undocumented immigrants should get in trouble for that by deporting them. Thank you. You are so fucking woke and progressive.
Liable. They got to be held liable.
But you just said that people shouldn't get in trouble for victimless crimes. Woke, progressive, anti-mass deportation, communist over here. Thank you. I'm happy I could change your mind.
Immigrants sneaking into the country affects other people, so it's technically not a victimless crime because them sneaking into the country
right.
affects everyone else.
You're right. It does affect everyone else in a positive way, you dumbass.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. The positive impacts are like grossly immediate and obvious too. What are they?
It has negative
like
impacts.
What? Like what? Like what? Like what, Bobby Hill? What are the negative impacts?
Like the ones that don't follow the system, that don't fucking pay taxes, that don't fucking do what they're supposed to do.
Don't fucking do it.
Those
if you
are the
cuss
ones.
one more time, your point may finally be true.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Not the curse.
Oh, no. Well, see, here's the thing. There are some undocumented immigrants that work under the table and generate an income and they don't pay taxes on it. Point number one, when we look at the demographic of undocumented immigrants as a whole, they pay taxes, $100 billion per year, significantly more than we spend on them. And that's very small considering the fact that they don't have access to a single federal form of benefit outside of Medicaid expenditure on emergency room visits. And they only have access to limited benefits in 10 of our 50 states. The only time we'd be in a net fiscal drain in reference to undocumented immigrants is when we deport them, silly goose. And by the way, the immigrants that make money and don't pay taxes, they should pay taxes. They should work over the table. We should give them amnesty, but still yet they are generating a profit for their employer who then turns around and pays taxes on that. So they actually still do generate economic productivity. Fun fact. It'd just be higher if they paid taxes, and that would be fair if they did pay taxes since everyone else does too. And that argument doesn't just apply to undocumented immigrants that are working under the table, but it also applies to citizens that are working under the table. Thank you very much. And thank Obama. And thank Obama. Say thank you, Obama, for getting more undocumented immigrants to work over the table and pay taxes by giving a work program to undocumented immigrants where they could get an ITIN and work as a W-2 employee. Say thank you, Obama. Say it. Say it right now, Bobby, because apparently he's reducing the harm on this country and Americans like you and I, and which you just described to be true of undocumented immigrants. Say thank you, Obama.
Fuck Obama.
Why? But he's reducing the material harm in which you experience at the hand of undocumented immigrants per your own logic.
I don't give a fuck about that crooked politician, dude.
Oh, yeah, you don't give a fuck about helping Americans, but you do give a fuck about hurting Americans because you support it, i.e. Donald Trump refusing to fund food stamp benefits for 60 million children.
Whatever I say, you have an answer for everything. It doesn't matter. You're
dead
always
ass, buddy. I'm the cunning 1% of these political debates. I know what this is, what this shit's about, dude. I'm on lock. I'm boxing you like a fish, Bobby.
Are you?
Yeah, Bobby.
I am in a box.
Yeah, box like a fish. 360 no scopes, playing COD lobbies on recruit difficulty. That's what I'm doing, Bobby. Full fucking box, my friend.
How's that callus on your index finger?
What?
When you press that mute button, you gotta have a hell of a callus on your index finger. Hell of a fucking callus. Yeah, when you press that mute button constantly.
I don't even know.
Keeping me from talking.
I don't even know why you're complaining about the mute button. So far in our conversation, I've muted you twice, and it's not even when you're trying to like say something. It's when you're going like, okay, of course I'm gonna fucking mute you when you're acting like a drooling fucking toddler trying to interrupt me with the incessant perpetual bullshit that I expect out of a 9-year-old.
Well, then come on my live then. Let me control it.
Sure, pay me 10 bands.
Exactly.
I will pay me 10 bands.
Exactly.
Sorry, sir. You pay me 10 bands and I'll come on your live.
On everyone else's live. That's why you get treated.
Just, quite frankly, you're just not too relevant for me to go on it for free. Pay me 10 bands and I'll come.
I think I care. Aw, I'm not relevant enough for Dean Withers. Dean the Swindler Withers.
The Swindler? Why do you think I'm a swindler?
Dean the Swindler Withers.
Why do you think I'm a swindler? What is that? Do you think I'm a grifter?
I don't think I know.
So do you think I'm a grifter?
No, I said a swindler.
What is a swindler?
You swindle people out of their money thinking you're changing shit, but you don't change a damn thing.
Well,
But your fucking view.
One thing that I'm definitely not changing is your own goddamn mind. And you think I take people's money from them? No, they voluntarily donate it to me through the link tree in my bio, Venmo, and PayPal, and pin message on
doing
YouTube.
Something.
It's because I am doing something.
You're doing nothing.
Okay.
Everything's still the same.
Okay,
Look,
if I'm doing nothing.
Stop supporting Trump. I'm going to stop supporting Trump.
You're doing nothing, Dean. I want you to go tell that to the woman who joined my live stream at this point about a week and a half ago that told me she got raped and she was impregnated by that grape. And at first her family was not going to allow her to access abortion until she used the arguments that I demonstrate on live to effectively change their minds, which then led to her family allowing her to access abortion. I don't do anything. I want you to tell that to the countless people watching this stream right now that months ago were a Trump supporter but stand on the right side of history in opposition to the worst president of their lifetimes because of these streams and the advocacy that we raise around these important pressing issues. You want to deny that I do anything so you could continue to cope, seethe, and whine about the fact that I'm right and you're wrong, and then the donations just send you over the edge. You cannot stand the fact that somebody half your age with twice your brain cells is also twice as successful as you are, right? Not just with my knowledge base and education, but also financially. You know what? Speaking about that, financial aspect where I'm much more successful than you are, I'd like to thank Justin for the $5 over on Venmo. Thank you. Who says, interrupt this guy for me as a registered Republican, 3-time Trump voter that regrets my vote more than ever. Worst president of my life. Good shit, Justin. I'm really happy that you've changed your mind, man. That is so cool. Then Danny, thank you for the $5 on Venmo.
Too,
Riley, thank you so much for the $1 over on Venmo. Thank you so much. Nicholas with a $6 over on PayPal to support the swindler. Abigail with a $5 on PayPal saying, damn it, you swindled me. Then Aubrey, thank you for the $20 over on PayPal saying I was swindled by Dean. Let's go. W Griff, W Aubrey for the 20. Gladys with the 20 for the grifting again. Thank you so much for the love, Gladys. Then H with the $20 as well. Oh my God, the swindle's going crazy. Thank you so much. And holy shit, Bobby, can you say?
Stop supporting Trump for 3 years.
Can you say W Carey?
I'm going to stop supporting Trump for 3 years.
Good. I am happy. Can you say W Carey?
And it won't change anything.
Can you say W Carey?
He's still going to be the president for 3 years.
Can you say W Carey?
You're changing nothing.
Can you say W Carey?
Fuck Carey.
Fuck Carey? Oh, you're pissed off at Carrie? Then it looks like she got what she won. Then it looks like she got what she won because she sent $100 over on PayPal just to say another big one to piss this motherfucker off. Love your live stream, Dean. Carrie, you got what you wanted. He's over here screaming, "Fuck Carrie!" Thank you so much for the $100. Holy shit! Show some love to Carrie down below in that comment section for the $100 donation. Oh my goodness. And then Hannah, thank you for the $50 over on PayPal, who says thank you for the work that you do to educate the people on the realities of our government. Thank you so much, Hannah and Carrie. You guys are insane. That is so kind. I want to see 1,000 Carrie W's and 1,000 Hannah W's. And then Jasmine with the $10 as well. He says, here you go. Thank you for swindling. Then Jennifer with a fake laugh is honestly corny as hell. Then Jennifer, thank you for the $10 as well. He says he changed my mind. Just Jen. Jen, I love you. You know that.
You didn't change my mind yet.
You're asking me to educate you?
You didn't change my mind yet.
You said I changed your mind like less than a minute ago.
Cause
Hey,
I lied.
Yeah. Trump does that too. You guys are a peanut pod. Now, Jamie, thank you for the $15 over on Venmo. He says, stop swindlers like Dean. I'm swindling so hard. Thank you for the $15, Jamie. Fuck off, little bro. Stefan, thank you for the... You just said that you're going to run. Okay, fine, whatever. No one gives a shit. Steven, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. He says support. Thank you for the love, Steven. And Jamie, thank you guys so much for the love. Iran, good. Thank you so much for the galaxy. Appreciate you so much for that love. Let's go to get that next guest. Load it up into the box. You know, I think that the rage bait is on fucking point today. The rage bait is like going off. This rage bait is beautiful. I think that we've perfected the craft of just like rage baiting the unsavable Trump supporters that just come up here to, you know, talk their shit. GG's, Bobby. Let's go and get that next Trump supporter loaded up in the box. Only hop in that queue if you're an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. I would highly appreciate it if you guys could all follow our rules. If you want to join.
Man.
Hello, Dans. Do you support Trump?
And no, I just sent you 2 donations through PayPal.
Oh, Dans, I'll make sure to check them out. Thank you for the love, man.
Yeah, don't worry.
Dans, I'm going to be honest with you.
Just I know you're gonna cut me off. I
No,
just
no, no.
want to say.
That's not even what I want to say. They're,
Okay, sorry.
They're not showing up. Chances are you might have sent it
But
to.
I sent it. My name is Control House Page. You receive it as Control.
Oh yeah, thank you, thank you. Well, yeah,
So
I did see that earlier, but
I want
I'll
to
actually
ask you something.
Oh yeah, well, I mean,
yeah.
I'll just answer the question that you asked on the donation real quick, because you
Yeah.
asked me why I only debate Trump supporters. Well, the reason
Yes.
why I only debate Trump supporters on this live right now is because the most pressing issue in America today is the social support surrounding the Trump administration, not just emboldening him, but then also emboldening, like, for instance, a lot of the Republicans and even like a small amount of Democrats in Congress to just turn a blind eye and roll over. So that's why I think it's incredibly important for me to be putting as much pressure on possible on the American people to push back against the administration. And we know that that pushback works, okay? It is the voice of the American people pushing back against the Trump administration when they are saying, no, we're not going to release the Epstein files, that got the Epstein Files Transparency Act passed. Now, the closer we get to midterms, we're going to open up the conversations where we're not just trying to change the minds of Trump supporters, but also trying to get more people on board with supporting particular candidates. And thank you for your great question. And once again, I did thank you earlier. I'm going to thank you again. Thank you for the $20 over on PayPal. And thanks for coming up here. But we are only looking for Trump supporters, so only op instead of that QVR in America adult that supports Trump. Alrighty. Hello, do you support Trump?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to come up.
Okay, goodbye. Moving on to the next guest right now. Only op inside of that cube. You're an American adult. I'd really appreciate you guys so much if you could follow our rules. You got to be 18, American and MAGA. Thank you. Go to let me know down below in that comment section as well if you want to come up here and debate. I feel like there's a lot of people who are eager to get up here that could only get up here if they were to, let me know down below in that comment section. Hello, do you support Trump?
Are you talking to me or Ty? You remember me, right? How are you doing, Dean?
Russian Canadian living in Mexico.
You know it. Last time we talked about religion. I was wondering if today you'd like to talk about. I know you touched a little bit about abortion. I know it's a sensitive topic. I don't know if you're interested, but I think I don't know if I told you last time, but I am an orphan, so I actually have a pretty interesting insight on that. I don't know if you're interested in talking about that today.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think that women who are raped and then impregnated by that grape should be able to access abortion?
I don't because I don't think that a fetus should pay for the crime of some man.
Yeah, then I'll definitely have a conversation with you because I think that's one of the most idiotic views and harmful views that an individual could possibly hold to. Why? Because the argument for why women that are raped and impregnated should be able to access abortion doesn't hinge on saying that the fetus doesn't have any moral value or worth. You could actually assume that that fetus has just as much moral value as yourself. You could assume that that fetus has the right to life, and we could still justify the fact that victims of rape should have access to abortion. How? Well, the victim of rape, that woman, that survivor, she was forced into sex, and then forced into conception, then forced into pregnancy, then forced into giving her bodily resources to that fetus against her will without her consent. Why should she be forced to continue to operate under those constraints? Why shouldn't she be able to finally revoke consent and evict that fetus from her womb, even if it dies?
Because just because the mother had a violation of her human rights, the fetus is still a human, right? So the fetus has just as much human rights. So just because she got her human rights violated doesn't mean the fetus should get its human rights violated.
Well, what I think that means is that she has no obligation to provide for the means of the fetus. So I don't even think it's a human rights violation when she evicts it from her womb, even if they die. Let me give you an analogy here. I could demonstrate it this way pretty easily. Let's assume that you live alone in a cabin in the middle of the woods, and you make just enough money at this local job that you work. Maybe it's a small town or something like that, not alone in a cabin. And you make just enough money at this job that you work to buy food for yourself. Okay. But all of a sudden, in the middle of the night, somebody starts breaking into your house and they start stealing half of your resources, half of your food. And for whatever reason, you know that they're going to be doing this, breaking into your house in the middle of the night, stealing half of your food for the next 9 months straight. And by the end of the 9 months, you are going to be starved. You're going to be physically malnourished and a lot of physical pain and trauma, mental pain, anguish, and trauma as well as there's around a 3% chance by the end of these 9 months, you're going to die from a direct result of the starvation onset by this third party breaking into your house and stealing half of your food. Now, all you have to do to prevent this person from being able to break into your house and steal half your food would be to lock your front door at night. They won't be able to get in. But guess what? If you do lock your front door at night and you cut off access to your resources, that person that was living off of your resources is going to die themselves. Do you think that you should be legally allowed to lock that front door at night and prevent this third party from accessing your resources, even if it means that they die without access to them?
No, I don't.
You shouldn't have the legal ability to lock your front door?
Not if it results in death.
Okay.
Of somebody else.
So you having the legal ability to do what you want with your money results in death. Like, for instance, if you were legally obligated to take 70% of your paycheck or whatever disposable income you have left over after paying the bare minimum bills, meaning that you'd also be living in like the worst housing conditions like available in your area, and then you were legally obligated to turn around and spend that on money to then disseminate to hungry people that you said you live in Mexico, across Mexico, then less people would die per year. So do you think that you should be legally obligated to donate a significant portion of your income to save more lives, to prevent more death?
We do that with taxes.
Well, I'm saying even on top of taxes, because you still have more disposable income left over from taxes that, if spent on this donation to feed the starving, would prevent more unnecessary death. Are you basically saying that you think the state should increase your taxes?
I'm not against it, honestly. If it means that, and like I said, that I'm a Christian, so I would not want to hoard money if it means that somebody else goes hungry, to be honest.
Okay.
That's just a personal choice about me, but I don't think so.
I think so. The thing is here, I think that you're being disingenuous. I think that you're being dishonest, and I'm going to prove that by holding you to your own standard here, because you're telling me that you think that you should be legally obligated to do whatever you can with your resources to the most insane extent, legally obligated to save the lives of others. What I want you to do, what I want you to do is I want you to donate every dollar in your bank account today to a charity that will inevitably save the lives of more people that would have died of starvation. Would you like a charity to do that?
I don't think that it takes up 100%. You said that it takes up half of the resources, so I think that or a portion of the resources.
No.
You can't compare
all resources that you have, all resources that you have right now that are not immediately going to be spent on your own bills. Okay, then we also have to keep your bills. We also have to keep your bills to the bare minimum. So this means, right, that you need to like stop eating out. You need to stop. You need to stop buying more expensive foods, and you need to be eating beans and rice to the minimum daily caloric intake required. And you should be legally obligated to do so that you will have more money left over to then donate and save the lives of others.
I think you're comparing communism to abortion, and I think that's apples to oranges. I don't think you can compare a job and a child and this and that. Let's just talk about what it is.
Wait, so you just called that communism and you agreed with it. So you self-identify as a communist?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did agree to it. You said that would be the necessary implication of your own logic.
I said abortion because you said that 100% of my income, and a child only uses about, not even probably half of the resources of a mother. So I think that a portion of our money does go to taxes, does fund these programs actually. So really it's exactly what you're saying, and we do that. And I think that actually there's somebody called Rebecca Kiesling, who is a child born out of conceived from rape. Her mother was raped, and she's really happy. So do you think her life has any less value than yours, or would you have been happy if she was not here today to be able to advocate, to be able to use her voice in the way that she does?
Yeah, I would have been incredibly happy if Rebecca's mother had access to abortion and the ability to make that decision for herself. Yep.
That's really unfortunate, Dan. And I'm a foster kid, and you know what? A lot of people use that also, like a poverty and quality of life. And I think that's really classist and especially hypocritical from a liberal, somebody who believes that inequality, that only children of rich people or good quality lives should be able to have a life. I don't know if that's your personal view.
Well, I think that you're misrepresenting my position as well, because I think that rich women should have access to abortion. I think that rich women should actually have the same access to abortion that poor women have.
Uh-huh.
So
No,
so
for
I
sure.
don't think that there's going to be any inequality here.
No, but I know that a lot of people's arguments is that, oh, well, if the child is gonna be born into poverty, they shouldn't have it at all. A lot of people's arguments is that. I don't know if that's
let me go ahead and just make this one clear. I don't even think a woman needs a reason to get an abortion. I think that an enactment upon their innate right to bodily autonomy is a reason enough. Okay, because at the end of the day, there's no
And the
reason why we
child's
should
right to
value.
bodily autonomy?
Well, the thing is I don't think that child has that right due to the fact that I don't think that
Why?
child possesses moral value due to the fact that that child does not express any subjective experiences. And I do not believe
But
that
is
our
it a
innate moral
human?
value would be rooted within the fact that we are members of the Homo sapiens sapiens species. Now, to answer the
Yes, so
question that you
there's
cut me
human-
off to ask in the middle of my sentence, you said, Dean, is the fetus a human? Biologically, yeah, that fetus is a
so he
human
has
and
human
that
rights.
fetus is alive. But I think that that is a scientific fact, not a moral one that would describe what we should do, but rather a descriptive one that just defines what is.
Right. So again, if we're talking about science, also you can we can't mix science and morals. We need to go with science. Always, especially when it comes if you go to the hospital and they're doing things out of their moral.
Science doesn't tell us anything about morality.
Right, but if you're saying that we should base abortion off of morality, then why, when you go to a hospital,
Yeah,
we base
we definitely.
medication?
Well,
why?
So
It's healthcare.
what-
Healthcare is based
so
off of science, not
I think
not
what you're
morals.
confusing here is I'm saying that we should base our conclusion on if women or girls should have access to abortion predicated on morality, because morality describes what individuals should or should not do. I mean,
Okay, so is
I think that
abortion healthcare,
I
though?
think that you just have a fundamental misunderstanding and mischaracterization of what morality even is. So you're saying that morality shouldn't tell us what individuals should do, but that's what morality is.
Right,
That's
no,
like
I'm
that's
not- that's
definite.
not
Just
what I'm
listen.
saying
Stop
at
interrupting me.
all.
That's by definition what morality is. Morality is what we should or shouldn't do. Like when we're saying that it's wrong to murder, all that we mean to say is that you shouldn't kill people without good reason. When we say that it's wrong to kidnap, all that we mean to say is that you shouldn't steal the children of others. When we say that it's wrong to cyberbully, all that we mean to say is you shouldn't cyberbully. So when I say it's not wrong for a woman to access abortion, I'm saying that you have no good reason to believe that they shouldn't do it. And then you're responding to that by just giving me incoherent gibberish, saying we shouldn't mix science and morality. I'm not even sure what you mean by that.
Because you just said that the child is a human by scientific definition, so that's why I said that. And you're saying that
But explain
abortion
your
should
argument about
only-
not mixing science and morality. Go into the nuances
Okay.
of that, because I didn't honestly. I'm gonna be honest with you here. I listened to you, and all I heard was pure gibberish that meant
Okay, let me
and
explain
said
then.
nothing.
All right, let me explain then. So abortion is healthcare. Would you agree?
Yeah.
Okay, and healthcare is it? When you go to the hospital and a nurse tends you, does she go, oh, what should I and shouldn't I do for this person? Is it morality of her own?
Yes, nurses do that.
No,
yes.
it's based on yes, but it also has a scientific background. Like healthcare, like the whole medical system is science, is based on science. We get treated from medications that are scientifically proven to work for certain disorders, for certain sicknesses and stuff like that. So it's like healthcare is science. Healthcare is science-based. It's not like, oh, should I give this person a Band-Aid for their heart attack? Like it's based on an educative, scientific background.
You're once again spewing gibberish. Let me see if I could try to help you out here. So medicine is science-based to the extent that we use objective means of scientific research to determine, what the solutions are to different illnesses or what the best ways are to fix issues within the human anatomy, right? But, morality is still involved in medicine because you want to treat people ethically, okay, right? Like you can't, for instance, give a pregnant woman like particular drugs because it may hurt that pregnant woman and cause her to die, right? That's going to be an ethical concern related to healthcare for pregnant women. When performing surgery, okay, you have to ensure, right, that under like most circumstances outside of exigent ones, that you would have the consent of the individual in which you're practicing surgery on to perform this surgery, so on and so forth. That would be an ethical concern related to surgery. And I'm sure that if we had a medical health professional join the live, they could talk to you for for days and days about all of the ethical implications and concerns that they practice on a day-by-day basis related to their profession.
But what I'm saying is abortion is a medical operation, right? It's not a moral or ethical decision.
So the operation of abortion is a medical one, right?
Exactly.
But the ethical conversation that we're having is surrounding, is this medical operation good or bad?
Yeah. So I guess it's both. I guess you have to
So
take
are
both
you
into
just like,
account.
are you dumb? Like, are you finally like
No,
getting
I'm
what
not
saying?
dumb.
No? Okay.
No, I completely understand what you're saying, but from
Okay.
a scientific standpoint, this is a human child. So a human child should have human rights.
I disagree.
Or not. So when does it become a human? When does one gain human rights?
You're taking away something that I don't want you to take away. So when I'm saying I disagree, when you're saying it's a human child, it should have human rights, I'm disagreeing to the fact that it should have human rights. I'm not disagreeing to the fact that it's a human child. That's true.
All humans have human rights.
No, they don't.
Yeah, they do.
No, they don't.
What? Okay, which humans do not?
Dead
Please
humans,
tell me.
for one. Brain dead
this
patients
is-
in the
but then
hospital. What
the
brain?
child
One moment. I'm
living
gonna give you more
living
examples.
child-
Dead humans, for one. They're humans, but they don't have human
Okay,
rights.
but that doesn't even count. Like
Okay,
that's not even.
because they gotta be alive. Yeah. Well, okay.
Yeah, they gotta be alive.
Sure. An example of a human that's alive that doesn't have a human right would be a brain dead patient. They don't have a human right to life. Biologically, they're human, and biologically, they're alive, just like the fetus. However, we don't give them the right to life, and that's why it's not murder to pull the plug on them.
No, but their human rights are transferred to somebody else, so they still do have human rights. They have attorney of power.
Wait. So you just said that they're transferred to somebody else, which would imply that they don't have it. If I transfer all the money in my bank account to my girlfriend, then do I still have that money in my bank account? No, it's my girlfriend's money because I transferred it to her. So even in accordance with the language that you're using, they don't have those human rights because they transferred them to someone else. Use your brain.
Okay, well, just because I take care of my child doesn't mean she doesn't have human rights. Just because I make the decisions for her doesn't mean she doesn't have human rights.
Okay.
So that's
I'm sure that your born
brain
child
dead
with
person-
cognitive and sentient experiences have human rights. All that I'm arguing, right, is that I think that the
But you're
right
saying
to
a
life
brain dead
is.
patient doesn't have human rights, but they do because their caregiver is able to make those decisions for them when they're not capacitated to do so. But they still have human rights.
So the thing is once again, you use a language of using the term transfer, meaning they'd be transferring that right to someone else.
I don't think it's exactly taking away and giving it to somebody else. I think it's
Then it's not
more
a transfer.
so.
Then it's not a transfer.
Okay. Well, then let's just say it's not a transfer, but I think that they still do have some human rights. Like you could not go in there and just start beating them up. Like it would still be a crime. They still have right to bodily anatomy. They still have right
Bodily anatomy?
to not be assaulted, to medical care. So they still do have human rights.
Bodily anatomy.
100%.
Okay, well, I mean, I think that this is a really weird descriptive dispute, but I could actually operate under your worldview here and still entail that women and girls should have access to abortion. Because if you're saying that they still do have that human right, it's just being governed by somebody else, like their family.
Exactly.
I could just simply say that about the fetus. Sure, whatever. The fetus has the right to life, but it's being governed by the woman in which that fetus is growing inside the body of, for the reason being, right, that fetus is not expressing any level of conscious and or sentient experiences. Thereby, I don't deem them to possess moral value.
But they still they're still growing, right? So they're still progressing. They're still going to be a human. They're going to be a human. It's not like a brain dead person. If they're brain dead, they're brain dead,
Yeah.
right? And then so like at that point, yeah, that's a tough decision for the family to make. And but a child is very different. It's something that's growing, that's progressing. And I can't, and just because some of my daughter's rights are governed by me doesn't mean I can go kill her. That's still illegal. Just like if she was in my belly, it should be the same thing.
That's a straw man. So you're giving me a bunch of like highly straw man positions, and
How?
I could explain it. Me arguing that a woman should be able to access abortion because the fetus doesn't have moral value due to their lack of cognitive function, related to sentient experiences, right, doesn't make the implication that because your born child is governed by yourself insofar as the parental obligation that you have over them, that you should be able to kill them. That was an illogical straw man, okay, and which is not related to the principle in which I gave to justify women's access to abortion whatsoever.
Well, you're basically telling me that just because a child is in the mother's stomach and does not have
That's not
any.
what I said at all. I said it. I said that the fetus doesn't
Does not
possess
have
any.
any experience.
Let me just explain let me explain my argument to you, because you just continue to misrepresent it because you're an idiot,
Well, you just keep
or you're dense.
over-explaining. But in
Listen,
short,
in short, I'm just going to give you my argument and don't misrepresent
Alright,
it.
in short,
My
though.
argument is the fetus cannot express sentience and or consciousness. They don't have a mind. For that reason, I do not think that they possess sufficient moral value to have a protection over their life, what we refer to as the right to life. And
Okay, what about
because
disabled
I'm not
people?
done with my argument yet. And because this fetus, with no protection for their life due to their lack of moral value, is growing and domiciled inside of the uterus of a woman, I believe that when a woman accesses abortion, she would be enacting on the basis of her bodily autonomy in the eviction of this life that does not possess moral value, thereby amounting to an action in which is morally permissible. Please don't misrepresent my argument. If you need clarification, feel free to ask.
Okay. Anyways, we can apply those same principles of sentient experiences to disabled people.
No, we can't, because disabled people are still conscious, my friend.
Are they though?
Yes.
Do they really have any? Like, I mean, I guess it really
Yes.
depends on the type
Yes.
of.
Disabled
ones in the
people
wheelchairs
have
that are, like-
subjective experiences. Yes.
Oh, I don't know about that. Like, I've seen some pretty. How do I say it? Disabled people, like very, very disabled, and it's like you look at them, and it's like, damn, like they're not living life, you know?
What disability are you referring to? What disability
I
makes
really don't know
someone
what it's called, but
non-sentient?
I think that we can.
What an
we all
idiot!
know.
What an idiot!
It's
You're
not
such
an idiot. It's literally
What
true. Like,
disability?
there's-
What
I
disability
don't know
makes
the
you
ones in the wheelchairs
non-sentient?
that literally can't talk, like
Uh,
locked in, a vegetative state or a locked in syndrome. What about locked in syndrome?
What's
That
locked
they literally
in?
cannot.
What's locked
You don't
in?
know what locked in? You
No,
don't know what locked
I'm
in
asking you,
syndrome?
what's locked in? They're locked in. Their mind is locked in their body that they cannot move.
But they can't have a good quality of life.
That doesn't change the fact that they have subjective experiences, even though they can't subjectively interact in the world around them because they're locked in.
Okay, exactly. And this baby is locked in. So just because
No.
he's not outside of the womb,
No.
doesn't mean he cannot have experiences. He's growing.
The
He has
first
a
statement,
heartbeat.
the first statement that you made there, saying that the fetus is locked in, is false because the fetus doesn't have
Locked in the
subjective
stomach.
experiences. The fetus.
Why not?
Why not?
You don't know what he's doing swimming around in there. Do you know?
So yeah, we do know because of neuroscience. Neuroscience tells us that the ability to deploy subjective experiences arises at around 20 through 24 gestational weeks with the formation of the thymocortical connections to the prefrontal.
So you only
to the
believe in
prefrontal
early
cortex.
term abortions,
And
not
do-
late term.
20 through 24 weeks would be the third trimester. Morally,
Yeah.
I think that an elective or lethal abortion in the third trimester is morally wrong. Legally, it becomes a little bit more of a gray area. But let's just focus on the meat of the bones
All
of my
right.
moral argument.
That's interesting. That's interesting. That's interesting. So you're against late term abortions then?
So morally, I'm against elective lethal abortions in the late term. Yes.
Okay.
Morally. Morally. Keynote that word morally.
Okay. Well, this is what we're talking about. Like, you're saying that this is a moral thing, and there should be no science involved, which is completely wrong because
Another
like, if
straw
we're
man.
talking about-
Honestly, you're just saying shit
it's
at
not
this
a
point.
straw man. You're the
just
ones who
saying
say
shit
that-
at this point. I just used science in my position. What do you think it
wait.
was?
No.
What do you think it was when I was talking about, right? The neurodoctrine studies of neuroscience that have determined that
You don't like
sentience,
when Trump breaks the-
can only emerge at around 20
For
through
human
24
rights.
gestational weeks, okay, due to the thymocortical connections to the prefrontal cortex. That's science, motherfucker!
Okay, great. So let me ask you this. You don't like when Trump breaks the law, but you are okay with a woman breaking the law, violating human rights because every human has human rights. Even the ones that are brain dead, Dean.
So what gives us our right to life?
No,
Let's
that's
start there.
hypocritical. That's super hypocritical.
God, you're such a disingenuous debater. No, that statement was false because we already went over how I don't think that a fetus has the right to life. So I understand that you disagree with that suggestion, but you still have to recognize descriptively. You still have to recognize descriptively that it is true, okay, that I don't think the fetus has the right to life. So from my perspective, no, I'm not engaging in hypocrisy. And by the way, here's the
But we're
fucking
talking
funny
about
part.
the law.
Check this
We're
out.
talking
Check
about
this
the
out.
law.
Here's the fucking funny part. Because you just self-dunked. Oh my goodness gracious, you just self-dunked. Because you just tried to argue that if I think that women and girls, okay, should have access to abortion, I'm a hypocrite if I think it's wrong when Trump breaks the law. Therefore, because you don't think that women and girls should have access to abortion, you're a hypocrite if you think it's right that Donald Trump breaks the law.
Why? I don't think it's right that he breaks the law.
Wait, I'm sorry.
When did I say that?
I'm sorry. I misspoke. I misspoke. I do apologize. You'd be a hypocrite if you didn't hold to the position that it's right that he breaks the law.
Why?
Why? Because you just told me that I can't condemn Donald Trump for breaking the law while simultaneously
Because
thinking that women and girls should have access to abortion and be okay with him breaking the law.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with me and Trump? I haven't said anything about Trump.
You just said that. How about you just repeat your point? Maybe I just misunderstood your original point and I'm speaking nonsense gibberish. Let's just try to restart here. You said that I'm a hypocrite for why?
Because
I think it's more likely than not that I just was speaking nonsense gibberish. Ignore the last statement I made. Repeat the statement that you made about me being a hypocrite in reference to Trump.
Okay, so right now in America, is abortion illegal or legal?
In some states it's legal. In some states it's
But in the
illegal.
majority of the states, is it legal or illegal?
I think that elective lethal abortions are banned in a majority of states.
Okay, so again, and you're against Trump breaking the law.
Yeah, I am against Trump breaking the law.
You are for women being able to break the law.
What?
Of abortion.
Where are you
the
getting
law
that
of
from?
anti-abortion. So you're for abortion, which is banned which is illegal, a law that is illegal in many states. So you're against Trump breaking the law, but you want women to be able to break the law.
So you
with
want
abortion.
So the conclusion here
Hypocritical.
is that we should change the law and legalize abortion. Not that women should break the law and get illegal abortions. Women and girls really shouldn't do that because it's unsafe. And that's actually something that is caused by pro-life legislation, by the way, is more dead women and girls because they tried to get an illegal abortion in states where it's banned, and then they died because it was unsafe as it wasn't performed in a
Well,
medical
that's on
environment.
them. That's on them.
Well, actually, no.
And-
It's on the shitty policymakers that restricted their access to their human right of
Subjective.
abortion.
And well, you want to restrict the access of human right to the fetus. So.
Not true, because I don't think that they have it in the first place, silly goose.
Well, legally they do in many states.
Okay, so you're arguing that abortion's wrong in the states where it's illegal, therefore it's right in the states where it's legal?
No, because the majority.
Wait! You wouldn't break the law! You wouldn't break the law! Using your own logic, you wouldn't break the law! Because you think that abortion is wrong in states where it is legal, therefore whatever fucking
Well, I wouldn't
reason
impose
you
on
think that
somebody's-
you think that they should break the law for whatever fucking reason. You're okay with you're either for whatever fucking reason you're just not okay with the law of states that says it's legal, therefore you want to break the law. That's pretty much your logic in a nutshell.
Well, no, it's not.
Yes.
What does Cupid's son mean? I don't understand. Oh, I get it now.
So I would actually ask the chat to refrain from calling guests, specifically like women on the panel, cunts, you know, especially like the men, especially the men in the comment section. I really don't want like men in my comment section referring to the guest as a cunt. I just, regardless of it, I just get a very strong ick when men call women bitches, cunts, so on and so forth. So.
Oh, anyways, Dean, this is so funny. My boyfriend is a huge fan of you. So, hi.
Hey, what's up, Dean?
Hi.
And I know, I'm dating a liberal. Can you fucking believe it?
What are you? So do you?
We almost broke up.
I would say I'm more in the middle.
He's American too, by the way.
So do you guys just like not talk about politics?
Well,
No, we do.
we
but,
do,
you know, it's
but I
just,
get pissed off and I break up with him, and then it's like
recurring theme.
it's a recurring theme because I'm super passionate. I'm super
So
passionate.
you get pissed off, then you break up with him, then you miss him, and then you ask him to be your boyfriend again.
Kinda, yeah, sometimes.
He deserves
Yeah.
much better than you.
I know, but he loves me. Love is a beautiful thing.
See, that's the thing. I don't think I've said this one in my life yet, dude. You need to run. You could find better. You could find much, much better. That's very toxic. You know, I had a similar relationship when I was in high school.
Don't agree with him.
That is toxic.
Don't agree with him. Why are you? Oh my God,
Because
Dean.
that is toxic.
It's not toxic.
It is true.
It's okay to have differences. It's okay to have differences.
Wait. It is true that it's toxic to continually break up with your partner, then get back together with them, like pretty much regardless of what the reason is. Regardless of what the reason is there, right? Like 99 out of 100 times, that's toxic.
Oh, maybe. But I don't know. Maybe we'll go to therapy for that.
Wait,
but I like
come
you,
on,
Dean,
you're
even
conservative.
though-
You don't believe in therapy.
You're right. I don't.
Then
I
why
would
you-
never
wait,
pay somebody.
Yeah. So you're not going to
Listen
go
to
to.
me.
So don't even say that you're going to go to couples therapy because you don't believe in it. Yeah.
Very true, Dean. But anyways, Dean, we'll have to talk again soon. I hope you have a great day. God bless you. Apart from our differences, you're a great guy. You're a great debater. And so I'll see you again soon. All right.
Good lord. We're gonna move on to the next guest. Holy shit. Oh my god. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yo, bro, I got a question for you.
How old are you?
How old am I? I'm 18. I got a question for you.
You know, what's your question?
All right, can we debate something else? I want to debate something else.
What do you want to debate?
Spaghetti or pasta and why?
Get out of here. Moving on to the next guest, Lando. Only opposite side of the queue if you're an American adult, guys. We got a couple of people to thank. Hey, listen, over on Super Chat, thank you so much. I'm going to call you RM. Thank you, RM, for the $20 on Super Chat, who says, if these people say a fetus is a baby at conception, then a woman should have the right to be induced when she finds out that she's pregnant. But, of course, they'll go crazy because if you say that suddenly the baby is now a fetus. Yeah, right? Thank you for the $20.
I've got one
RM.
question.
You all, another Rit with another question here. Give me a second. Thank you so much, RM. And then Molly, thank you for the $20 over on Super Chat, who says, I have a severely disabled adult child. These kids may not be able to literally speak, but they communicate. And they have experience, and they experience things a little bit differently. What a clown. Dude, first and foremost, I'm sorry you had to hear that, Molly. Thank you for the $20. And that just honestly, like, demonstrated her absurdity and her, like, level of intelligence. Like, you, like, seriously just have to be unintelligent to think that disabled people, like, aren't conscious. Like, that is just such an unintelligent take. On top of being hateful, right? And ableist. Thank you, Kat, with a K for the 20 Canadian dollars over on Super Chat. Thank you so much for the love, Kat. Show some love to Kat down below in that comment section. Thank you so much. And yo, Anne, thank you so much for the $250 over on PayPal. Oh my God, Anne. Fucking hell. That is crazy. And with a $250 says, Merry Christmas, Dean, with lots of love from Quebec City. P.S. Don't stop doing your lives. Last week, I was so worried. Anne, I love ya to hell and back. Thank you so much for the $250. You've been watching for months now, and you were always showing so much love. Merry Christmas to yourself. Happy holidays. I hope that you get to enjoy them with your loved ones, with your friends and your family. Thank you for being here. As always, guys, please show some massive love to Anne for the insane level of love. I do not deserve $250. Like, seriously, that is like fucking nuts. Thank you, Anne. Thank you so very much. Now, Lando, I'm going to kick you because you're not American. Big Q, what's up? Do you support Trump? And Big Q's not here. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Only up inside of the guest request. If you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president and you want to come up here and have a debate with me about why, we're just looking for some MAGA guests to come up here and give us a debate. Once again, you got Queen P loaded up in. What's up? Do you support Trump?
What's up, dude? I do not support Trump. I actually love your videos. I just wanted to come out here and shout you out and say that, that we appreciate you from all angles.
Hey.
And
Well, thank you, Queen P. I hope that
that's pretty much it. I'll let you go. I don't want to like get on here and just rant or anything. So I just wanted to come up here and support you and tell you that, we appreciate you in your life.
Well, thank you, Queen P. I appreciate you so much for your kindness. I'm going to go to put the rules on screen. Show some love to Queen P down below. Only join if you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. From this point forward, we are just going to go ahead and start disconnecting people rather quickly when they do break the rules. So chat. Steven, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. Just saying support.
Hello?
Thank you for the love, Steven. Thank you. Show some love to Steven in that chat for the 10. What's going on, Maria? Do you support Trump?
I do.
Age, Maria?
I was born in 2006.
And how does it make you?
19.
Why did your friend have to whisper your age to you? That's really strange. Ricky, what's up? Do you support Trump? Ricky, I got you on the live, my friend. Do you support Trump? Ricky's AFK. He's AFK. Moving on to the next guest. Ollie joined the box. If you happen to be a Trump supporter, I'd really appreciate that, guys. I'd really appreciate that. Alex, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Yo, I do support Trump. How you doing today, man?
Age, please.
I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
2007.
Okay. Big Q, do you support Trump?
Hell no.
Base, man. All right. Yo, Legend Girl, do you support Trump?
I
I just love you. Wanted to come on here and say I love
Oh,
you.
thank you for the love, Legend. I appreciate that. And Alex, I accidentally disconnected you, man. That's my bad. Feel free to hop back in that queue. I meant to kick the second guest, but TikTok accidentally kicked you. Then I'd also like to thank Jamie. Thank you for the $15 over on Venmo saying, stop swindlers like Dean. Yes, dude. We need to stop the grifters. Unless it's me. Thank you for the $15, Jamie. Show some love to Jamie. And Joey, thank you for the $30 over on Venmo. Holy crap. He says, swindle me, please, Joey. Thank you for the $30. We'll be doing none of that, though. Thank you for the $30. Show some love to Joey down below in that comment section for the love. And then Bryn, thank you for the $5. Appreciate you so much for the love. Thank you so much for the love, Bryn. And then Ben, thank you for the $1. Zach with a $20, who says, nurse here, our priority is providing holistic care regardless of any background or any difference with their own personal beliefs. We allow the patients to have their autonomy as they should. And that is the goal of a nurse. Thank you so much for the $20, Zach. Please show some love to Zach down below in that comment section, y'all. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Moving on to the next Trump supporter. Hello, do you support Trump?
Yes.
Age, Gavin?
1906.
Yeah, what time is it, my friend?
What's that?
I asked you what time is it?
It's about 5 p.m.
Okay, all right. Trust that. Let's see if we can get a couple other people up in here. What's up, Slow Country? Are you MAGA? Slow Country, you MAGA? What about you, Tala? Are you MAGA? Okay, Gavin, it looks like you're the only one. Mike's yours, man. Take it away.
Alrighty. Amazing Dean House.
Get out of here. Only join in the box if you're MAGA. I'm going to lose my mind. I'm going to lose it. I'm going to lose my mind. Only join in the queue if you're MAGA. We're looking for some debates. We're looking for the crazies. And right now, all we're finding are the trolls. Hello, do you support Trump? And Jonathan's not here. Goodbye. DYNA, do you support Trump? AFK Dardar Walsh, do you support Trump? Dardar, get your dog, bruh. Dardar's gone. Ryder's loading in. What's up, Ryder? Do you support Trump?
Yes.
You're 14, banned. Moving on to the next guest. What's up, Rare Rhythm? Do you support Trump? Dude, all the trolls and kids and fetuses, get the fuck out of here. Rare Rhythm, are you MAGA? Speak now or forever reserve, your peace. No, they're not even here. So right now we have 14,000 viewers in the live, not one Trump supporter. It's because they know I'm smarter than them and would shit on them in a debate. Nothing should be more convincing that you're on the wrong side of history if you're MAGA compared to the fact that I have 14,000 live viewers and not one of them that supports Trump wants to come up here and give me a conversation. Hello, do you support Trump? Con Air, you have 5 seconds, sir. 5, 4, troll, banned. Moving on to the next guest. Yo, also, thank you for the $5, Davey, on Venmo. Lane with the $2. And Alyssa with the $10, who says, nurse here who works with quote-unquote kids in wheelchairs, guaranteed that they're happier than this miserable person. She's so misinformed, and her comments are on differently abled people are so disgusting. Completely disgusting, Alyssa, and you're absolutely right. Thank you for the $10. And then Trey, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. And Cody, thank you so much for the $50. Oh my God. Listen, while we're trying to get this next Trump supporter loaded up in the box, please show some love to Cody down below. Thank you for the, holy shit, $50 over on Venmo, who says, fuck this girl. My cousin with severe cerebral palsy just celebrated his 50th birthday and has more heart and character than she could ever dream of. Fuck her, Cody. Shout out to your cousin and shout out to you. Thank you for the $50. Seriously, thank you so much. As well as Oscar, thank you so much for the $11.11 on Venmo, who says, whenever I wake up feeling a little dumb, guests like this makes me feel better about myself. Dude, Oscar, I gotta say, man, you're probably the longest running viewer of the daily streams. Oscar's been watching since we literally had maybe 40 viewers on average. Shout out to you, Oscar, while we're still looking to find that next Trump supporter who's down to debate. What's going on, Arnie? Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Why are you trolling?
What? Why am I trolling? I was born 2002. I'm not trolling. I love that guy.
No, your bio says Palestinian flag, Ukrainian flag, war criminals deserve no justice.
So
Factual.
what?
You're obviously...
Love that guy. Much better than Kamala Harris bullshit.
I think that you're a troll, Arnie. What's up, Sierra?
He's not trolling. Yo, I do not support Trump whatsoever, but my boyfriend does, and he thinks he could crush you in a debate. And I said, you cannot, because I watch you a lot.
Wow. Oh, before we even hop into the debate, I need to know a little bit about this situation. So how old are you guys? How long you been dating? What's going on?
18, 3 years. I'm 18, he's 19.
Okay. All right. Now, to the boyfriend, what's up? What's your name?
He's scared. He's scared. He won't talk.
Don't tremble in fear in front of the girlfriend. That's a pretty bad look, especially after you say that you think you could whip me in a debate. Like, come on, dude. Fight for your honor.
He said you're different. He said you're different.
I've seen this guy crush people.
He's seen you crush. But say what he said to me all the time. Trump's the goat. That's what he said.
He's just chill, bro. Like he's like the funniest president of all time. He's just fucking hilarious.
I have a question.
Yo.
Was it pretty hilarious when he refused to abide by a court order to feed 16 million starving American children? Was that a real knee slapper?
The game's the game, brother.
What did you say?
The game's the game.
What about that? What about the livelihoods and well-being of 16 million American children as a game?
I don't even know.
You know, this is a
that
bad
a
look.
thing?
This is a bad look for you. You said that you've been with your girlfriend now for 3 years. I mean, long-term relationship. You're young, so that's long-term. You know, what? I mean, one day down the road, you guys, you know, consider marriage, maybe have children. I mean, what do you think she's hearing from her perspective when you're like the livelihoods and health and well-being of 16 million American children's a game? I mean, you could plant a seed of doubt. Maybe, you know, our future child would be a game too.
What about that? What about the fact that Trump was convicted of, or not convicted of, like rape and of sexual assault?
Yeah. When he raped E. Jean Carroll, was that another little funny thing that the most humorous president of our country's ever done?
Wasn't he? He never got convicted, did he?
So he's held liable by a unanimous jury of 9 inside of a civil court of law, where they all did, where they all agreed that it had been proven that he raped E. Jean Carroll.
I didn't even know that for real.
Yeah.
Yes, you did.
By the way, you said that you support Donald Trump because he's real funny. You know where funny people should go?
No.
Comedy clubs, not the Oval Office.
Gagged.
Well, that's looking bar.
Look, gagged you. I can't lie. Debate him.
It doesn't
Dude,
sound like he's
bro,
gonna debate
I'm not
me.
a debater. I think it's fun. I like seeing him debate people.
You literally said to me.
No, I've seen him debate.
I requested, and
Didn't you debate? What's the one dude? He's
You're thinking of Nick Fuentes.
he's mad. Is that him? Is he the racist dude?
Yeah.
Who said something like receiving end nonsense? I'm not like saying that to you, obviously.
Yeah.
But
Well, listen, because he doesn't want to debate Sierra, I'm gonna move on to the next guest. But you know something, that I will share with you. I was 18 not too long ago. I'm only 21. I'm still really young. But from 18 to 21, the maturity gap starts to demonstrate itself. I graduated high school, and when I was graduating high school, you know, me and all my peers were kind of on the same level, the same operating field, because we just went through the same shared experience of 4 years of high school. But then from the age of like 18 to 19 to 20 to 21, that's where the peers of your class really start to set themselves apart, and that's when individuals either continue to grow and mature in a positive direction, or you know, kind of hit that that right or left turn, and you know, just become a little bit of that stagnant, you know, hasn't really aged or grown up since they were in their adolescent years, a high school or peaked there too. So I'm not saying that's true of your boyfriend, just something to keep in mind, and I hope that you guys have a good rest of your lives, because I'll probably never talk to you again. Let's go ahead and move on to the next guest right now. Only op inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We still have a couple other people to thank. Sally, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Anna, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much. Who says, I wanted my pregnancy, I miscarried, and I would have bled out without mifepristone. Miscarriage care is the same as abortion care. Same meds, same D&Cs. These save lives daily. Banning abortion bans life-saving care for wanted pregnancies too. Yes, you are right. We see women die all around our country from that. Thank you for the $25 and thank you for sharing your experience with us. I'm so sorry that you went through that, but that experience is true of so many Americans. Thank you so much for your kindness. And then Phil, thank you for the $20, who says they're going to break up again. Lamau, that dude should run. Not referencing the last couple that we had on, but the couple before them. Dude, I feel pretty bad for that guy. I do feel bad for him. Thank you for the $20, Phil. Show some love to Phil. Let's get 200 W's for Phil and 200 W's for Brianna, who dropped a $20 donation on Venmo, saying thank you so much for everything that you do. I just wanted to highlight when speaking about abortion, there are trans people who could get abortions, not just women and girls. So I use that phrase women and girls because not only is that like the typical, but it's also the only language that the person I'm talking to would understand. If I was to get more hyper specific than that and start specifically talking about, trans men, for instance, then the guest would use that as an opportunity to say, oh, trans men, trans people, mental illness, right? Instead of like addressing the meat on the bone as it would relate to the argument surrounding why people who can get pregnant should be able to access abortion. Welcome in, Eric. Do you support Trump?
Dad, I love you. You changed my mind.
Okay, banned. Moving on to the next guest. Let's go to get that next guest up here right now, y'all. Everybody just do be patient. And I got to go let my girlfriend in real quick. So there's actually not going to be a next guest. I'll be gone for 20 seconds. BRB. I'm back! I'm back, everybody! Hello! All right, I'm back. Hey, guys. We're going to get back into the debates. Only opposite side of that queue if you're an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Please. Woo! Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in here right now. My dad came by. He rarely does that. He lives a very far, length away from me. But he came by to drop something off. And on his way out the door, I guess he locked the lock that me and my girlfriend don't typically lock. And she got locked out. So I had to go let her in. We're going to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Only hop inside of the queue if you're an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We're just looking for some debates. And honestly, right now, it seems like the Trump supporters are running. Oh, this guy's driving. You can't be driving on TikTok Live, so I got to kick you out. Goodbye, my friend Paul. Moving on to the next guest, guys. Follow the damn rules. Is there seriously like any fucking Trump supporters that are watching that want to come debate? Like, this is starting to get ridiculous. Seriously ridiculous. As well as impressive. Thank you for the $25 over on YouTube Super Chat. That is EMPRESS. VEE with a $25 who just says happy holidays. Well, impressive. Thank you for being here and thank you for your kindness, as well as Wendy. I really appreciate you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. It's good to see you, Wendy. You are also always hanging out in here with us for the day. Show some love to Impressive and Wendy while we focus on getting that next guest loaded up. There's still, by the way, a lot of people that have yet to think over on PayPal and Venmo. I promise I'm going to get around to y'all. Did not forget about you. We just want to try to get that next guest loaded up in here before we do, because we're really just MAGA hunting in all reality, to be honest. So welcome in, Bella. Do you support Trump?
No.
Then stop joining the queue. Stop it, guys. Only join the queue if you're here to debate. This is getting fucking like ridiculous. So I'm going to start banning people that join. So we're going to go ahead and just go hardcore with the rules. I'm going to start banning people that join that are not here to debate. If you break the rules, you are going to get permanently banned by either me or my mods, regardless if you automatically leave. So this is the one chance. This is the one chance to all the viewers on TikTok to leave the queue if you are not an American adult that supports Trump as president, okay? If you do not leave the queue and I accept you onto the stream, even if you immediately turn around and leave, you don't say a word, I'm going to ban you. So make sure that you're not accidentally in the queue either, okay? Because unfortunately, you're going to get caught in the crossfire. So everybody make sure, check it right now. Make sure that you're not in the queue. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Tom, do you support Trump? Same thing with if you don't say anything. So mods, ban Tom. Alona, do you support Trump? Oh, Alona automatically left. The thing is, Alona, I'm actually going to go ahead and ban you right now. I'll actually show you. Banned. So see you later, Alona. Sorry. I mean, you got banned. Moving on to the next guest, guys. We got Parker Shields loaded up in the box. Even if you automatically leave after joining, you're still going to get banned. Parker, do you support Trump?
Nah, I don't.
Okay, so banned. That one was really quick and easy. Moving on to our next guest, Ethan. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Everybody just do be patient. Let's go and get that next guest. Will loaded up in this in the stream. This is the great purge of the rule breakers. Will, do you support Trump?
Good.
Yeah, banned super fucking quick. Banned super fucking quick. Oh wait, actually, this person in the queue is 17. I'm gonna ban you before you even join. Oh, he left the queue. Mods, I just sent you his at. Ban him, ban him, ban him. Moving on to the next guest, Ethan. We are banning everybody who's in the queue that should not be there because they're breaking the rules. You will be banned if you join and you break the rules. Ethan, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, you sound Aussie. What time is it?
It is 10:13, and I'm in the shower right now.
10? That is not an American time zone, so you are banned in the shower. Goodbye. Rue joined up, and it looks like Rue's automatically leaving. Yes, Rue is automatically leaving. Rue, you are banned. You can no longer see the live stream. You are banned. Only join inside of the queue if you're following the rules. There is precisely and exactly 0 exceptions that I'm making today. If you join and you are breaking the rules, even if you automatically leave, you are banned, banned, banned. All right, let's see. Hate libs, are you banned because you're a troll, or are you legitimately a Trump supporter?
I love you.
And you'll never be able to tell me that ever again because now you are banned. Winters Welds, do you support Trump? Winters Welds, you have 5 seconds before you're banned. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Permanently banned. You're cooked. You're never going to see my live stream again. Moving on to the next guest right now. What is up, Moon? Do you support Trump or are you permanently banned?
Fuck that old orange man. I love you, Dane.
You'll never be able to see me again because you're permanently banned, Moon. Johnny, do you support Trump?
Yes, sir. I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
2007, September 27th.
And what time is it?
3:15. I live in Las Vegas.
Okay. All right, Johnny. Give me a second here. We got a couple people to thank, then we'll hop into the debate over on Venmo. There's a lot of you guys. I appreciate y'all so much for the love. Like, seriously, you guys are showing up and showing out today. Thank you, Heather, for the $5 over on Venmo. Says, much love to you for all that you do. Thank you, Heather. Tess, thank you for the $2. And Mad, thank you for the $10. Who says, can you do an educational video breakdown of that last guest to teach people about straw man arguments? Just about logical fallacies as a whole. I might make that video. That would be a good one. Thank you for the $10, Matt. Show some love to Matt. And show some love to Atlas for the $10, who says, thank you for always keeping me sane. Well, thank you for being here. And thank you for the $10. And I'm happy the streams could help. Show some love to Matt and Atlas down below in that comment section. Then Sarah, thank you for the $5. Trey with the $10. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Show some love to Trey down below. Thank you for the $10, Trey. And Barbara. Oh my goodness. Thank you for the $100. Barbara with a $100 over on Venmo says, thank you. I have a disability and I appreciate what you do. Barbara, all the love in the world to you. Thank you for being here. We all love you. I'm sorry that you had to hear that last guest just be such a royal asshole to other people with disabilities. Thank you for the $100. That is so incredibly kind. I don't deserve a penny. Like, seriously, that is so much fucking money. Such an incredibly, incredibly kind donation. While we're hopping into this next debate, show some love to Barbara. 4 people here, Annie, Sean, Christina, and Allison. Thank all 4 of you for the $5. I'm going to read your individual messages to myself. Thank you so much. And then Callie with a $10 who says, hey, Dean, you've inspired me to be the woke friend. Let's fucking go, Callie. Thank you for that love. This point in time, I'm going to go to pass the mic to you. We still do have a few people to thank on PayPal, but I'm going to allow you to just start the argument right now. Take it away and tell us why you support Trump.
All right. So I have a question about the whole Epstein files, right? Can you, so do you listen to pop music by chance?
Every so often. Depends
Do you
on when you
think
define pop
MJ
music.
do you think Michael Jackson is the king of pop?
I mean, that's what he's been described as infamously for years
Okay,
now.
but how come when people say, "Oh, Trump is the best president," where MJ is the king of pop, both were on Epstein Island, both were accused of grooming little kids. What difference does it make when it comes to an artist and the president? When Michael Jackson played an influence on the people with his music he made and the stuff he talked about, and I'm not trying to justify anything at all. I'm just saying, like, what's the difference between it? You know?
Well, the thing is that you're right. MJ was very influential, and if MJ and if MJ abused children, then he should be canceled and deplatformed and thrown out. Right? I feel like we could all agree to that. Like if,
And
if that
obviously
was
he's not alive.
if that was true of MJ, right? Then that's not somebody who should like have influence. That's not somebody who should be like in a position of power. Very similar to Trump. But I mean, even as it relates to Trump, Donald Trump has more influence and power than MJ because he's the president of the most powerful country on the face of planet Earth. And the same thing would be true of him.
Yeah, and I can see that. So I have a question too. If the next Democratic president to run was found on Epstein, would you vote for them?
No, I probably wouldn't. Wait, actually, I just said
Okay.
probably. The answer is certainly not. Unless
Okay.
there's one condition where I would vote for them, and that's if the other person that they're running against had abused children, more children than them, and then had worse policy. But honestly, at that point, the vote would still be like up in the air. Like I might just move. I think that's the answer that I've given before. Is that if there was like two pedophiles running against one another, and then one had better policy than the other, I either just wouldn't vote or move. Like I'd probably move to
and
Europe.
so you have a girlfriend, as you said. If you got your girlfriend pregnant and she didn't want an abortion and you did, what's happening there? Genuine question.
She's having the
Like you don't
child.
have to. She's having the child. Okay. I respect you for saying that. I respect you for saying that. Okay, but what if she wanted an abortion and you didn't? What if you wanted the kid at this time you felt, "Hey, I'm ready. I want a kid now." And all of a sudden she changes and says, "Oh, I don't want a kid anymore. Can we get I want to get rid of it."
Then she's not having the child.
Then she's not having a child. All right.
Because the men's desires here are completely irrelevant. It's what the woman wants.
Okay, and I like half agree with that. I feel like if she wanted the kid, right, and you guys combined together, because obviously you can't make a kid by yourself, I feel like there's a boundary there, Like she says, "Oh yeah, Dean, I want this kid now. Like I want a kid now," and you're like, "Okay, I feel we're financially ready. Like I want a kid too, right?"
Mm-hmm.
And then all of a sudden it changes. How are you feeling? You
I'd
still want
I'd
this
feel
kid?
really fucking sad. I'd cry.
Yeah.
I'd cry.
Would
a
you
lot.
try and talk her out of it, or would you just let her go through with it?
I'd ultimately want her to do what is in best accordance with her own wishes. Like, I mean, that's just the fact. I mean, I understand that maybe if a man and a woman came together, they both wanted children, the woman got pregnant, and we're like into the first trimester. They've already picked potential names, starting to plan baby room. The guy's super excited to be a dad. Then the woman turns around and says, "I don't want that child," and gets an abortion. I'd understand why in that circumstance the man would be sad. I'd feel sympathetic for that man's tears to an extent. But simultaneously, I don't think that that sympathy would extend to the point of wanting to control what that woman can or can't do with her body. And I don't think that the emotions of men should be able to dictate what women do or don't do.
Okay, I respect that answer. I think it's very valid. Like, I just think, I feel like
But I just want to hear your argument for why you support Trump as president.
Okay, I support Trump because I feel like he has more valid. Like, I'm gonna be honest, I'm in the middle, but I lean more towards Trump over Kalama and Biden.
Kalama?
But yeah, because she ran, didn't she?
She was not a payment processor where you can make installed payments over the course of 4 months. No, not Klarna. No, her name is Kamala.
Kalama, same thing, right?
No, those are distinct and different.
I mean, if she
Kamala
can fake her
Klarna.
accent, I can change her name.
Okay. Well,
That
first
was
and
a good one.
foremost, so I mean, the only good one that you got there was with the 14-year-old boys in the comment section, that jerk off to Fortnite edits all day, all right, and then spend their evening turning around and watching Nick Fuentes. Like, come on, what are we doing?
Well, I don't watch
All
Nick
right.
at all.
So I think that no, A, she didn't fake any accent, and B, I don't think that if you know what her name is, call her by her correct name. Just saying. Just an idea.
Okay. Well, I don't support Nick at all. I'll say that now. I think what he says and what he does is completely disgusting, and I don't know how people find it in them to support him at all. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, you are more, I feel like, influential and keep it right. Where he will, I don't know what I can say on TikTok, so I'm not gonna say it. But you know what he says, obviously, and it's like it should never get to the point of what he's saying. You know.
Okay, what? Okay, you're
Never
talking
mind.
about Nick. Okay, so tell us why you think that Donald Trump is a better president today than Kamala Harris would have been if she won the last election.
All right, all right. I think
Banned. Sorry, gotta ban you, my friend. You got a flag for hate speech and bullying. Moving on to the next Trump supporter. Only joining the queue of your MAGA, please. Yo, Khalid, thank you for the $25 over on YouTube. Thank you, Khalid. That is Kali. No, it's not Khalid. Here, I'm going to refer to you by Alexander. Alexander! Sorry, thank you so much for the love, Alexander, with the $25 over on YouTube Super Chat. He says, good job and service you do. Dean and Santana, you guys are great. Stay at it and never stop. Well, thank you so much, Alexander. Please show some love to Alexander down below in that comment section while we're looking for the next Trump supporter to come up here and have a conversation with us. Thank you so much for your kindness, Alexander. Show some love. Show some love. Thank you for the $25. I really do appreciate your contribution. Over on PayPal, there's a couple people that I'd like to thank you real quick. Thank you, Catherine, with $1, Angel with the $2, Addie with the $10. Thank you so much. Who says, Dean, have you watched any musicals / done theater before? Not really. I'm not a big musical guy. Thank you for the $10, though, Addie. Nicholas, thank you for the $2, and Bruno with the $5, and then Kaylee with a $3, and then Marin, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. Thank you so much, Marin. That is M-A-R-E, and Marin, you are awesome. Thank you so much for your support. He says, ask these pro-lifers why the fetus has more moral value than the woman carrying it, because by denying abortion to a pregnant woman, especially victims of violence, is absolutely placing more value on the fetus than the well-being of the living, breathing person carrying it. I honestly, so that was my argument for a long time, is that we definitely know that the woman has more moral value than the fetus, and I think that her right to bodily autonomy would outweigh any potential right to life that the fetus may or may not have. And I ran that one for a very long time. Very good point, Marin. Like I said, my argument for like a year. Thank you for the $20, Marin. Also, show some love to Ricardo for the $5. Appreciate you. Louisa, thank you for the $1. Casey with the $10 who says, thank you for standing up for women. You inspire people like myself from across the globe. Oh, thank you, Casey. Show some love to Casey down below, and thank you for your kind words. And then Samantha, thank you for the $45 over on PayPal. Let's get 450 Samantha W's down below in that comment section. Holy shit. Samantha says, please do longer streams this week. The crazies are off work and your supporters are around their families and can get you to new audiences. Hashtag do it for the clips. I might. I'm pretty busy though. I got to do a lot of Christmas shopping this week. Like today when I get off, you got to do some shopping. And then you also said, this marks the 1,000th dollar I've sent you this year. I watch you every single day for the past 2 years and you've taught me so much. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. You're a real life hero. Samantha, that is like nuts. I say this often to myself, sometimes on live. I don't think, I don't deserve this level of love. I don't deserve this level of appreciation, Samantha. You're an incredibly kind-hearted individual, and thank you so much for all your love and support. It goes farther than you know. Thank you so much for the $45. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Kobe.
Yeah.
How do you?
Oh, I don't support Trump. I support the Republican Party. But I have supported Trump, yes.
Well, shit, I kicked you when you said I don't support Trump, but then at the end you said I do support Trump. So if you are a Trump supporter, feel free to hop in that queue. What a mess. Moving on to the next guest here, only join inside of the guest request. If you are an American adult that supports Donald Trump as president, please. I'd really appreciate that. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Dean, you're my dad. I love you. I love.
It's that same fetus, dude. It's that same fetus. How do they have so many accounts and how do they keep on getting back up here? They'll get on like 1 billion accounts a day. Tony,
what's good?
Tony, do you support Trump?
Absolutely, dude.
You have the
Dude,
worst
you're like
mic
an
known to
NPC out here.
mankind.
No, it's because I'm at work.
Okay, then re-request it when you're not at work, you fucking silly goose. Holy shit, how hard is it? Moving on to the next guest.
Yo, what's up?
You support Trump?
Yeah, I support Donald Trump, yeah.
How old are you?
20.
20. Give me a second here to thank a handful of more donors, and I'll pass you that mic. Jack, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. Thank you for the love, Jack. Let's get 200 Jack W's. And Jack, you did attach a message there. I'm just going to keep that one to myself because it is a little bit longer and I want to make sure that I could read it and digest it in full. But thank you for your kindness. And Merry Christmas to yourself, Jack. All the love in the world to you. As well as Emma, thank you for the $5. Brianna, thank you for the $20. Thank you. Show some love to Brianna down below in that comment section. Thank you so much. Brianna, you brought up the same point as somebody else who had supported a while ago over on Venmo. I hope that I clarified your concerns there, but thank you for the $20, Brianna. Show some love to Brianna. Rachel, thank you for the $10, who says, big love from the UK. You give me hope for the younger generation. Love your lives. Well, thank you for being here. Thank you so much. George, thank you for the $15, who says, keep fighting the good fight, brother. Happy holidays. Happy holidays to yourself, George. Thank you for being here, and thank you for the 15. And then Eric, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal, who says Michael Jackson is not currently confirmed to be in the files. He appeared in them from publicly accessible photos uploaded by Getty Images that he took with Bill Clinton from an event at Apollo Theater, which had nothing to do with Epstein. I think I saw a video about that. I don't know why, how that got in the files. Maybe it's something that Epstein had saved. I don't know. Super weird. But anyways, thank you for the love and the update. Go ahead and take it away, man. I appreciate you for your patience. Tell us why the hell you support the worst president of your life. This guy is a tyrant, a wannabe dictator, a brutal commander-in-chief, and on top of that, an absolute idiot.
I disagree. He's a great president. Since he's been there, many traders like me, I trade in the market. Stock market has been doing amazing. We're making money. A lot of opportunities have opened. He protecting our borders. He puts the American people first. And I feel like Trump is a president that a lot of people have respect for, especially all around the world in different countries and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Even people in other countries support, his ideology, the way he pushes our people first. And he's doing nothing that's right for. He's doing shit that's good for our country.
Yeah.
So respectfully, I respect him for what he's doing. He's doing an amazing job. So I don't understand why you up here, bashing him, saying he's the worst president. There's obviously way worse presidents than him,
Yeah,
since he's been doing an amazing
in
job.
modern American history, who's a worse president than Trump?
Who's the worst president than Trump? I mean, a bunch of other people, a bunch of other presidents.
Like who?
Like they did a bunch of other things. Biden fled immigrants.
Biden? So why was Biden worse than Trump?
Biden let a bunch of immigrants in.
You let a bunch of immigrants in? How so?
Yeah, he let a bunch of immigrants in. The stock market wasn't doing as well, too.
We had all-time high at multiple points under his term?
No. Stock market wasn't doing good during. Since Trump coming, actually been all-time highs.
We get perpetual all-time highs because the stock market continues to grow at around 7-10%.
It's because Trump's doing a phenomenal job. Trump's doing his amazing job. He's a businessman. He knows what he's doing. He knows how to control his country. Yeah. He's a smart man. You know what I'm saying? He's an amazing man. Respectfully.
Yeah. Check this out.
And there's no reason there's no denying it.
I'm gonna debunk you with one simple question. What has Donald Trump done to make the stock market go up?
He's making it easier for businesses. He's lowering taxes for them, making them get more money. When you lower taxes for businesses and stuff, they could create more products, more jobs, more factories, make more jobs. So he's doing an amazing job.
Yeah. So making more jobs and building more faculties and factories.
Factories.
Building more.
They're making more factories. More, you know what I'm saying?
Would
more
require,
projects.
Could you let me speak?
Yeah, I'm letting you speak. So
that would require business investment, right?
Yeah.
Guess what's been happening to business investment in the last 12 months?
What's been happening?
It's been going down. Down. So my source here would be the U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis. And then, of course, it's shown on Fred's website. That's the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis. Investment into American industries, particularly manufacturing, was on a massive surge and boom under the Biden-Harris administration, going up every quarter. We witnessed the largest boom in modern American history. Trump wins the presidency, fucks things up by ensuring more volatility in the market, which, by the way, is why you're making more money as a trader. Traders make more money with a more volatile market, and the market's more volatile, which is good for you but bad for the industries and for the average American. That's one big reason why a lot of companies have stopped, have stopped investing as much into building more plants, more facilities, employing more individuals. Not to mention that specifically as it would relate to creating more jobs, dude, the job market is the worst it has been in a very long time. So far this year, the unemployment rate has skyrocketed, and we've had 1.2 million layoffs, the most layoffs in a single year since the peak of the pandemic under Trump in 2020. So not only are you wrong when you say that he's doing great by causing more companies to invest more back into their businesses because business investment is going down, but you're also wrong when you suggest that he's creating more jobs because of the skyrocketing level of employment and the very high levels of layoffs so far this year.
The reason why layoffs was happening is because all the immigrants coming in and stuff. So he's having government shut down. A lot of things have to get shut down. We have to get all these immigrants out before we can start. You know what I'm saying? Like
What?
start letting
That makes no sense. Immigrants
Yes,
are causing
yes, it does.
layoffs. What?
Yeah, immigrants are causing layoffs because they're taking the jobs and stuff. They're doing a whole lot of things, whole lot of bullshit. You know what I'm saying?
So then why did
that's-
these
that's-
mass layoffs only begin under Trump, but they weren't true under Biden? Are you saying that no immigrants were coming into this country under Biden,
was
but then
allowing
all
this-
the
Biden
immigrants
was
were coming
allowing
into this
this
country
bullshit.
under Trump?
Yeah, Biden was allowing this bullshit.
Wait,
So now Trump got to turn.
wait, but see, this is directly antithetical to the suggested hypothesis here, because your hypothesis that you're using to explain more layoffs is more immigration. But obviously, right, according to you, we had a crisis of immigration under Biden with less layoffs, and no crisis of immigration under Trump with more layoffs. How does that make sense?
I mean, during Biden times weren't good too. So I don't know what you're saying.
Well, yeah, actually, no. There's not a single year. There's not a single year under the Biden-Harris
Inflation was still
administration
high.
where we had 1.3 million layoffs like we have so far this year.
Well, personally, everybody I know,
You're muffling your own mic, my friend.
I'm saying I don't know where you're getting this information from about 1.3 jobs and giving stuff. Everybody I know was getting jobs easily.
The
There's plenty
Bureau
jobs,
of Labor
there's plenty of
Statistics.
industries,
I'm
there's plenty of
getting
industries,
that.
everything
I'm
is
getting that
working.
data from the
Let me tell
Bureau
you
of
something.
Labor
Let me tell you
Statistics.
something. Let me tell you something. There's plenty of ways to make money in this country. If you're not seeing for those ways, that's your personal problem. There's no reason to blame the government. I don't want to hear about Boss the Third. There's so many ways to make money in this country.
So
many ways.
when you think that the
many ways.
economy is heading in a positive direction, you blame the government. But when I clarify and correct you and I prove that the economy is heading in a negative direction, you tell me not to blame the government. So which one is it?
What you mean not blame the government? I'm saying it's not going negative. I don't know where you're getting this information from.
I'll tell you. Trump's
it's bullshit.
Bureau
It's straight
of
bullshit.
Labor Statistics. Trump's own BLS is where I'm getting that data. Trump's own.
It's straight bullshit.
You're calling it bullshit because it proves what you believe to be wrong, and
It's
you
straight
don't
bullshit.
have the rational faculties required to consider that maybe you're just wrong.
No, I'm not wrong. You're just saying straight bullshit. You saying shit up you're just saying straight BS.
Well, listen,
Literally.
Trump had a
'Cause-
similar hypothesis to yourself that the Bureau of Labor Statistics was compromised because they were reporting data that demonstrated a spike in unemployment and a spike in layoffs, right? And what he did in response was he fired the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics and then replaced them with a Trump loyalist. But guess what? That Trump loyalist was continuing to report the same identical trend of terrible jobs reports, to the extent where now the administration can't even deny it, and we're having members from the Treasury come out and speak on it. So, sir, the only thing bullshit here is you. Don't dispute this data that I'm not even getting it from the CNN or the MSNBC. I'm getting it from Trump's own administration. So why would Trump's own administration, right, be reporting bullshit that makes him look bad?
It's straight bullshit. Inflation is down. The stock market is booming. It's doing good.
Dude,
So
why
I
do you
don't know-
think
I don't
it's
know what you're saying.
bullshit? Why do you think it's
'cause
bullshit?
It's bullshit. It's not
Why?
true.
What's the evidence that it's bullshit?
I know what's going on.
What's the
I know
evidence that
what's
it's
going
bullshit?
on.
Tell me,
I'm
sir.
an average American. I know what's going on.
Does the average American know
not
more
hard
than
to
the
get
damn
jobs.
Bureau of Labor
It's not hard to
Statistics?
get jobs. It's not hard to get jobs.
What
There's
would
plenty
you
of
know
jobs
about
around.
what would you know about the
There's
job
plenty of
market? You
jobs
said that
around.
you're a self-employed trader.
It don't matter. I know there's plenty of jobs.
It does, because you're not looking for a job.
I know people.
You know people
I
that
know
are
people.
so
People
just
are getting hired every day. People are getting employed every day. So whoever you're saying all this bullshit, that's not true.
Oh my
Inflation
God.
is down.
We're
Prices is
going
going down.
idiot.
The stock market is doing. People are
Holy
making money.
shit.
New businesses.
Listen.
Like what are you saying?
Listen, let me
What are
give
you
you.
saying?
If you repeat it enough times, it will eventually be true, right?
What you mean if I put enough time? I'm talking facts. You just mad, bro.
So
that's respectful. You just mad.
The only person
You
who
just
seems mad and really
just mad.
frustrated
I'm chilling.
here is you.
I'm not frustrated. I'm chilling.
So-
you see me smiling.
So
I'm chilling.
let me ask you a quick question. Hopefully you won't interrupt me. What source is more reliable than Trump's own Bureau of Labor Statistics to determine what current unemployment numbers are?
You know what I'm saying? All these statistics, you know what I'm saying, it can always get manipulated. You know what I'm saying? It's always some shit going on with this and the third. But what I'm telling you, from what I'm seeing, there's plenty of jobs out here. Plenty of people are getting hired. There's plenty of ways to make money. People are not struggling. The only problem we're having right now is the problem letting immigrants inside of this country. So that's the major problem that's going on right now. They're letting a bunch of immigrants in this country. Is Biden letting, you know what I'm saying? These immigrants are coming here.
There was no
crimes.
immigrants coming into this country under the Biden-Harris administration.
And it was, and crime rate
What's
was
your
high.
evidence?
You know what I'm saying?
What's your
Crime rate was
evidence?
high.
What's your
Crime
evidence
rate
that
was
there
high.
was
Where's my
immigrants
evidence?
coming into America?
It's a lot of evidence.
What's the evidence? Are you gonna reference statistics as evidence to prove that there's immigrants coming into America under the Biden-Harris administration? And then you just talked about crime rates. You know that crime rates, that's the statistics. So let me get this straight. You trust the statistics as it relates to immigration into America under Biden, but then you don't trust the statistics as it would relate to unemployment under Trump. You, sir, are a grade A idiot. Oh my God, total.
Nah. I ain't no idiot.
Big time.
I ain't no idiot. You just know what you're talking about. You just saying.
You don't know what you're talking about. You're the one saying the bullshit. Listen, I'm actually gonna have you do the whole you're lying. That's not fake. That's fake. Wait, I'll trust the statistics once more because you said that immigration into America increases crime rates. According to PNAS, who's been tracking crime rates in this country for the last 120 years, undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times less likely to commit a violent crime in American soil, 3 times less likely to commit a property crime, and 3.5 times less likely to commit a petty crime when compared to American citizens. Meaning that in all reality, they reduce the crime rates. They fucking reduce them.
You gotta show me at least 5 reliable sources of them saying this. I'm not believing what one source said that you look at all the time. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, you a biased guy. You know what I'm saying? You always gonna have your biased beliefs. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm telling you. But I'm telling you, immigrants come here, they commit crimes. I've seen it myself.
I got 5.
I've seen it myself.
I got 5. What
5 you got?
Yeah, the first one is house.gov, literally the House of Representatives, which reported that the National Institute of Justice published a study done. This was on September of last year, demonstrating that undocumented immigrant offending rates are significantly lower than U.S.-born citizens. That's one. The second would be PNAS. PNAS reports the same statistics that the House.gov and the National Institute of Justice report. So now we got the House, the National Institute of Justice, and PNAS. That's 3. The third would be the American Immigration Council. If you just go on Google, you type in AIC or American Immigration Council debunking the myth of immigrants and crime, you'll see the same study reporting the same facts. That's 4.
So my question
no. I need to give you 5. Shut the hell up while I answer your question. The 5th would be the Cato Institute.
We're not going to talk to you like that. We're not doing
I'm gonna talk to you like that when you interrupt me, sir. Thanks.
Nah.
Thank you. We are doing that. The 5th one would be the Cato Institute, reporting the same thing on January 30th of 2025 this year, saying, why do undocumented immigrants have a lower crime rate? Going over that same study. And I know that you only asked for 5. I'm going to give you more because here's the 6th from National Policing Institute that says undocumented immigration and rates of crime reporting the same conclusion. The 7th one is from the Brennan Center for Justice, debunking the myth of migrant war crime. The 8th one would be from NPR. Immigrants are less likely to commit crimes than U.S. born. And how about we just go on to the 9th? Because the 9th would be migrationpolicy.org, titled Explain or Immigrants and Crime in the United States. The 10th would be Marshall Project. Is there a connection between undocumented immigrants and crime rates? And the 11th would be the Office of Justice Programs.
At this point, you just naming
undocumented crime rates.
You just naming shit at this point.
Yeah, I'm naming the sources, my friend.
Yeah, you just naming bullshit.
Look up any of these.
You just saying shit. You just saying shit.
Then look up anything I'm not just saying shit. You could Google anything that I'm titling right now. It's a source. Every single one.
What exactly did you search up?
Undocumented immigrants crime rates.
Okay, so my question is, where do drugs come from? Narcotics. Where do those come from?
I'll answer that question after you could concede.
No, where do narcotics come from? Answer my question.
I'm not gonna let you pivot, bro.
Nah, answer my question. Where do those narcotics come from? Answer my question.
I'm not gonna let you pivot.
Where do narcotics come from?
I'm gonna repeat myself. I'm not gonna let you
See,
pivot.
like you're not answering my question, bro. You know you a little kid.
I'm not answering your question.
You want to go through your way, blah blah blah. This little biased talk.
I'm not answering your question because you told me that undocumented immigrants are more likely to commit crimes and increase crime rates. I told you you're wrong. I gave you a source from PNAS. You're like, Dean, I'm going to need at least 5. Motherfucker, I then gave you 12. And then the moment I give you 12 sources to debunk your claim that they increase crime rates, all of a sudden you want to move on to talking about drugs. Listen, bro, this is a linear dialogue where we go point by point. I understand that you are shaking. No, listen to me. This part's important. You are shaking in your fucking boots, scared of me, my intelligence, my knowledge, my arguments, and my sources. Where do the drugs come from? That is you shaking in your fucking boots. Okay, your voice is quivering and your hands are going crazy
let me tell
because
you
you are so scared of addressing the evidence, the irrefutable evidence that I gave to your claims surrounding your fucking baloney claim that undocumented immigrants increase crime rates. Listen, if you're not scared, okay, if you're not absolutely terrified, and you are the smart guy you call yourself, I want to hear a direct response to the irrefutable evidence that I brought up to determine that your claim surrounding undocumented immigrants and crime was wrong. I want you to respond to the counter argument to the claim that you already made that I proved wrong. Stop pivoting. The copium is real. You look like shit and everybody knows it. The more you try to rattle on about different points is the more that it is proven to the audience that you are a fool that knows nothing about what you're speaking on.
That's what I see going on. Like, you getting mad and shit. You doing a whole lot of screaming. You see, I'm relaxed. You see, I'm relaxed. You angry and shit. You doing all this screaming, all this feminine shit. Stop doing that shit. We men, you heard? Let's talk like men, you heard? Stop being a female, you heard? That's your problem. You being a female, right?
I love it when misogyny it just ends up shitting on themselves. Because you're telling me I'm acting like a woman because I'm coming to this debate with facts, reason, logic, and sources. Meanwhile, you're acting like a man by coming to this debate with big emotions, baseless claims, and like scaredy cat pivots when you get proven wrong. Thank you for just, reaffirming what we all already know, which is maybe women are a little bit more sensible than men. Shit, I am acting like a woman. Look at me. I'm so feminine for giving you evidence. I'm so feminine for justifying my position. Dead ass, dude. Dead ass, brother.
Yo, brother, let's talk. You doing all this yapping and stuff, all this little, this at the third. Like
Maggie, thank you for the $6 and the 66 cents over on Venmo. Show some love to Maggie in that chat. And Peter, thank you for the $100.
Right
1 second, I'm thanking my donors. I'm getting my money up while you're getting your funny up. Just give me a second here. Peter, thank you for the $100 over on Venmo. I want to see 1,000 Peter W's down below in that chat who says the astonishing, pathetic level of copium on display by Kevin is actually sad, truly sad. Seek help, Kevin. He paid $100 to roast you. Thank you, Peter. That is so fucking kind of you.
Good job,
and Annie,
Peter.
thank you for the $20 who says, can me and my mom Sarah get a hello? Hey guys, thank you for the $20. Show some love to Annie and Peter. You guys are fucking awesome. Shauna, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. And then Linda, thank you for the $25 over on Venmo, who says, how do you keep loving a MAGA family member? Well, I love my parents and we have a good relationship, even though we have a lot of disagreements. I understand that's not what's true for everyone, but it is true for me, my parents. They love me, I love them, and we respect one another. And I'm very thankful for that, But thank you for the $25, Linda. Let's get 250 Linda W's and 500 Phil W's for the $50 over on Venmo. What the fuck, you guys? Show some love to Phil for the $50. With the $50, Phil says, let's just go to pull it up here. ... Where is it at? Did his donation just fucking disappear? Phil, listen, I'm going to look for your message there. I literally don't know where it went, but please show some love to Phil down below in that comment section because he absolutely did donate $100. Sorry, not $100, $50. Thank you so much, Phil. I'll look for your message. I would also very like to quickly thank Sarah for the $20 on Venmo, who says big emotions for a little boy. So real, Sarah. Lexi, thank you so much for the $2 over on PayPal. He says, please tell him this. Buddy acts so hard on TikTok. Bro's lame. All of his posts are low IQ. I fucking fry.
Yeah.
Abby, thank you for the $10. Who says, Dean, thank you. Been having a hard time the last couple of months and watching you and Parker's really helped. That's awesome, Abby. I'm happy that we can help. And holy shit, Anne just sent another $250 on PayPal. The second one of the day. Holy fuck. Show some love to Anne for another $250 down below in that comment section. Anne didn't even attach a message, just sent the love. That is nuts, Anne. Thank you a billion times over for another $250. That is fucking nuts. I want everybody watching to show some love to Anne. That is seriously outrageous. Thank you so much for your love. I do not deserve a penny of that. Show some love to Anne. Seriously, holy shit. As well as Denise, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. He says, remind those chuckling fools that before Trump chose to starve Americans, he cut off U.S. aid. Thousands have been affected and many have died because of that decision. Yeah, he's not just starving and killing people in America. He's starving and killing people on the global stage. As well as Eric, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. Guys, please show some love to all of our donors. You guys are like, Anne, seriously, that is just so kind of you. Now back to you guys. I'm not going to let you run away from this. I am going to have you respond to the irrefutable evidence that I gave you to prove you wrong when you suggested suggesting
Now
that
my
undocumented
question.
immigrants are more likely to commit crimes.
Yo.
I'm going to make this
Hey,
clear.
Brody.
I will not answer your question until I get a response about crime rates and immigrants. There's nothing you could do or say to change that fact.
What crime rates and immigrants? I'm trying to tell you something that's related to it. I'm telling you, is selling narcotics not a crime?
Well, I mean, I told you I wouldn't answer any questions until you responded to the first point I brought up. So I'm not going to answer that one, but the answer is obvious.
So what point did you bring up? Like, you saying all these points, blah, blah. I said, third, you just mentioning sites. You're not showing me nothing. What are you showing me? You're not showing me nothing. You just mentioning sites.
You literally want to see it on your screen?
Yeah, you're not showing me nothing. You just saying stuff. You could say, I could say shit too. That's not hard to do.
Okay.
I could be like, I'm searching this up, blah, blah, blah. I said, third, I'm not, come on, like, you just saying shit. You're not showing me nothing.
Okay.
You gotta show me something, bro.
I mean, you just keep on shifting the goalposts, but I could do that.
Like, come on, you just saying the third, but answer my question.
No, because I'm gonna show you that. I'm gonna show you this. Hold on. So here's the abstract from pnas.org. I wonder what he's gonna ask me after I show him this. And by the way, selling drugs is actually brought up in this abstract. So this is actually great. I'm really happy that you happen to try to pivot away with that question about selling narcotics. So let's see here. Did I save it?
But either way, even if you say American studies narcotics, where are they getting it from? That's my question.
Okay. Well, then it's not relevant to the point that I proved wrong that I would respond to.
So either way, these narcotics come from immigrants. They come from South America. From these illegal immigrants come from Mexico. Like, what are you saying, bro? You're not making no point, bro.
Perfect.
Either way.
Here's the abstract from pnas.org. Let's go ahead and read through this together.
Hold on. Where's this site at though? Where's the site? I'm confused. Where's the site at? You just saying pns.com? Like, you gotta show a link.
pnas.org.
This is a random screenshot, bro. You're not showing nothing, bro. You're not showing no site.
God.
You're not showing nothing.
Okay, so not only do you need to see the abstract,
bro. You're not showing no site. You can pull up anything, bro. I don't know what you pulling up. You gotta show me an actual site. You gotta show me the full site, bro. Come on.
Jesus.
Come on, bro. Like, that's not gonna work. Come on, buddy.
Okay, so first we're gonna look at the title of the publication. Comparing crime rates between undocumented immigrants, legal immigrants, and native-born U.S. citizens in Texas. Okay? All right? Abstract. We make use of uniquely comprehensive arrest data from the Texas Department of Public Safety to compare the criminality of undocumented immigrants to legal immigrants and native U.S.-born citizens between 2012 and 2018. We found that undocumented immigrants have substantially lower crime rates than native-born citizens and legal immigrants across a range of felony offenses. Relative to undocumented immigrants, U.S. citizens are over 2 times more likely to be arrested for a violent crime, 2.5 times more likely to be arrested for a drug crime, and over 4 times more likely to be arrested for a property crime.
But do you know how...
You're muffling your mic, little bro.
You hear me? I said, do you know how many crimes these immigrants commit that are undocumented? They get away with that shit?
Do you have a source to demonstrate that undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times less likely to be caught for
I'm telling you,
crime?
bro, as somebody that lives in New York, bro, I see a lot of shit, bro. I know what goes on, bro. So I'm trying to let you know how shit really goes. You know what I'm saying? You somewhere in your house, you live somewhere in the suburbs and stuff. You're not in an urban city. You're not in New York City, so you don't know what's going on, bro.
You're
I'm trying to tell you,
fucking annoying.
I'm trying to tell you something, buddy.
Oh my God.
Buddy, I know how shit is in the hood. I live in the hood. I know what goes on. You don't know what's going on. You're not living it. You're looking at stats, blah, blah. I'm telling you what's going on. I'm trying to tell you immigrants is committing crimes in this country, and they can't do that because they're not American citizens. There's no reason for them. You got to protect our complete border. So what are you saying? You're not like.
So what I'm saying is that all the evidence suggests you're wrong.
What evidence suggests that I'm wrong? What are you talking about? Where are we getting narcotics from? Where are narcotics coming from?
Oh my God. I just showed you the evidence.
Okay. Now my question is for you. Where is narcotics coming from? Where are these narcotics coming from?
Citizens.
Where and where are they getting it from?
According to the Department of Homeland Security, okay, the DRUGS coming into this country from other countries to then be sold illegally on American streets are actually brought in by citizens from these other countries because they're not investigated as much at the southern border. So,
and most of these citizens are born through immigrants. illegal immigrants that come here,
What's your source for that?
illegal Mexicans that come here have these kids and they have connections back to their home countries and they are importing narcotics over here. So what are you saying, buddy?
What's your source for that?
What you mean? What's my source? That's a fact.
What? Well, who tells us?
That's a fact, bro. You can search up like a mat like even looking back at like the history of when you see like the narcotics and everything, you can see that.
Thank you so much for the money, John. So you just came up with like an incredibly complex.
You see gangs like MS-13. What's MS-13?
Kevin, can I speak without you interrupting me?
You could talk.
So you just came up with a very complex conspiracy theory. So you have the data. The data is that undocumented immigrants are significantly less likely to commit crimes on American soil, and 80% of the drugs that are brought into this country, according to the Department of Homeland Security, are brought in by citizens. You still want to try to find a way to blame this on illegal immigrants, right? Undocumented immigrants. And so the very complex theory that you've come up with to blame it on them is to assume that all of these citizens that are bringing in the drugs from other countries are citizens that were born to undocumented immigrants, that they then use the criminal ties of their undocumented parents to work with the gangs in other countries to get the drugs from them to bring them into this country. So that is a very complex conspiracy theory.
It's not no theory. It's a real thing.
There's just
when you look into history
the thing, Kevin, there's no direct and specific evidence that you could point me and everybody watching the stream towards to justify that bullshit. I'll bet you money on it.
Gangs like MS-13 and Latin Kings. Search it up. Some of the biggest gangs in America. Hispanic gangs. Some of the biggest Hispanic gangs in America. They import a lot of narcotics that come into this country, and they are made by immigrants. So what are you saying? Mexicans. So what are you saying, bro? Hispanics. So what are you saying? Come on, bro.
So the evidence to justify your conspiracy theory is MS-13 sounds Hispanic, so I bet they're illegal immigrants. Even though the
MS-13 is Hispanic. Search it up.
Only even though the Department of Homeland Security tells us that they're citizens, right?
MS-13 is from Hispanic descent citizens.
So show me that.
Most of the time, their parents come here illegally.
What's the evidence?
What's the evidence?
What's the evidence that MS-13 is having the children of undocumented immigrants that are citizens import drugs? What's the evidence of that?
How you think they got here though?
Can you answer my question,
most
please?
Most Hispanics that come here are undocumented. So what are you saying?
That's another claim that needs evidence because that's also false.
It's not false.
No, it is false. What's the evidence? What's the evidence that most Hispanic people in America are undocumented? You idiot.
What do you mean, an idiot? That's a fact.
I called you what you are. That's a fact.
That's why.
You're a goddamn idiot.
That's exactly why now they're building.
So then give me the evidence. If it's such a
That's
fact, then give me the evidence. If it's such a fact, then give me the evidence, you clown.
That's exactly why now there's a war.
Give me the evidence,
there wouldn't
you
be a
clown.
War for no
Give
reason.
me the
there
evidence.
Wouldn't be a war
oh my God,
no
you are actually so
be a
insufferable.
War for no reason.
There
wouldn't be a war for no reason.
What does a war have to do with evidence?
The government will not.
Kevin, shut up. What does a war have to do with like you providing evidence that most Hispanic people in America are undocumented?
Bro, when you see the people that are getting deported and stuff, and like the planes and stuff, you see mostly Hispanic descent. So what are you saying? What are you saying, bro? I'm trying to tell you.
Okay.
Most of them are undocumented.
I'm going to respond to that now. Listen to me very closely. Let's actually assume, okay, that every undocumented immigrant that has been deported in the last 40 fucking years is Hispanic. Every single one of them, okay? This still doesn't imply that most Hispanic people in America are undocumented immigrants.
I mean, Hispanics, like, it's a large variety.
These two things can be true at once. Even if every undocumented immigrant deported was Hispanic, which they're not, they could still account for a minority of all Hispanic people in this country. And I'm asking you for evidence to demonstrate that it's true that most Hispanic people in this country are undocumented.
What I'm telling you is that Hispanics is a large group of people. You know what I'm saying? We have Argentinians, we have people from Chile, we have people from all different countries. But when we look at these countries like Mexico, El Salvador, Colombia, we have history of them bringing narcotics here. We have history.
Sorry, he's just too far gone. That guy's crazy. That guy's just crazy, dude. That guy's nuts. That guy's just fucking lost it. That guy actually has lost it. Brianna, thank you for the $3 on Venmo. He says, this guy's so insufferable, my mind is going numb. Dude, he's so crazy. Ben, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. He says, you're telling me the most dangerous criminal networks on earth are like, nah, forget planes, ships, and money laundering. Just give it to the undocumented immigrants to bring in. Dead ass, Ben. Bro, Ben, you stay fucking cooking. You were cooking all day yesterday, too. And then Nicholas, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal. He says, Kevin sources himself, apparently. Christina with the $5 on Venmo to end the debate with that last guy. Yeah, it's over now. I just kicked him. Zachary, thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And then Angelina, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal, who says, hey, Dean, I hope that you're doing well. Here's my mod application for TikTok because there's a lot of bad comments recently. Oh, Angelina. Okay, I will happily check that out. Once I'm off live, I'll happily check that out. Thank you for the $10. Show some love to Angelina. Then Terrera, thank you for the $10 as well, who says, hi, Dean, this guy does not represent how Black Americans from NYC think. As an educated Bronx native who watches you regularly, keep on doing what you do. Oh, I would never assume that. I would never assume that. I think it's very bad and harmful to just assume that like all people of one race would like think one way because one member of that race thinks one way. So I would never assume that. Thank you for the $10, Terrera. And then Mia, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo, who says, I bet Kevin thinks Puerto Ricans are illegal aliens. Probably. All right, moving on here. That guy was nuts. He thinks he won the debate because Dean kicked him. Probably. He probably thinks, oh, I destroyed him. I cooked him. What's up, D-Sport Trump?
I just wanted to say that last nigga, I'm from New York, that nigga could eat my beef. I do not support Trump, but I had to get that off my chest. If you need to ban me, ban me. But bro, if you in the live and you hear me, I'm from Dykeman and we can link up and I want to beat the shit out of you.
Okay. All right. I'm not trying to get the live taken down. I'm not trying to get the live taken down. All right. We're going to go to move on to the next guest. Yo. All right. Only option said thank you if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. That's funny as hell. That's good. Holy base, dude. Holy base, man.
Yo, bro, fuck Trump, but I love you, man. You're amazing. Keep doing what you do, please.
Well, I love you too, Phil, but I will clarify my name isn't Parker, it's Dean. Moving on to the next guest, guys. Holy based. Only up and said that Q happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 43, 5'2", 26, 70.
Okay. And moving on to the next guest. By the way, if you're watching at home and you're like, hey, I like this Dean guy, and you like what I'm doing, and you want to support what we do, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on Venmo. You could also find in the pinned message over on that YouTube stream, and I really appreciate everyone so much for all the love that you guys have been shown today. Welcome back.
Well, this is Dirk here. It's an honor to be speaking with you, Parker. This is fantastic.
We spoke the other day at length. You were more insufferable. Dirk, I have one question for you, man.
Go ahead, Parker. Let's see what you got.
Do you accept that Donald Trump sexually exploited beauty pageant contestants by looking at their naked bodies unconsensually?
And you're referring to the Howard Stern clip, is that correct?
That is correct, Dirk.
Well, do you understand what the Howard Stern show is, Mr. Parker?
Yeah, shock jock entertainment.
Shock jock. What does shock jock mean?
Shocking.
You say shocking things, you get a reaction, right?
You get a reaction, yes.
Right. So Donald Trump, the natural entertainer that he is, was on the Howard Stern show and said shocking things that may or may not have been true.
Not
Do you
true.
think that's possible?
Not possible because Howard Stern made
Not
him clarify.
possible.
Howard Stern made him clarify. Howard Stern knows that his show is a shock jock, say shocking things to get a reaction to incite.
And Howard
clicks
Stern
and
is also
attention.
a liberal now.
Can I have you? Can I have you mute up while I speak? If you can't.
Well, go
control
ahead. You
yourself.
have my permission to speak. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, I don't need your permission because I could just put you on mute.
Well, I just gave it. Go ahead.
But anyways, I'm gonna get back to whatever helps you sleep at night, Dirk. I'm gonna get back to what I said. So Howard Stern thought something similar to yourself. When Donald Trump started talking about what he'd do to these beauty pageant contestants, Howard Stern thought maybe like he's just trying to be shocking or something. So Howard Stern actually clarified with Trump that this is something that he'd actually done. Howard Stern literally said verbatim, and this is something that you've actually done. And then Donald Trump was like, yes, this is something that I've actually done. So I hear from Trump supporters all the time.
Part of the joke.
I'm not done yet. I hear from Trump supporters all the time, like different potential counter arguments to try to weasel your way out of accepting that Donald Trump has sexually exploited beauty pageant contestants. I've heard it all. And the first layer of resistance that we usually run into is people trying to label it a joke. But we know that it's not a joke because Donald Trump explicitly clarified that it wasn't a joke.
Well, you're praying it's not a joke because you have TDS and you want to say orange man bad any chance that you get.
No, it's because
you
he
know
explicitly
deep in your
clarified
heart
that
that it
it's
was
not
a joke, being that it was on the Howard Stern show.
No,
you know deep in your
I know
heart
that it's not a joke because
you're
he
just
explicitly
playing
clarified that
willfully
it's not a joke.
ignorant and you're pretending he wasn't being entertaining on an entertainment show.
No, I know that it wasn't a joke because he clarified that it wasn't a joke. He said that he
because
actually did it.
he doubled down on a joke. That means it's 100% truthful.
Well,
Is
what
that
it-
your
so
logic?
This wasn't
now?
even doubling down because he said this before he said what he did. He said, no, Howard Stern,
So
I've
still
actually
on the
done
Howard
this.
Stern show, he
I've
says,
actually done this.
"Yeah, no, I'm 100% serious." That means it's 100% serious, right?
Yeah, especially when we have corroborating.
You're gonna pretend.
Yeah, that does mean that it's serious, especially when we have corroborating victim testimony
because
from multiple beauty pageant
because
contestants
Dean-
competed at different years at different points. Yes.
Well, you're just being willfully ignorant. Anybody with a brain understands that. You just have Trump derangement syndrome, and you're pretending something that's clearly comedic is serious.
I think it's funny that you just tried to invoke like an appeal to others, when in all reality, if we do want to appeal to others in the circumstance, they're all looking at you like you're crazy. When the average American listens to the clip of Donald Trump talk to Howard Stern and tell him how he would like seriously walk backstage, walk into these dressing rooms, then look at the naked bodies of the beauty pageant contestants, and then they also hear how we have corroborating victim testimony from 4 teens that competed at Miss Teen USA in 1997 to Miss Arizona in 2001 that competed in a different year to a different pageant, Miss USA.
Show us the testimony from the teens. Go ahead.
So on and so forth. What the average American like concludes is that Donald Trump did this. Okay.
Show us the testimony
Dirk,
of the teens. Go ahead.
Dirk, do I need to just put you back in the guest
Well, you're
request
saying
until I'm
fake
done?
news. This is what you do.
I'll let you respond to my points once I'm done saying them. Is that fair?
You have my permission. Go ahead, Dean. Go ahead.
Thanks for your permission, Dirk. I appreciate that. But anyways, to get back to what I was saying, I'm just going to try to start from the top, but I'm going to try to not be as verbose this time. When the average American hears Donald Trump admit to sexual exploiting these women and girls, and then the women and girls corroborate what Donald Trump admitted to doing, okay, the average American concludes that this is something that Trump did. And honestly, when they hear you saying that it was all just a joke and giving me these terrible arguments, even though he explicitly clarified that he was being honest, they don't look at me like I have TDS. They don't look at me like I'm crazy. They don't look at me like I'm in the wrong. They look at you like you're insane. They look at you like you're denying reality. They look at you and they say like, what the fuck is going on?
Fake news.
And for like the viewers of this stream that aren't even political, don't really keep up too much with either of the parties, don't keep up too much with Trump's administration, aren't like even like super like anti-Trump like I am, and they just like live a different life where they're not too involved in politics. Like I know there's some apolitical people just like streaming this this broadcast right now because you found it on your For You page, right? Tell me if I'm right here, but even like the apolitical audience basically hears you denying that this is something that Trump did, and they think that you sound insane. All right. And honestly, I would argue that vast majority of the audience, okay, listening to defending what Donald Trump admitted to in this clip, okay, doesn't even take away like, oh my God, this guy's crazy because he genuinely believes that Donald Trump didn't do this, but rather because it's so obvious that he did this, their takeaway is, oh, he knows that Trump did it. He knows that he's denying reality. And maybe he's up here to try to rage bait troll or to get a reaction out of Dean Withers. So just in response to what you said earlier, anyone with a brain knows that I'm experiencing TDS because I listened to an admission of guilt via the perpetuator sexual violence and then the corroborating victim testimony of who he did it to. No one looks at me like I'm crazy. Everyone looks at you like you're crazy.
Yeah,
You're in the
more
minority.
fake news from the left, more fake news. Your claim that average people would find that disgusting is just fake, being that in 2024, Donald John Trump won the presidential election in an absolute landslide, making people like you go into a panic for the last, year? I mean, the fact that Donald Trump won in such an absolute landslide, winning every single swing state, winning the popular vote for the first time in decades, shows that, yes, the normal average person in America thinks that you're bullshitting. The normal person in America doesn't believe what he said on Howard Stern was 100% truthful, because these people still have some sort of sense of humor and they don't want to just cry in a corner anytime that they hear an edgy joke. The average normal American looks at people like you and all of the people doing lawfare against the man as anti-American crybabies.
Yeah, there's a massive and fatal flaw within your argument. Your argument would pre-assume that the average American even knew that he boasted at Howard Stern about doing this. Your argument rests on every American voter having A, perfect rationale, and B, perfect access to all information whatsoever. I could promise you that the average American, I could promise you that the average American doesn't even know about this Howard Stern clip, and my evidence would be the shocked people watching this live stream every single time when it's their first time in here, asking themselves, why have I never heard this before? Asking themselves, right, why is like this just not being screamed from the top of every tower in America, right, that our sitting president sexually exploited women and girls. By the way, I just want to like clarify it for everybody watching that hasn't heard this audio. Let's just go ahead and play the clip of Donald Trump admitting to sexual exploitation. After we finish playing this clip, I'm going to refute the common arguments, and then you are all going to listen to the guests, either A, crash out, deny it all, call it fake news with no reason, B, try to pivot and move on to a different topic, talking about the other quote-unquote lawfare, like is grape case, felony, so on and so forth, or C, just straight up start attacking me, labeling me as having TDS when in all reality, I'm just here to discuss the facts. Here we go.
Well, I will defend him, and
what
you
you
have
also say
TDS.
as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now, tell me
I'll
what
tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else, and no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that.
Okay, first, I'm going to go ahead and address the most popular and common response that we hear to this audio clip, saying that Donald Trump was joking when he said this. The reason why we know that Donald Trump was not joking when he said this is because Howard Stern verified with Trump before Donald Trump started to speak that this is something that Donald Trump has actually done. Howard Stern goes, so you've actually done this. Donald Trump goes, well, I'll tell you what I have done. And then he goes on to describe the contents of this clip. Second of all, the second reason why we know that Donald Trump was not joking when he said this is because he didn't say this with any joking demeanor, and there was no linguistics or rhetorical indicators that he was joking when talking about going into these private spaces to look at the people changing inside of the space. Third reason why we know that Donald Trump was not joking when he said this is because although Howard Stern ran a shock jock show, there's never been another guest that has gone on his show and claimed to have perpetuated sexual violence for that shocking factor, when in all reality they were an innocent person that hadn't done it. The fourth reason why we certainly know that Donald Trump was not joking when he admitted to doing this is the fact that we have corroborating victim testimony from different people in different years, all reporting the same consistent narrative, which is that what Donald Trump said in this clip is something that he's actually done to them. All right? We have 4 teens from Miss Teen USA 1997, including Mariah Bogato, then 3 unnamed teens that told this to BuzzFeed. We have Miss Arizona from 2001. Not to mention a fifth reason why we know that Donald Trump isn't joking is because he actually owned pageants. If it was just all a joke, okay, well, then he would probably make a joke about something
keep
that he
monologuing,
isn't.
dude. Keep monologuing.
I'm going through all the reasons why this is a bad argument. He
Keep
actually owned
monologuing and
pageants.
cry.
Okay, and it was actually reported that he went into the space. But anyways, at this point, I'm going to go and pass the mic to the guest at this point. Remember what I told you before I played that clip, how his potential responses are either going to be A, just to say fake news and say nuh-uh with no evidence, no reason, and no dispute to the specific reasons that I just gave, or B, right, to just start attacking me, saying that I'm crying, saying that I'm crashing out, saying that I have TDS, or C, attempt to pivot, deflect, and move on full-heartedly. Let's see what route this predictable cult member takes.
Well, I mean, you actually got the prediction wrong, being that you said I would do either or of those things. The truth is, I'm going to do all of those things. I'm going to say, first of all, yes, obviously being on Howard Stern is a way that Donald Trump is promoting his brand. Donald Trump's brand at the time was a rich womanizer. And I know you're maybe, 18 years old, however old you are. But this is Donald Trump's brand that everybody has known for decades, right? And very clearly, if you know anything about Howard Stern and Donald Trump's personality back in the day, anybody with a clear vision of the full situation will conclude that Donald Trump was joking. And in the same breath, I'll say that you have TDS.
Okay, yes, you actually did do the two things. So the two things that you did was
Well, you said I would do either or, so you're wrong.
So the first thing that you did was you just falsely labeled it as wrong. You just said that I'm wrong. You just said that he's joking. You didn't respond to the specific arguments that I gave you.
Yeah, being that I just told you.
You didn't respond to the specific arguments that I gave against it being a joke. I literally gave you 4 separate arguments to conclude that it wasn't a joke. The first argument was the fact that he said it's something that he's actually done. The second argument was the fact that nobody else on the Howard Stern show has ever quote unquote joked right about perpetuating sexual violence when in all reality they didn't. The third argument was that there's no rhetorical or linguistic or any linguistic indicators.
You're such a liar.
Any linguistic indicators that this was a joke. And then the fourth and most damning argument that he was telling the truth is the fact that we have the independent, confirmed and corroborating testimony of the women and girls that he did this to. And by the way, I know that you're already going to straw man point number 2, which was there's nobody been anyone else that's gone on the Howard Stern show and joked about falsely claiming
that's what you said. Seriously,
when in all reality they didn't. So make sure that you correctly represent that point.
That's not
Anyways,
a straw man.
those are the 4 arguments that I'd like you to respond to in defense of your premise that Donald Trump was not joking when he said what he did.
Yeah, you're such a liar, dude. One of your points was nobody has ever gone on Howard Stern making a sexual joke like that. Like that alone.
You already changed the argument. I didn't say that nobody's never gone on Howard Stern to make a sexual joke. I said I've never heard anybody else go on Howard Stern and joke about falsely claiming to have perpetuated sexual violence when in all reality they didn't.
Yeah, because you've never listened to Howard Stern. Even what you said just there is completely wrong.
Then prove
Anybody
it wrong.
who's
Play a
ever
clip.
watched Howard Stern knows that that's completely wrong.
Okay, then
you're such a liar.
Then prove me wrong.
Sure, type in Howard Stern, Ronnie the limo driver, stripper. I mean, I'm just saying like a random clip I remember from friggin' 1999. I mean, you may not even be able to find it, being that Howard Stern is very litigious and deletes videos from the internet, but try and find it.
From the Howard 100 News team, show you has good stuff. Let's go over to Lisa G and the Howard 100 News. Hi, Lisa. There she is.
All right, page 69 reports that Ronnie, the limo driver, has been using the new strip club, which will replace Scores, as a threat to fellow Stern staffers. A couple of staffers telling page 69 that Ronnie has issued the ultimatum: if you make fun of him, then you will not go to the new strip club.
What?
Ronnie says, quote, you will not go wherever we land.
Yeah, Ronnie.
So where in this clip could I find Ronnie claim to have perpetuated sexual violence as a joke?
Yeah, that's not the right clip. I already said you're not going to be able to find this probably, but go ahead and look up him telling a story about strippers on the Howard Stern show. Just try and find one.
Okay, so you want me to find your evidence for you?
Well, you just told me to name an instance, and I named an instance. Did I say the instance is on YouTube?
Now prove that
directly
instance
accessible?
exists.
Now prove it exists.
Yeah.
So you want me to now dig through hours and hours of archival footage on Howard Stern to prove to you that on Howard Stern people make sexual jokes?
No. Once again, you're already
How about you just
misrepresenting that there's been anyone else on Howard Stern that has quote unquote joked about perpetuating sexual violence when in all reality they didn't. And by the way, how convenient that this clip doesn't exist on the internet. Fucking idiot. You're getting absolutely stomped on right now by somebody half your age and twice as intelligent.
I already told you Howard Stern's very litigious. He deletes videos left and right from the internet. So that's a known thing.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
so
you're just
half of it
coping
no
and
one
seething
knows
right
it.
now because you know nothing about Howard Stern.
You're coping and seething because I gave you 4 irrefutable arguments to prove that Trump wasn't joking, and you can't come up with a counter response because I'm in the right and you're in the wrong. You live in Delulu land and I live in factual land, and I could justify that there is facts with evidence. Meanwhile, the only thing that you have is claims like calling me like deranged, claims like saying I have TDS, claims like saying that he was obviously joking, even though you have no response to the counter arguments that I purported. Right? Obviously, what is happening right now? The response had no evidence for it. You said, "Oh, guys, there's been other people."
No evidence for it.
Yeah. Your response was saying, "Oh, I trust this Ronnie the limo driver guy went on Howard Stern's radio show and also joked about perpetuating sexual violence when he didn't." But apparently, there's no evidence whatsoever.
Howard Stern characters. Name me 3 Howard Stern characters.
Of course.
You're the expert.
Yeah, Beetlejuice, Ronnie the limo driver, and Donald Trump.
Now you're Googling. You're reading a list right now.
What?
Tell me
you just asked me it. You just asked me it on the spot.
Well, because you were just Googling it.
You didn't.
before.
Wait, what do you mean just Googling it before? Wait, you said that I was just Googling it before. How would you know? How would I know that you would ask me that question
as you were reading it?
How would I know that you were going to ask me that question?
You had a Google page up of Howard Stern, and there's related search results. It's not that hard to understand.
Fucking prove it.
Well, I saw your eyes moving as you were reading that.
So people's eyes don't move?
Yeah, but you were very clearly reading, dude. I'm good at observing people.
They're clearly reading. They're clearly reading. Okay, hands are up.
You were clearly.
Hands are up.
Close your eyes. Close your eyes and tell. Go ahead.
One second. Hands are up. Haven't touched the computer. I'm gonna go to just take a picture of the screen. Let's go ahead and look at the screen together.
Yeah. Okay. You're such a liar, dude. Alt tab. Anybody could alt tab away.
Wait, but I put my hands up. But I put my hands up.
Yeah. 30 seconds after I confronted you. Oh, you had no time to change and X out the window. Wow.
Oh, you're crazy. You're so
Dude,
insane.
you're such a liar. We all saw you reading.
No one saw me reading because I didn't
your
read.
claim now is that you know anything about Howard Stern. Tell me a funny Beetlejuice story. Close your eyes.
Well, I'll just tell you a story. There's this clip of Beetlejuice getting interviewed by Howard Stern, getting asked simple like.
That's not a story. That's a clip.
Oh my God! I'm trying to give you the story and you're interrupting me. Where a Beetlejuice is like doing like a knowledge off against like I think it was like literally a fifth grader, and they were asking Beetlejuice these questions, and then they're asking the fifth grader these questions, and then like Beetlejuice couldn't answer them right. That is a story about something that occurred on the Howard Stern show.
Yeah, but that was not an answer to my question. I said, tell me a story about Beetlejuice.
Why do you want to?
Not a clip involving Beetlejuice.
Wait, that's a
you
story
must have
about
listened
something
to
that
Beetlejuice
has done.
interviews as a Howard Stern superfan, no?
Well, that's a story about something that Beetlejuice did on the Howard Stern radio show. I don't know what you're asking me for.
No, I didn't say about what event he did on the radio show. I told you, tell me a story about Beetlejuice.
That is a story about something that Beetlejuice did.
No, it's not. No.
Yes, that is a story about something that he did on Howard Stern's radio show.
I told you to tell me a story about Beetlejuice, one that came out of his mouth.
That is something that came out of his mouth. He's the one that couldn't answer the questions.
Oh, brother. Yeah, just like you. Wow, you're looking like Beetlejuice now. You can't answer simple questions.
I am answering the simple question. You asked me to name three. You asked me to name three characters, right, from the Howard Stern radio show. I answered your question successfully, and then you accused me of reading them. And then I took a picture of my computer screen to show you that I didn't read them after my hands were in the air. Yeah, obviously, after I exited out of the tab. And then you asked me to tell you a story about Beetlejuice on Howard Stern shows with my eyes closed. I then closed my eyes and put my hands in the air and told you a story about Beetlejuice on Howard Stern show.
You told me
having a knowledge off against some fifth grader, right? And now you're just crashing out and getting mad. Look, the fact of the matter is here, Donald Trump sexually exploited the naked beauty pageant contestants by walking into their dressing rooms and looking at them while they're naked. And we know that he did this because he admitted to it. Then that was corroborated by the victim testimony. And you're an insane loser. You just can't come to terms with reality. And you're getting absolutely mogged on by Dean Withers and all comparable degrees and regards whatsoever. How does it feel to be absolutely destroyed on live 4K in front of 15,000 people? Because quite frankly, my friend, I bet it feels
pretty
bad.
good knowing that I have more social cues than a freaking 18-year-old TikToker, one who can't see that it's very obviously humor. Very obviously said for shock reasons.
Oh, if you repeat if you repeat it enough times, eventually it will be true. That's basically your argument. Trust me, bro, it's humor. Trust me, bro, it's humor. Even though, Dean, you gave me 4 compelling arguments that demonstrate it wasn't humor, if I just ignore them all and continuing to repeat that it is humor, it will eventually be humor. Gaslight, deflect, ignore, and repeat. Gaslight, deflect, ignore, and repeat.
It won't be a joke.
Oh, well, the thing is you have to misrepresent my argument because I didn't just merely say it wasn't a joke. I was able to give 4 damning compelling reasons insofar as why it's not a joke. The first reason would be the fact is that he said it wasn't a joke. The second reason would be the fact that there's never been anybody else that's gone on the Howard Stern radio show that has made a quote-unquote joke about perpetuating sexual violence when in all reality we know that they didn't. The third reason that it's not a joke is because we have the corroborating victim testimony of the women and girls that he did this to, such as Mariah Bogado, a teen from Miss Teen USA in 1997, or Miss Arizona from Miss USA in 2001. And then the fourth reason that we know that this is a joke would surround the fact that there's no verbal, rhetorical, or linguistic cues to indicate that he was not being serious when he said this. So no, Dirk, I'm not just simply saying that it
When
wasn't
did
a
her
joke. I'm
testimony
like you
come
saying that it was a joke 2015 when she was asked about it because that's when Trump started to run for president, so people were interested.
I wonder what happened in 2015.
Yeah, 2015 is when Trump ran for
I wonder
president.
what happened.
It's not weird at all. When
What a
Trump,
weird coincidence.
That's not a weird coincidence either. It's not
No.
a coincidence and it's not weird. That's when Trump ran for president. So that's when institutions like
Right, so
BuzzFeed
that-
got interested into who he is and what
20
he's done.
years
And
later-
then they reached out for
20 years
interviews with
later-
the beauty pageant contestants, right? That this happened to.
She was just debating for 20 years if she could come forward, and then when she saw that he was running for president, then she finally had the courage.
It wasn't even debating to come forward for 20 years. That's just the first time that they're asked by a mainstream
Didn't
media
you just-
source what happened to them.
didn't you just say
they,
1990?
they weren't asked by
said
a mainstream.
97.
They were asked by a mainstream media source
You
at
said
any point
97.
before that. That was the first time they were asked for comment
said it
on this
happened in
story.
You said it happened in 97.
Yes, 97.
Right. So she was debating since 97 if she should come forward,
No.
as if Donald Trump wasn't already this huge figure.
No, that's not true. That was just the first
That's
time
not true.
that's not true at all. That was just the first time that Mariah Delgado was asked for comment by a major news outlet,
Right.
which makes sense considering the fact that that's when he started running for president.
Got it. And read her testimony. What did she say?
Yeah, for sure. That Donald Trump walked in on her while she was naked.
That's
and
not
she was
reading
shocked.
it. No, you're summarizing. I
then-
said read it.
And then he said, and I quote, "Don't worry, ladies, I've seen it all before."
Okay, go read her testimony.
I'll give you her testimony, you tool. All right, here we go. Here we go. Quote unquote. I remember trying to put on my dress very quickly because I was like, oh my God, there's a man in here. Trump then said something like, quote unquote, don't worry, ladies, I've seen it all before. She called it shocking and creepy. Yeah. Oh, then she went on to say that he had walked. Oh, here we go.
Horrifying.
That he had walked.
The owner
in on
of the
them,
pageant.
walked in on them while they were naked, and then like Mariah Delgado said that quote unquote we were all naked.
Who said this?
Mariah Delgado.
She said we were all naked.
Yeah.
Okay, where was this?
Where was
BuzzFeed?
BuzzFeed.
BuzzFeed, the
extended
reputable news source, BuzzFeed.com. Okay.
The only reason why I care about BuzzFeed is
They
because
say
they're the
BuzzFeed
ones-
is like the same level as the New York Times, they say, right?
BuzzFeed are the ones that reached out to her for an interview. I don't take BuzzFeed too seriously, I'm not going to lie. But BuzzFeed happened to be the institution that reached out to Mariah Delgado and got her testimony. And the title of the article is Teen Beauty Pageant Queens Say Trump Walked In on Them Changing. You're getting stomped on. While you're getting mogged and you're like, struggling to read that article, of course. I'm going to go to thank a couple people. Sarah, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal. Thank you. Who says, hey, you know what else could be a joke? Quote unquote, funny, true stories that actually happened. Yes, Sarah. Yes. He thinks that it's funny that he did this. And that's why he said it. He even said that in the clip. Something funny I will do. He was trying to tell a joke about something that he actually did because he thought it was funny.
More cope. And
Yeah,
you
more
said
cope
this was
from you.
Teen USA.
Sarah,
You said
yes.
this was Teen USA.
I
This
did.
was not Teen USA.
It was.
Where in this article does it say Teen USA?
Mariah Delgado. Oh, yeah. The third fucking paragraph. 4 women who competed in the 1997 Miss Teen USA beauty pageant. You fucking idiot.
Oh, well, I'm on a different article from BuzzFeed. They must have printed 2.
Okay. Well, look up the one that was posted on October 12th, 2016, and then updated on October
I'm looking at the
13th,
We Were All
2016.
Naked article, which was not the Teen USA pageant. This was
Okay.
the Miss USA pageant.
Yeah, because it happened at both. So it looks like, yeah, you're right. I found the one that you're looking at right now, published on October 9th. So they
Mhm.
did one on Miss USA and they did one on Miss Teen USA. So yeah, this
Yeah.
just further demonstrates that he did this to both the women and the girls.
Well, I thought your claim this whole time this was just the Teen USA pageant.
Oh, no, that's not my claim.
Okay.
You're quiet
Yeah,
now.
I mean,
You're
honestly,
real
if you're
quiet
sick-
now. You're
Well, I
real
was
quiet
reading
now.
the source material
Jocelyn,
that
thank
you
you for the
provided.
$20 over on Venmo. Who says his whole defense reminds me of someone saying that the grape jokes are funny because a person was saying it was supposed to be joking. Oh yeah, whenever a man says that they raped a woman, just basically assume that they're joking. That's great for the safety of women and girls. 100%.
Yeah, if it's on Howard Stern.
Yeah. Thank you so much for the 20. At least you admitted that it was baseless. Thank you for the $20, Jocelyn. That is JOZLYNN. Show some love to Jocelyn down below in the comment section. Then Virginia with a $5. Appreciate Appreciate you so much for the love, Virginia. Chloe with the $5. Thank you so much, Chloe. Then Benjamin with a 10. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Benjamin with the $10 says, man, if every bad thing someone says was a joke, prisons would be empty and comedy clubs would be packed with alibis. Ben, I want to know more about you. You have a good response to everything that everyone says on my live. I want to know more about you, Ben. You stay cooking these frauds with like shit that I'm not even thinking of.
I bet he has a septum piercing. I'm going to take a bet he has a septum piercing and blue hair. That's just my bet.
Well, I guess septum piercing, blue hair, superiority.
It makes them based, right? Makes them based.
Yeah, makes them super base. Sarah, thank you so much for the $20 over.
Well, man,
yeah, super base. Super
leader
base.
of the Democrat Party.
On God, super based. Sarah, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much for the love, Sarah. Let's get 200 Sarah W's down below in that chat for the $20. And I just read your message. Thank you, Sarah. I'll happily have you up here when there's an opportunity that presents itself. Can you thank Sarah for the $20?
Sarah, you're very welcome for the entertainment. Appreciate the $20. You're fantastic.
Good boy. Good boy. And Zach, thank you for the $100 on Venmo. Oh my God. That is ZAK. Thank you so much for the $100. Who says
$100
is worse
the Trump economy
than Kev.
is booming.
Ask
Thank
him
you, Zach.
specifically, what's the joke? What's funny? Yeah, there's nothing funny about it whatsoever. Thank you for the $100, Zach. Show some love to Zach down below in that comment section right now. Thank you so much for the $100.
Look at all this disposable cash these people have. You're welcome.
The dean's bank account is booming. Thank you for the $100, Zach. Show some love to Caroline for the $5 over on Venmo, and Sarah with the $5 on PayPal, and Samantha with the $2 on Venmo, and then Ricardo, thank you for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. Oh my goodness, thank you, Ricardo. I want to see 1,000 Zach W's, 1,000 Ricardo W's. Thank Zach and Ricardo for their donations. Is that something that you could do? Dirt.
Well, I'm not a miserable leftist. I don't tear people down for making money. I think making money is a good thing. I think it makes people more dependent or independent, I should say.
So if you're not a miserable leftist, thank them, Dirt.
I already did. I
do it again,
like 3
Dirt.
people already. Thank you so much for the donations.
Good boy.
I'm happy Trump's economy is so good. You have this extra cash where you can spend it on people you enjoy watching.
Good boy,
I do
Dirt.
think that's a good thing. That's a good indicator for how this country.
Thank you.
This country's health.
Thank you for listening to me.
You're very welcome. I'm happy to oblige.
Oh, by the way, just to point it out, according to your logic, economy was much better under Biden because during the election season, my income was significantly higher, which, of course, in all reality, could just be attributed to the fact that more people were more politically involved, active, so on and so forth. But according to your logic, Biden made the economy boom. So
you don't think? Well, I'm just simply observing that these people have extra cash, and I think it's good that they're spending their cash on things that they enjoy in the economy. This is great.
So let me make this clear.
This is what we like to see.
So you'd argue that Trump won't be bad for the economy until nobody has any extra cash whatsoever.
Well, that's not my argument. My
Seems
argument.
like it.
I'm
Seems
not
like
even
it.
making an argument. It's just an observation.
Seems like it. Anyways,
have you ever seen like the strip
go ahead
club
and,
economic indicator?
Well, I'm
that?
sure that you go to them frequently because you can't, get a woman without paying for them at the strip club. But anyways,
well, aren't you?
I would really appreciate it.
The advocate of strippers?
I would really appreciate it. Well, I'm definitely not an advocate for you being involved with those strippers. Maybe in that scenario we might have to,
it's
say
a common
hell no.
economic.
Maybe in that scenario we'd have to say hell no, right? What about you? I don't know if I could push it that far, but anyways. I would really appreciate it if you could respond to the arguments that I gave you surrounding Donald Trump. Not joking nor lying when he was posting about sexual
exploitation. Well, you didn't give any argument. You were just coping for like 20 minutes straight when you were monologuing.
If you
You're trying
like
to make people believe that on
exist,
Howard Stern, he wasn't just messing around being an entertainer. Obviously, it's evident with everybody on the panel laughing and having a good time.
If you pretend like the arguments didn't exist, then they won't exist. Therefore, I could pretend like you don't have a brain and you don't. Thanks.
Well, one of your arguments was Howard Stern has never had anybody talk about sexual conduct that they've had. So, I think
that's not true. That's another misrepresentation. I understand that you're dumb.
I think you clearly know nothing about the show.
Well, I was clearly not the second argument that I gave you. The second argument that I gave you is that I've never seen anyone else go on Howard Stern show and falsely fucking joke about perpetuating sexual violence.
Because you've never seen the show.
When in all reality, we know they're an innocent man.
I appreciate the admission.
So,
you asking that question is the admission that you've never seen the show.
Okay, then you should be able to pull up a clip pretty easily, right? So do it. You have a computer.
Well, I told you, Howard Stern's very litigious and he deletes all of his videos.
Oh, so they're just all gone.
Well, most of them are, unfortunately.
Yeah,
Decades of content is gone.
Yeah, decades of content is gone. No, it makes sense. Do you have a daughter?
I don't have a daughter, Dean, and no, you can't date her.
Well, I'm really happy that you don't have a daughter. I'm really happy that you don't have a daughter. That's very kind of you to not have children.
So I can't tell her that
Newsy,
she can't sacrifice.
One second. Newsy, thank you for the $50 over on. Also, of course, you'd be the one that automatically jumps to, men dating young girls. Maybe that's a question that you get a lot from your peers in the MAGA echo chambers. I'm not like your friends. Okay, I'm not like the people that you like to hang out with. I'm not automatically asking you if you have a daughter.
So you date people's sons?
Second.
Yeah, you're probably not like my friend.
I'm not automatically asking you if I have a daughter to see if I could date them. That's something that your friends may do. Like you've literally had so many of your MAGA peers say that to you, or maybe it's like something that you've done to them, so you're talking from experience, right? So, but like I'm different. I'm not like you. So
if you want to date someone's son, that's none of my business, you know.
Good. Lucy, thank you for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. Who says I'm late, but I hope you've had an amazing day. Honestly, today's stream has been a little bit crazy, but thank you for the $50, Lucy. Show some love to Lucy down below in that comment section. Thank you so much. That is insane. Then Zara, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal. Micah, thank you for the $5, and Brooks, thank you for the $5. So, what are your thoughts after reading the victim testimony?
Well, I mean, I think the year that the testimony came out invalidates anything that they say, to be honest.
Why?
Well, the fact that they came out 20 years later during a presidential run, I think that just goes to show that it's not a serious issue that they've been battling with.
Well, I mean, I think what that shows is that they just haven't been asked for comment before 2016, which makes perfect sense considering the fact that in 2015 was the year when Donald Trump started to run.
Well, if your allegation is if these girls were sexually abused and all these people saw
exploited,
them, sexually exploited, why would the parents not even come through and say something?
Okay, so first and foremost, you'd be assuming that the parents saw it. And then second of all, you're assuming that victims are only victims if they speak out about being victimized, which isn't true at all. According to RAIN.org, only around 2% of rapists are inevitably face the full consequences of their actions. And this is for a multiplicity of reasons. But regardless of what those reasons are, I mean, that doesn't change the fact that we know that Donald Trump did this because he, once again, admitted to it, so... Do we finally shut up dirt? I think that we finally just stomped out the most insufferable guest that's been on the live in a while.
No, I'm here. You didn't get rid of me yet.
So, do you see how you're in the wrong dirt?
Well, I missed the last 30 seconds of what you said. I'm not going to lie.
Oh, were you too busy? No, I won't make that joke. Never mind. Go ahead.
Well, what do you want me to respond to?
Yeah, the fact that his admission of guilt corroborates a victim testimony.
You're still harping on the whole Howard Stern, anything said on there is 100% factual thing.
So it just goes back to
still going to be your argument.
Let's see how far you take the cult. Let's see how far you take the cult-like behaviors. Can you acknowledge that right now?
Well, how is that cult-like behavior? I mean,
because
it's acknowledging that on Howard Stern, people are messing around and joking around. Okay. Acknowledging the very simple fact that that's the case.
The reason why it's cult-like behavior is because of the 4 reasons that I granted that irrefutably prove that he wasn't joking. And I know that those reasons irrefutably prove
he wasn't joking.
And I know that those 4 reasons
you hear how crazy
and I know that those 4 reasons irrefutably prove that he wasn't joking because you can't respond to a single one. I challenge you.
One of your other reasons was in the same sentence, he said, "No, I'm serious." That's one of your other reasons, and you think you're being like a good faith, legitimate debater.
Yeah, that is one of the reasons.
You're saying,
yeah. You sound crazy to people. You sound crazy to people right now. Yes, one of my reasons that he was telling the truth is that he said that he seriously has actually done this. Yes, yeah, fucking what the hell?
Why? Then you just have no social cues.
That is one of my reasons.
Timing.
Yeah,
I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, that is one of my reasons.
You just have no analysis of social situations.
Wait, actually,
not able to comprehend what's actually happening on screen. You just believe every word that comes out of someone's mouth. Is that how you go through life?
I want you to run this analysis, and then I want you. I'm going to play the full clip. Then I want you to give us your analysis to demonstrate the facts that prove it was all just a big joke.
But out all over the country.
I would say I'm the all-time
the context of him being on Howard Stern for like the 30th time.
You're meeting the girls. One of them comes up to you and says, "Mr. Trump, You're a very sexy man.
You're a beautiful man. You have fantastic hair.
Well, you're a powerful man, right?
Notice the
You're a
laughs.
powerful man.
Right.
I want to sleep with you.
So if somebody laughs in response to something you say, what you said isn't something you've done. Got it. Fucking idiot.
Now, you're not the type that would say no.
Yeah, you have no idea what's going on.
I've laughed at you in response to a lot. I've laughed at you in response to a lot of the things that you've said. Must mean you're not actually a Trump supporter because it's all just a big joke. Anyways, we're going to continue to play the clip. I understand that you have the self-control of a 3-year-old. We're trying to listen to this clip. Dirt.
No.
I don't want to hurt their feelings.
Good one.
Right. No, but I mean, you see a beautiful woman, you want to have that. You're a guy who likes to have everything, right?
Well, couldn't that be construed, however, as
conflict?
Yes.
Well,
I don't see it as a conflict.
It could be a conflict of interest, but it's the kind of thing you worry about later.
Oh, I see.
You tend to think about the conflict a little bit later on.
The question is, how can it not
He's being 100% serious right now.
I mean, some of these foreign girls, Mr. Trump, in my country, we say hello with vagina. And,
well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
you're like
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Honestly, I feel like...
Imagine hearing those...
I feel like...
Being like, this is...
I could actually make
series
it
of
even... Oh,
guilt.
he's going to crash out. Go ahead.
Imagine hearing the atmosphere, the laughs, the playful nature of the conversation, and going, oh, this is an admission of guilt. Like, imagine seriously listening to that and thinking that. Like, how pathetic are you?
Well, I mean, I actually think that this argument that you've been creating over the course of the last 30 minutes only strengthens my own position. Because inside of that clip...
If Trump says it, it's bad.
Because
it strengthens that.
I'll tell you. Inside of that clip, Donald Trump said that this is the funniest thing he'll do. So Donald Trump was trying to engage in that laughter, that laughful and playful environment on the Shock Jock show, not by making a joke about something that he's not actually done, but rather by trying to give them a good laugh, by telling them something he has done that he thinks is funny.
Yeah, that's called cope that you just did there. That was great.
Oh, it's what he
said. And you've been coping for the past 30
That's
minutes?
What he said.
It's getting a little boring.
He's the one that said this is the funniest
You just
thing
coping for 30 minutes straight. Is this what people are donating to? Come on, don't you want something a little more entertaining and intellectual?
It's not me coping.
Then listen to Dean cope for 30 minutes?
It's not me coping, regardless of how many times
that is you coping.
You're
saying Howard Stern is this completely serious environment where you have to look at every word they say and any word they say is gospel. That's your argument right now.
Listen to this.
To do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show. Do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that
you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest.
I'm not coping. I'm just quoting.
You're quoting from a comedic interview. Wow, good one.
Yeah, so I'm quoting.
Like, how desperate are you guys?
The only person desperate here is you.
Decades in the spotlight, and this is the best you got.
So
Donald Trump must be the cleanest man in history.
Because I could prove that he sexually exploited naked women and
Decades
girls.
in the public spotlight, and this is the best you got. How pathetic.
Yeah, this is one of the many really bad things that Trump has done.
Yeah, Trump must be the cleanest man in the history of the world.
Wait, so you're saying that you've done worse? Wait, so you're saying that you've done worse? You've done worse than sexually exploiting naked women and naked girls?
Well, can you name somebody who's been in the public spotlight for decades?
Oh my God. Oh my God. Wait. You've done something worse than sexually exploiting naked women and naked girls.
Now you're going to do more.
No, you just said that he's the cleanest man in the history of the world, which is a projection of what you've done. What have you done to women and girls? Are you a rapist?
Well, Juan, more cope.
Or no, answer my question. Answer my question.
Try doing defamation?
Answer my question. Are you a rapist?
Are you crashing out so much where you're doing defamation?
Defamation would be accusing you of being a rapist. I'm not accusing you of being a rapist. With that being false.
Yes, you are live on air.
I'm asking you if you're a rapist.
Yes, you are live on air.
No.
In front of 11,000 people.
I am asking you if you're a rapist. Are you a rapist? Why won't you answer the question?
You're defaming.
Why won't you answer the question?
Why
Why are you not denying it? Are you a rapist?
Of course not, Dean.
Okay.
And why would you bring that
okay.
up?
So then what the hell did you mean when you said, oh, even though Donald Trump has sexually exploited
Why are you
women and
trying to
girls,
defame
he's
me
a much
live on-
cleaner man than I am? What did you mean by that?
Why are you trying to defame me live?
Questions aren't defamation. Now, what did you mean by that? When you said that even though he sexually exploited naked women, naked girls, he's a cleaner man than you, what have you done to make you dirtier than sexually exploiting the naked bodies of little kids?
Well, the overall idea is that he obviously didn't do that, being that he's on the Howard Stern show saying things.
Right. Yeah. We're going to go and get that guy out of here. He's a big red flag. I wonder what he's done to women and girls because he said that he's done something dirtier than sexually exploiting the naked bodies of little kids. So he's a big threat, big red flag. You know, women and girls, please be safe around that guy. Olivia, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love. I appreciate that. And then Kate with a $20 over on PayPal. He says, Dean, keep up the good fight. This guy's an idiot. Thank you for the love, Kate. Show some love to Kate down below in that comment section. That guy was an idiot. A very red flag idiot. Oh my God. He said that he was dirtier than a man that has exploited the naked bodies of kids. Thank you for the $20, Kate. Then Brandy, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. That is Brandi. Thank you so much for your kindness. He says, pull up The View from the same time. Ivanka Trump, which was a wholesome ABC show when he's being inappropriate about Ivanka. I know what you're talking about, Brandy. He's like, oh, the one thing that we have in common is our sex. Like, what does that even mean? What the fuck does that even mean? That's insane. Thank you for the $20. I'd also like to thank Tony for the $100 over on YouTube Super Chat. Tony, oh my God. Thank you. Thank you so much. Who says, I still think Ivanka Trump knows everything. Absolutely. I mean, I'm inclined to agree. Thank you. Thank you so much for the $100, Mr. Tony. You were fucking awesome. Thank you so much. And then Zach, thank you for the $50 over on Venmo. Thank you, Zach. Oh my God. Who says... with a $50 says, we all know why it is so important for this disgusting idiot to defend this behavior. He's a predator too, let's be honest. Yup. Probably. Thank you for the $50, Zach. Thank you so much. And then Kathy with the $50. What is going on? Over on PayPal, he says, sorry, I've missed a while. No, Kathy, don't apologize. I hope that you're well. I hope that you've been joining this, this season. Happy holidays. And thank you for the $50. Show some love to Tony, Zach, and Kathy. You guys are awesome. And then Danielle. Oh my God. Okay. I got to read this one off. Danielle sent $25 over on PayPal. Who says, I'll give you $1,000 to stop bringing dirt up. And I'm not even kidding. First and foremost, thank you for the $25, chat. You got a done deal. Danielle, you got a done deal. You got it. You got it. Danielle, 100p. Wow. All right. Let's go and get that next guest up in here. We're going to go to do one more guest of the evening. And we got to hop off. Let's see here. Everyone, just give us a minute to get that next guest loaded up into the box. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Henry? Henry's not here. All right, we got to go to Kick Henry because he's obviously not with us. And then Rachel, thank you for the $2 over on PayPal. Thank you, Rachel. And Taylor, thank you for the $50 over on Venmo, who says, crazy what you deal with. Thank you for everything you've done and all the people you've helped. Taylor, oh my goodness. Thank you for the $50. Thank you for being here. I'm really happy that, we've been able to help a lot of people. I'm happy. I'm really happy about that. I'm happy that we're able to spread the good word, help people out. I'm still thinking about that lady who came up here a couple weeks ago who said, that, the streams are the reason why your family was okay with her accessing abortion after being raped. Like that conversation is really going to stick with me for a while. I'm happy that, we get to materially help people here. I got to say, out of like all of the different industries and niches that influencers exist and run platforms on, I'm just very thankful that, my industry and niche, we're able to just help people. We're able to help people. What's up? Do you support Trump? Mini Grizz?
Yeah, I do not support.
Base. Yo, Xander, thank you for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you, Xander. Xander says, have a great Christmas. You know what, Xander? I hope that you have a phenomenal Christmas as well. Huge shout out to you. Show some love to Xander down below in that chat. And thank you for the $50. Today, once I get off live, I got to go do a little bit more Christmas shopping for my girlfriend. I meant to do it yesterday, but by the time I got off, the stores were closed. Quite frankly, the stores were closed. So that's what I'm going to be doing today. I'm going to go do some Christmas shopping for her. Got most of what I wanted to get her for Christmas already. Waiting on that. We already got some packaged up and under the tree, but there's still a couple things. You know what? Honestly, I'm so surprised I haven't thought of this yet. Chat, tell me, what are things that a girlfriend would really like from her boyfriend for Christmas? Oh my God. I have the minds of 15,000 people to scheme with. Oh, guys, why have I not thought about this? Why have I not thought about this? Ooh, I'm really happy. I'm really happy that I thought about that before we ended for the day. What's up, user? Do you sport chomp?
I do. Mr. Dean, you're having a lot of fun and you're very popular.
Well, it's good to meet you, man. Tell us, why do you support Trump?
Hegemony. He's pro-West. He's stronger for our allies. He's building them up. 5% NATO spending.
He wants to leave NATO.
That's just posturing. He says a lot of things that aren't true. And he keeps the enemies backpedaling.
Keeps the enemies
backpedaling. He lies a lot.
He lies
Every politician lies.
So what's like one specific policy that he's passed that you're a fan of?
He got NATO to spend 5%. That's a big deal.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's good.
He talks to people.
Good. But like, listen, I would say that like, okay, he got NATO to spend 5%, but him like trying to coup our government and rig the outcome of the 2020 election outweighs that,
That depends on your definition of rig and election interference, because if you look back at what the Democrats did for 3-4 years and wasted so much bandwidth, it was the whole Russia collusion bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember that? I know you're early 20s?
Yeah.
Do you remember the Russian collusion? It may have been before you got involved in politics.
So I remember when it inevitably proved that there was Russian interference in the election and direct Russian collusion with his personal lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, that he extended a pardon to less than 3 months ago. And that was proven years ago. And then I remember the 2 special counsels that were convened under Donald Trump's first administration to find any wrongdoing on behalf of Obama or his administration, which they found none. But I mean, I think that this is a little bit of a deflection away from Donald Trump trying to rig the outcome of the 2020 election by installing fake votes for himself in Congress.
He's going to play his tricks, but the Democrats play their tricks too. What do I care if he's good for America?
When have we ever seen a Democrat try to like enter democracy by overthrowing an election?
I just told you. Russian collusion. And you're false. I can give you a source. USA Today, Russia collusion, it was a hoax. And everyone who followed it,
so
they all knew. So it's just bullshit either way.
So I just want to clarify. You think that's equal to Donald Trump literally installing fake votes for himself in Congress by sending fake slates of electorates to 7 different key swing states that Biden won, saying that he won with fake votes that they then sent back to Congress, then him attempting to pressure Mike Pence into certifying them as the real votes to literally install himself for a second term against the voice and the vote of the people, and building off of that, right, then attempting to convince all American electors, right, that the Biden administration had rigged that election and stolen it from him, colluded, interfered, and rigged it. How about this? If the Russian collusion hoax, quote unquote, was truly a hoax and there's no truth behind it, right? Like, let's just imagine that the Mueller report didn't prove Russian interference and collusion on behest of his personal lawyer, and that is just a big fat lie. Maybe that lie could be put under the same category as Trump merely denying the outcome of the 2020 election. Maybe. Okay? But that can't be compared to him literally trying to rig 2020 by installing fake votes for himself in Congress. It can't.
Everyone's got gimmicks. They try to bend, sometimes break the system that we have.
But this gimmick just isn't something that we've seen from anybody else in modern American history. He is notably, right, a gravely large threat to this country's democracy. He literally tried to rig an election. That should be a fair red line for anyone. If Obama literally tried to rig the outcome of an election, I would never support Obama a day in my life. He should be thrown in jail for sedition. But when Trump does it, apparently everyone does it, and you don't care, and I think that's the issue.
I think there's more important things going on than
more important than preventing
what damage is done
of the government. Dean. More important than the prevention of a tyrannical takeover of our government. That's
quantifiably.
That's really important.
I don't agree. I don't agree with those bozos on January 6th or whatever you're alluding to. I don't agree with the Democrat BLM riots that cost billions of damage.
All the Trump supporters today are so slippy. You're so slippery, I'm bringing up his fake elector scheme, where he tried to rig and steal the election from Joe Biden, and then you try to make a comparison between the rioters that he caused, he caused to go into the Capitol and smear their shit on the walls and try to kill cops in the process, to BLM riots. Right? Not only is that off topic, but it's also a false suggestion, because the difference here is that there wasn't a Democratic governor of any of these blue states that turned around and pardoned the people that were convicted of violent crimes in the BLM riots. But then Donald Trump did turn around and pardon everyone involved with J6, including 173 people that tried to kill cops on the steps of the Capitol, man. Big differences there too, but it's still just a slippery pivot away from me bringing up this notable threat to our constitutional republic of Donald Trump literally trying to tyrannically overthrow our government, coup this country by installing himself for a second term against the voice and the vote of every American. That is such a big deal.
I appreciate what you're saying, Dean. I do. But the thing is, you got to look and quantifiably
you're trolling.
What damage was done.
You're
I'm not trolling, buddy.
You're trolling. You have to be trolling if you're asking what damage was done by an attempted dictator who attempted to silence your vote. I guess I couldn't vote in 2020. But everybody's vote who did cast a ballot in 2020 by trying to rig the outcome of the election. Are you serious? This is like saying, right, that a man tried to grape this little girl, okay? Burst into her house. She ran away upstairs, hid in the closet, then locked the door, then was trying to unlock the door, tried to claw the door down so he could grape the little girl hiding behind the college door, but then ultimately failed, right? And then you walked away from that equation saying, well, because that little girl never actually got graped, what's the damage?
Dean, I fundamentally disagree with you on this. I don't care about it. It's done just like what the Democrats did. These things cross each other out. We've already you have the popular opinion. You got popular opinion. People know about it.
We've already went through that as well.
Right.
We've already went through. They don't just simply cross each other out. First and foremost, I gave you the facts about Russian collusion. There was proven Russian interference and collusion on behalf of members in Trump's circle, like Rudy Giuliani, that Trump pardoned. And there was 2 special counsels under Trump at his first term to find any wrongdoing on behalf of Obama. They couldn't find any. There was none that they could find. But even if I'm wrong, okay, they did find wrongdoing on behalf of Obama. It was a big old lie, no truth. Rudy Giuliani wasn't involved. There was no interference, point blank, period. That, at the end of the day, could maybe be placed under the same category as Trump just denying 2020. But that could not be, so those things might cross each other out. But it couldn't be placed under the same category as Donald Trump literally trying to rig and steal the outcome of the election.
So I get what you're saying. Maybe it's more important. Maybe it was more impactful what Trump did negatively for the country, but his positives outweigh the negatives.
What's the biggest Trump positive that we see? The biggest one.
Geopolitically, he's strong. People fear him.
I want you to give me a very specific argument.
Our friends in the Middle East are investing in America, Saudi Arabia, UAE. We've got, like I said before, NATO 5%.
No. I want one specific action that the biggest positive. One specific thing.
There's a lot of things.
Give me one specific one. One specific one.
He put a lot of weapon systems and training into Ukraine when he was president that Obama didn't do and Biden was late to the ball game on.
So giving aid to Ukraine is Trump's biggest positive.
I said there's a lot of positives. You want me to pick the biggest? Well, there's so many. Now you want me to pick the biggest one? He's pro-Israel. How about that? Yes.
So Donald Trump bending the knee to Netanyahu outweighs him trying to end the American government.
It's not bending the knee.
Wow.
It's an alliance.
Wow. You're
They are,
basically, you're not America first. You're America last, Israel first. You literally just told us that Donald Trump serving in the better interests of Israel is a bigger deal than Donald Trump trying to end the American democracy.
That's a lot of hyperbole,
nuts.
Dean.
You are
hyperbole.
Come on, you are nuts, dude. Come on. Can we like all agree, right, left, and center, that this shit is crazy? Can we all agree that come on. Alexandra, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. Ben, thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo. Appreciate you so much for the love, Ben. Haley with the $5. Thank you so much. Mad with the 3. Peyton with the 5. Alex with the 5. And then Christopher with the 1. Then Bella with the 5. Brody with the 1. And Haley with the 5. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Lindsay with the $5 as well, saying she wants a ring. Oh, my God. And then Taylor, thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo, who says something for your Christmas shopping. Oh, hey, thank you, Taylor. I appreciate that. That is very mighty kind of you. And Ashley with a $10 who says, hey, Dean, I've been a silent viewer since 2023. I love everything that you stand for and never lose the light. Thank you, Ashley. And I'll keep the rest of that to myself. But thank you so much for your kindness. I'm kicking that guy. Sorry. Then H, thank you for the $10 who says, make your flowers like paper ones. So it shows you put effort in your own time and that they'll last longer. Oh, that's actually a good idea. H, thank you for the $10. Yeah, what I try to do, like when I'm, gift giving to the girlfriend is to get the gifts that like you spend money on, of course, but then also to like hand make something. You know what I mean? I feel like there's a very important combination of both of those factors that like one should hit on to like demonstrate like love, attention, and care to their partner, right? You get spend money on nice gifts. That's, that's the custom. That's what you do, but make something too. Shows that effort, that time, attention, and care 110%. And they also end up being the more memorable gifts, right? What I gave to her for our first anniversary years and years and years ago was a painting that I made of the literal night sky of the night that we met. Because there's websites out there where you could like select a date, time, and location, and then get a map of the what do you call it? Of the stars in the sky. So then I sat there for hours and I painted that map. And it was also really cool because it really educated me a lot about astronomy. I really got to know, some of the different star clusters, where like Polaris is in the night sky compared to, the Big and Little Dipper. It was a lot of fun. Good. That was a lot of fun. And that gift is now hanging on our wall like years and years later, right? Still is, till this very day. So those handmade gifts are very important. Elise, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo, who says, get her another kitten. Yeah, I don't know about that one. We already have one. I love cats, but I think one's enough. Alexander with the $5 who says, watch you steamroll the MAGA idiots daily. Thank you for the love, Alexander, as well as I appreciate everyone for attaching nice gift ideas to the donation messages. Like Barbara sent $1.50 saying for the gift idea, couple massage, facial, relaxing time together. Ooh, that'd be a good one. All right, thank you for the $5 on PayPal with another gift idea. Relaxing time together. That would be good. You know what? That's a really good one. I like that one. I'm happy that I asked y'all. Okay, I think that Parker should be hopping on any moment. I gotta hop off here. Maggie, thank you for the $5 on Venmo, who says, so tired of MAGA men. Yeah, me too, bro. Yeah, they're just so annoying. I feel like the last couple guests have just been like especially rough. Leah, thank you for the $5 for the nice gift ideas on Venmo. By the way, I'm not saying them out loud for the most part. And, in case like she's watching, sees a clip, VOD, etc., so on and so forth. So, Kylie, thank you so much for the $1 over on PayPal. Thank you so much with more gift ideas. And then, hey, thank you for the $10 over on Super Chat. Thank you. And then Simon with the $10 as well. Thank you. All right. We need to end here. I'm just waiting on Parker to go live. Let me give Cole a ring. Let me give Parker a ring. Parker. Pick up the phone, Parker. 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 Okay, we're going to hang out here just for a minute before he goes live. Inconspicuous, thank you for the $5 over on Super Chat. And Harp, thank you for the $2. Thank you, guys. Harp with the $2 on Super Chat says pets aren't gifts. I think that you could give somebody a pet as a gift. I would argue that pets can be gifts. Like you could give somebody a pet as a gift. You know? No, I'm okay. There's a lot of people saying no, and a couple people saying yes. So no, okay. Here's something that we could talk about till we get off. Are you saying that it's like wrong to say that like a pet can be a gift because calling the pet a gift kind of, ignores the fact that they're like a sentient life form? Or are you saying that like pets can't be gifts because you don't know, because it wasn't previously agreed on, that there may not be a commitment there towards good treatment towards the pet? Right? And like pets are a certain level of responsibility. Second, because those were like the two possible arguments that I could think of there. Yeah, I'd argue that it's only acceptable to like gift a pet to someone if like that they want that pet. That they want that long-term commitment. Right. Under those sense, it's pretty acceptable, because like if you just give a pet to somebody and you don't know that they want a pet and they don't want that commitment, and then they just turn around and give it to the shelter, then they get fucking euthanized after 4 weeks. That's pretty bad. Anyways, all right, we're gonna go and hop off for the day. I will see y'all tomorrow. Go shoot Parker a raid at Parker Get a Job on TikTok, at Parker Get a Job on YouTube. Thank you guys so much for being here. One last person that I'd like to thank here is Newsy. Thank you for the $20 over on Super Chat, who says, wish you could debate my MAGA father, but I'm too scared to approach him about it. Get him on the live. I'll happily have a kind chat with him. Yo.
I accepted, but it must have like declined it right away.
Breaking news updates are telling me that you're live.
Yep.
I got a raid for you.
Alrighty, I'll see you soon.
See ya. All right, everybody, head over to at Parker Get a Job on TikTok, at Parker Get a Job on YouTube. Show him some love. I'm going to hop off for the night. See y'all tomorrow. Peace and love, and bye-bye.